Chapter 1 The Queen of the Country traveled through time. Drop quick. The patient's heart stops suddenly and his breathing stops, and he should be rescued immediately. In the operating room, various instruments sounded a sharp alarm, and the surgeon quickly ordered the rescue. When Rong Dai woke up, she only felt dazzling, and particularly dazzling. It took her a long time to see the situation clearly in front of her. The snow-white roof is inlaid with strange and shiny things, and the smell in the air is snocking and strange. What is this place? Have you stayed in the cold palace for too long? So is this kind of weirdness in dreams? Rong Dai blinked her eyes, with a confused and curious look. Dreaming is better than the cold palace with no one. 36 beds, measure body temperature. Put it under your armpit, and I'll pick it up later. Rong Dai is looking at it curiously. The ceiling thought he was dreaming, but suddenly he saw a woman in white walking towards him. He held a strange stick in his hand and handed it to himself, saying strange words. At first, she was stunned and thought that she was dreaming, so she asked, "Girl, is this Panlai Fairy Mountain? What's the name of the thing on the roof? It looks better than gems." The nurse was stunned and reached out to probe her forehead as if she had seen a ghost. She frowned and looked at her. "The body temperature is normal. You just had an appendicitis surgery. Have you read too many novels? What nonsense are you talking about? You can be discharged from the hospital after a good rest for a few days. It feels like I'm not dreaming." The smile on Rong Dai's face was instantly petrified, and the blood all over her body seemed to solidify. She could clearly feel her hair standing up one by one. In an instant, she broke out in a cold sweat and her face turned pale. "Are you all right? Does the wound hurt?" The nurse was about to leave when she saw her face suddenly pale. "I thought it was her wound that hurt." Rong Dai originally felt that it was nothing, but when this person said this, she suddenly felt that her right lower abdomen hurt so much. This feeling is becoming clearer little by little. She was sweating more and more coldly, and there were huge waves in her heart. Fear, uneasiness and confusion followed one after another, surrounding her little by little, and her face became more and more pale. The nurse was scared to see her like this and quickly rang the call bell to inform the surgeon. "Don't worry, the doctor will be here soon." Before the nurse finished speaking, Rong Dai suddenly grabbed the nurse's wrist. When she saw the white and slender hand, her eyes were even more terrified. She took a deep breath. She was the queen of a country. Mount Tai collapsed in front of her and her face did not change. When something happened, she did not change. "Don't panic, don't be afraid. It will be all right. It's all just an illusion." Rong Dai told herself over and over again in her heart to force herself to calm down. At this time, 2 doctors in white coats hurried over. Rong Dai swallowed the words and let go of the nurse's wrist. "Be bold. What are you going to do?" When she saw the doctor holding a strange thing to press on her chest, Rong Dai suddenly sat up as if she was facing a great enemy. The voice is so excited. Doctors and nurses were shocked. In recent years, the patients have become more and more strange. "It's still bold. Why don't you say it's presumptuous? I thought this was still the Qing dynasty." The doctor saw that her face was just a little pale and her mental state was not bad, so he took back the stethoscope. He looked at her speechlessly and said to the nurse, "It should be the anesthetic. The wound hurts a little. As long as it doesn't get infected and has a fever, it's nothing big. Don't make a fuss." The nurse nodded. The surgeon thought of the dangerous situation of Rong Dai in the operating room, and his heart was also a little trembling, so he opened his mouth to tell the nurse. "Her condition is quite special. You should pay more attention to it. It is estimated that there are some sequelae of surgery." The nurse nodded and looked at Rong Dai, who was like a bird of the bow. After the doctor went out, she poured a glass of warm boiled water for Rong Dai. Rong Dai's eyes were full of fear and guard, and the nurse couldn't laugh or cry. "What are you thinking about? I can't poison. This is a hospital." Hesitating again and again, his throat was also a little dry. Rong Dai took the water cup and said arrogantly, "You dare not measure it." "Nurse." She just said it so casually. "Is this serious? How do you feel? Are you feeling better?" Seeing that she had finished drinking the water in the cup, the nurse asked softly. Rong Dai was a little stunned. She was still in great shock and didn't understand what was going on. She is the queen. The emperor has never deposed the queen. She just moved to the cold palace on her own. This place doesn't look like a palace. And this hand is really much more tender. It's not her hand at all. Rong Dai was full of questions, but she didn't know which one to ask. "Well, can you inform the family? I still have to be on duty here. It would be better to call a family member to accompany you." The nurse looked at the time and saw that her face was still not very good, so she reminded her. "Family members?" Rong Dai was puzzled and couldn't communicate with the nurse at all. "Do you mind if I use your mobile phone to contact you?" The nurse saw that she seemed to be very scared, and her eyes fell on the bag she put on the bedside. Rong Dai was stunned for a moment and nodded. The nurse sighed, took out a mobile phone from her bag, swiped it a few times, and couldn't help but look at her in surprise. "Your mobile phone doesn't have a password." Rong Dai was still in chaos. She didn't concentrate on listening to what she said at all, and her mind was blank. The nurse glanced at her and simply dialed the phone for her. Huo Xiaoting was processing the documents when he saw a number that had not appeared several times on his private mobile phone. He was stunned for a moment, but it was still connected. Hello, are you Miss Rong Dairo's family? Yes. Huo Xiaoting was silent for a few seconds and answered coldly. Family members? They are just a contract couple. That's right. Miss Raw had an operation in the hospital today. I guess she was scared. Can you invite your family to come over? There is really no way for the hospital to find a temporary nurse. The nurse asked carefully, and Rong Dai, who was sitting on the bed, was still confused. Okay, which hospital? What ward? Huo Xiaoting, who was signing, paused, frowned slightly, and was silent for a few seconds before agreeing. When the nurse reported the location, he hung up the phone directly. Miss Rong, your family will be here in a moment. If there is any health condition, just ring the bell to notify me, and I will be right there. The nurse put down the phone and gently comforted her. At this time, Rong Dai came back to her senses a little. She stared at the nurse with doubt and asked, what year and month is it now? What era? Who is the head of the state? This is so terrible and incredible. How did she become like this when she woke up? Chapter 2. She became the wife of a rich family. The nurse was stunned for a moment and looked at Rong Dai in astonishment. Could this question be more literary? The nurse couldn't laugh or cry. It seems that you really watch too many time travel dramas. It's the 17th of July 2018, at 3:27 p.m. Beijing time. We are still the successors of the rich, strong and democratic communists. What? Rong Dai is sluggish. 2018. She remembers that the Xiangye kingdom was founded in 903 AD. She was enthroned queen in 973 AD. And entered the palace for 30 years. More than 1,000 years. Just know, the girl used the word time travel. Although she didn't know much about it, she could still understand one or two. She became a person 1,000 years later. This is simply shocking. Unheard of? Rong Dai's heart was rolling, and her head was buzzing. But after all, she has been the queen for 30 years, and she is also a famous Yuxiu. She knows how alarming this kind of thing is. If this is an inadvertent, she will become an alien. She quickly looked at the nurse with a bright smile. Well, she was a little confused and thought she was reading a book. The nurse didn't care. After telling her a few words, she left the ward. Strange. Why am I here? This is a separate ward. After the nurse left, Rong Dai breathed a sigh of relief and stared at her hand, feeling scared and uneasy. The wound under her abdomen hurt faintly, and she had to lie down and think. As soon as she lay down, she felt a sharp stinging pain in her head, and she couldn't help taking a breath of cold air. It is estimated that she was too tense just now, and now she is relaxed, and a large number of memories of the original owner have poured into her mind. Although it is fragmented, it is enough to help her recognize the world more than 1,000 years later. After absorbing it, Rong Dai's face was full of shock, and her heart was a little less uneasy. Contract marriage? Isn't it just like me and the emperor? It's just a death in name. It's really fate. 2 hours later, she had calmed down. After all, she had been the queen for 30 years. Although the situation was shocking, it was not thrilling. Rong Dai thought back to her previous life and the memory of the original owner, and fell asleep in a daze. When does she wake up? In a daze, she heard someone talking. Her voice was very beautiful, but there was endless indifference. She slowly opened her eyes and saw 3 people standing in the ward. 2 women and 1 man, one is the nurse just now, and the other is a gentle and elegant woman, looking at herself with a smile. Rong Dai frowned secretly. As a queen of the country who has been immersed in the harem for 30 years, the woman in this harem is a human or a ghost. She has already practiced a pair of fiery eyes and golden eyes. This woman is not good. And the rest of the men, tall and handsome, are a little cold. However, compared with the emperor, this appearance is not enough to attract her. She remembered that there was this man in the memory of the original owner, who should be her husband in this life. Huo Xiaoting, president of Huo's group. I'm really sorry to bother you. When she noticed Huo Xiaoting's cold gaze, she had to say something stubbornly. Sister Rong, what are you talking about? Why didn't you tell me and shouting when you were sick? Fortunately, you're fine. I'm talking to my husband. What are you talking about as a concubine? Don't you know the rules? Before Wen Shilan finished speaking, Rong Dai's black eyes stared sharply and majestically at the other party's eyes, and involuntarily showed a sense of oppression on his body. Wen Shilan's face suddenly turned red, and she subconsciously clenched her fist. Concubine. How dare she ridicule herself like this? But she would not lose her posture in front of Huo Xiaoting. When her charming peach blossom eyes squeezed, 2 lines of tears rolled down. Shouting, there is still something in the company, so I'll go first. You. A company sister roar well. After saying that, he really left, leaving a very aggrieved back for Rong Dai. Rong Dai? How dare a concubine be so arrogant? How dare you show your face? The next second, she realized that something was wrong. This is a favorite concubine. She shouldn't be scolded in front of her husband like this, and she should wait behind the back to clean up. A mistake. What a mistake. It's really confusing. Rong Dai couldn't regret it. When her eyes fell on Huo Xiaoting's gloomy face, she tried to maintain the dignity and generosity of the main room. I won't do it next time. I'm not feeling well today, and my brain is a little dizzy. Huo Xiaoting glanced at her indifferently, then went to the window and dialed a phone. Rong Dai listened carefully with her ears up. The housekeeper will pick you up later. Don't bother me next time. Also, you are not allowed to humiliate her like this again. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Before Rong Dai came back to her senses, the deafening sound of closing the door shocked her heart to beat wildly, and the ward was completely quiet again. Blessings are not double, and disaster is not alone. Alas! The fate cannot be avoided everywhere. Rong Dai sighed. She didn't expect that after 1,000 years, she would still have to fight with her concubine. It was really annoying. Madam, why don't you tell your family about the operation? How anxious she would be if the old lady knew. As soon as Rong Dai's ward was quiet, the door opened, and the housekeeper Uncle Li and Mother Wao came in. As soon as Wang's mother came in, she couldn't help caring about her. Rong Dai didn't know what to say. With their arrangement, she went back to the Huo family's old house to rest. Madam, it will take a few days for the wife and the old lady to come back. Madam, don't worry, I will serve you well. Arriving at the old house of the Huo family, Wang's mother helped her to the wedding room between Huo Xiaoting and her. I'm sorry to bother you. She nodded and leaned on the soft bed. She felt much more comfortable than in the hospital. The lady should rest first. Wang's mother covered her with a quilt. Rong Dai leaned against the head of the bed and looked at the room. Most of the things here still maintained the celebration of the wedding, but they were very new, spoiling the concubine and destroying the wife. She thought of Huo Xiaoting's cold eyes and couldn't help sighing. That's it, let's settle for it. Feeling uncomfortable leaning against the wound like this, she muttered to herself and lay down and nestled in the quilt. She has to think carefully about how she can survive here in the future. The husband doesn't hurt, and the mother-in-law doesn't like it. The only thing worth comforting is the grandmother at home, and the old lady loves her. At least the situation is not so bad. Rong Dai lay in bed and looked at the ceiling. No wonder the original owner was not liked by many people in her husband's family. The mother of the original owner saved the old lady's life and entrusted her orphan to the old lady on her death. The old lady didn't like the concubine, so she cried and made a fuss and forced Huo Xiaoting to marry the original owner. The original owner is gloomy all day long, and he is no different from an invisible person in the Huo family. This family is not a household. How can a woman who is not even an ordinary family come in from such a rich family? In her previous life, at least after she was still a famous family, she was the mother of the country and still suffered the hidden harm and provocation of those palace concubines, let alone the original master. That's it. With me, you can go with peace of mind. She touched her chest and sighed. She closed her eyes and fell asleep. Chapter 3, Survival Crisis. Rong Dai slept soundly that night. She had a long, long dream. In the dream, she said goodbye to her 30-year life and looked forward to the future of this new world. Gugu Rong Dai was having a sweet dream, and her stomach protested, which woke her up on the spot. She opened her eyes in a daze. When she saw the big red in the room, her face was still confused. A few seconds later, she suddenly woke up. She looked around the room, thinking about yesterday's situation in her mind, and her heart was beating wildly. All this is true. It really can't be more real. She covered her chest, and her heart was mixed with sadness and joy. For the next 30 years, she lived in the cold palace for 10 years. At the moment of living in the cold palace, the only thing she waited for in her life was the arrival of death. And now, she is dead and alive. She wanted to leave the ruthless and dark palace many years ago, but she couldn't do anything. She has left now, but her future is also full of confusion. It's all right. You are a famous Yuxiu. Nothing can defeat you. Live a good life for yourself. She meditated in her mouth, saying goodbye to herself in her previous life, and also welcoming her new life in the future. Rong Dai, who was in a complicated mood, sat on the bed for a long time, which was not because she didn't want to get up. But she is a little helpless. All this is unknown and novel to her. She can persuade herself to accept it, but she really doesn't know what to do with the fragmentary memory of the original owner. Alas, Rin Chung has a long way to go. Rong Dai sighed and was finally defeated by hunger. She could only get up from the bed and plan to wash. This is their wedding room, with a separate bathroom, and the toiletries are all brand new. Ah, are you a human or a ghost? As soon as Rong Dai walked in, she saw someone emerging in front of her. She screamed and almost fell to the ground. After waiting for a long time, no one answered her. She stared at the mirror and found that the person inside was exactly the same as herself. She walked over boldly and reached out to touch it. Rong Dai. It's actually a wall. She pinched her face, and the people inside did the same. It turned out to be a bronze mirror, but it was too real. Rong Dai breathed a sigh of relief and completely relaxed. Looking at the toothpaste and toothbrush on the washstand, she was stunned. How to use these things? She had a big head for a while, and the original owner's memory did not explain in detail how to use these things. Rong Dai was sad from the bottom of her heart. She could only play drums one by one. She struggled in the bathroom all morning. Mama Wang, go to see your wife. You haven't moved all morning. Don't have a fever at the beginning of the operation. Uncle Lee, the housekeeper, looked at the clock in the living room. It was already noon, but he hadn't seen Rong Dai come down yet, so he was a little worried. Wang's mother didn't say much. She wiped her hands and knocked on Rong Dai's door. Who is it? When Rong Dai heard the knock on the door, she was so scared that she was going to be nervous. With bubbles in her mouth, she hurried to open the door. Madam, you? When Wang's mother saw that she was covered in water and was in a mess, as if she had fought a battle, she was stunned on the spot. Rong Dai swallowed her saliva awkwardly and reluctantly squeezed out a smile. Fang. Just accidentally fell down. She would never say that she was scared and rolled to the ground when she saw water coming out of the tube. Wang's mother looked at her blankly. Madam, you ate the toothpaste. Rong Dai was stunned and asked doubtfully, can't this be eaten? It's a little sweet and cool, and the taste seems to be not bad. Wang's mother's face looked like she had seen a ghost. She quickly reached out to probe her forehead, and her mouth murmured, it's over, it's over. Housekeeper Lee. Wang's mother was so scared that her face turned pale. She went downstairs and shouted at Uncle Lee in horror. Rong Dai. Did she say anything wrong? What's the matter? Is the lady not feeling well? Uncle Lee was shocked by Wang's mother's movement. Wang's mother was so anxious that her face turned pale. No, yes. Oops. It's just that there's something wrong with your wife. She just ate toothpaste and asked me if I could eat toothpaste. I'll contact the doctor right away. Uncle Lee's face changed and he hurried to make a phone call. Rong Dai listened to the movement downstairs, pouted her mouth and looked stunned. She seems to have done something amazing. Just as Rong Dai was stunned, she heard someone laughing. She followed the sound and saw a woman of 23 or 4 years old. Rong Dai frowned and tried to find information about this woman in her mind. Huo Meishu, Huo Shaoting's sister. Isn't that her little sister-in-law? Rong Dai, are you stupid? I scared Wang's mother like this at noon. Huo Meishu's eyes were contemptuous and disdainful, obviously looking down on her. Rong Dai was stunned. She really didn't know that this thing couldn't be eaten. She thought it was some kind of pastry. She looked at Huo Meishu with a little embarrassment. Well, she originally wanted to ask Huo Meishu how to use these things. She can't be like an idiot. If she doesn't even know the basic things, then her flaw is too obvious. But when the words came to her mouth, she suddenly thought of the sentence, if you are not of our race, your heart will be different. Her soul is an ancient person more than 1,000 years ago. If this is known, can't she be taken as an alien sacrifice? No way. This mouth must not be opened. Rong Dai shook her head while thinking, and didn't notice Huo Meishu's disgusted face and looked like an idiot. What a disease. After Huo Meishu walked downstairs, Rong Dai breathed a sigh of relief, quickly closed the door, and gasped with her chest. No, we have to think of a way. Rong Dai was very anxious. She didn't expect that the change after more than 1,000 years would be so great that she almost became a waste here. She broke out in a cold sweat on her forehead, which was more terrible than when she moved to the cold palace. By the way, she suddenly remembered the talking thing that the woman in white took out of her bag yesterday, which might solve her urgent need. She took out her mobile phone in a panic, but Rong Dai was also stunned. She couldn't use this thing either. Rong Dai felt despair for the first time. God is going to kill me. Rong Dai was so anxious that she wanted to cry. She never thought that she, a dignified queen, would be reduced to this point. She just vowed that she would live a good life, and now she will face the danger of survival in a blink of an eye. Rong Dai wanted to cry, but she couldn't. Voice assistant is at your service. Master, is there anything I can do for you? Shoaof can answer. You. What are you? Rong Dai has been holding her mobile phone and touching the voice assistant, which suddenly scared her and also made her see hope. She held her mobile phone tightly and was so nervous that her palms kept sweating. She quickly sorted out her thoughts and asked the voice assistant one by one. Chapter 4. How can I be relieved? God won't die for me, thank you. After a question, Rong Dai had confidence in her heart. She held her mobile phone in her arms and was so excited that she almost cried. Bang! Before she could lament the rest of her life, the bedroom door was kicked open, which scared her to turn her head and look over. Huo Shaoting's face was a little gloomy, as if he was still angry. Husband. No, you can't call me husband. As Shoaof just said, it seems that you should call your husband, right? Honey, are you back? Her husband's voice made the air freeze in an instant. Uncle Lee and Ma Wao looked at each other behind Huo Shaoting's back. What's wrong with you, madam? No, isn't it? Realizing that the atmosphere was wrong, Rong Dai was anxious and hesitated with a smile on her face. Huo Shaoting looked at her coldly and dropped a document in his hand. Uncle Li and Mother Wang saw that the momentum was not good, so they quickly signaled the family doctor to go down together. Both of them didn't expect Huo Shaoting to come back suddenly, and it seemed that his relationship with his wife was worse. The divorce agreement will take you 3 days to consider, and I won't wait for your reply after 3 days. This marriage can't help you. Huo Shaoting said indifferently, looking at her with disgust, as if he was looking at some bug. After he said that, he left. Rong Dai sat on the bed alone and looked at the document in front of her. Divorce? Does it mean to have a wife? Thinking of the word wife, Rong Dai's face changed. How can she be relieved of a country? She absolutely doesn't allow it. It must be because she said something wrong yesterday. The concubine blew the pillow wind for him last night, otherwise why did she want to reave her wife? She had to think of a perfect plan. Rong Dai held the document with her eyes very firm, and she looked at her mobile phone again. She didn't expect that when she was reborn as a queen, she would face many tests. Monogamy. Living with another woman is the crime of bigamy. Bet the law. Holding her mobile phone in bed, Rong Dai felt that her thoughts had been greatly impacted. She suddenly forgot to be hungry. While asking the mobile phone assistant, she gradually learned to search on the internet, which surprised her even more. I didn't expect such a small thing to know so many things. For 3 days in a row, Rong Dai ate and drank in the bedroom, holding a mobile phone wherever she went. She has strong learning ability. Although there are some things that she can't understand thoroughly, the foundation is indeed fine. Fortunately, the original owner is a lonely person in Hua's house, and no one cares about her strange behavior. Wang's mother was relieved to see her become normal. Madam, the old lady and the old lady are coming back today. We have booked a banquet. You need to prepare early. Wang's mother watched the time pass little by little and couldn't help but go upstairs to remind Rong Dai. Wang's mother, I got it. Rong Dai answered crisply, and she was in a very happy mood. This time, she was much more skillful in washing. She just looked in the wardrobe. Her clothes were pitifully few, and the colors were very dark. Although it was difficult for Rong Dai to accept the fact that her arms and legs were exposed, there was nothing she could do. Finally, she chose a high-split cheongsam that she could barely see. This cheongsam was supposed to be worn by the original owner when he returned home, but her only relative was her mother, and she would have no home when her mother died. I haven't worn this cheongsam once, but it's okay to wear it on an occasion like today. This is too tight. Rong Dai blushed when she changed her underwear. Can't she wear a belly pocket? Is the invention of this thing to strangle people? After finally changing clothes, Rong Dai searched for accessories for a long time, and only found a set of emerald bracelets, necklaces and earrings. Although the waterhead is a little poor, it's okay. Rong Dai muttered that she was the queen of the country and had seen countless treasures. Of course, her vision was also sharp. After the accessories were done, she curled her hair and simplified it. With this outfit, it was both dignified and elegant. Madam, you? Mother Wang, can I wear it like this? When Wang's mother saw her coming down, her eyes were stunned. When her eyes fell on the set of emerald jewelry, she was also stunned. Isn't this an old thing that my wife has been longing for? It turned out that the old lady gave it to the young lady. Yes, the young lady is very beautiful. She should dress more energetically when she is young. Wang's mother nodded with a smile. Originally, she wanted to remind her, but seeing that she was so happy, she couldn't bear to spoil her interest. Rong Dai sat in the car and looked at the skyscrapers outside the car window. Her heart was full of curiosity, but her face remained calm and elegant. When she arrived at the hotel, she saw the energetic Mrs. Huo at a glance. She took a breath secretly, with a smile on her face, and shouted sweetly, "Grandma." Oh no. It should be called Grandma. This mouth doesn't have a good mouth, but it's at this time. Although there was nothing wrong with calling her grandmother, her voice was loud enough to make herself a surprise. The Hofer, who was talking to Ho Meishu, looked disgusted. When he turned his head and saw the jade jewelry she was wearing, his face suddenly gloomy. This. How did Grandma give it to her? Huo Meishu's face also changed. Xiao Rongrong. Come here quickly. The old lady didn't care about this and immediately waved to her with a smile. Rong Dai couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground and walked over quickly. Grandma. Let me see if you have gained a little weight. Well, this bracelet looks good in Xiaorong. Young people should dress more brightly. The old lady also noticed the jewelry she was wearing, and the smile on her face was gentle and loving. Grandma Huo. Before Rong Dai could speak, Wen Shila's soft voice came from behind her. Rong Dai's expression instantly became majestic, and a momentum irradiated from the inside out. Something that can't even be regarded as a concubine is worthy of provoking her. Even if the marriage system is different, even if she wants to divorce, she can't be cowardly. It's too early to step on her head so soon. She has just arrived here. If she gets divorced and has no relatives, she may starve to death on the street. Therefore, she thought of a balanced way. Grandma, don't worry, I'll clean up. She said to the old lady with a smile, turned around and her eyes fell sharply on Wen Shilang. Of course, Huo Shaoting was standing beside her. The old lady was stunned, and then smiled, in the state of watching the play. Honey, let's move and talk. Miss Wen, you should come, too. She was calm and generous, and she was not angry at all, but her momentum was eye-catching. Wen Shilan originally wanted to breathe the anger of being humiliated by her in the hospital that day, but when Rong Dai's gaze stared at her, she felt creepy in her heart. Rong Dai caught the panic in her eyes and couldn't help sighing from the bottom of her heart. It's so tender to find yourself to do something like this. She walked in front without waiting for Hua Xiaoting to respond. She even dares to show her face to the emperor. What is she afraid of in the future? Chapter 5. The posture should be right. Hua Xiaoting looked at her straight back, frowned, and walked over. Wen Shilan was angry from the bottom of her heart, and he gritted her teeth and chased after her. Rong Dai stood by the window and looked at the busy world under the hotel. These things were something she had never seen before. Of course, she felt very new. Today is the third day. Do you want to choose by yourself or wait for my announcement? Hua Xiaoting stopped 5 or 6 steps away from her and frowned at her, as if he was looking at something very disgusting. His tone was cold and hard, without any warmth, or even the disgust in his eyes. Rong Dai sighed in her heart that the life of a future woman is still not good. However, this is actually not the blame for Hua Xiaoting. After all, to put it bluntly, these things were done by the original owner himself. Work. Well, the words she just learned are very new. When they were newly married, although the two were forced to get married, Hua Xiaoting was still okay with the original owner, but the original owner always looked neither cold nor warm, and he also ignored Hua Xiaoting. If this hot face has too much cold buttocks, who would be willing to give a good face all the time? But this is not the worst. At least, she still has a chance to change. All kinds of thoughts flashed through her mind, and she took a deep breath secretly. There was a dignified and decent smile on his face, and his eyes fell on Wen Shilan. His tone was very gentle and mixed with a strong apology. First of all, I want to apologize to Miss Wen for my reckless words that day. I was a little unclear because of the surgery that day. I hurt Miss Wen with bad words. I'm sorry. Her apology was both gentle and sincere, without any reluctant. Wen Shilai was stunned and couldn't help but be on guard. What does Rong Dai want to do? Even Hua Xiaoting couldn't understand her number, and he felt strange in his heart. This seemed to be the first time she spoke so clearly and in an orderly way, and it was also the most time she said it. Miss Wen, do you accept my apology? She looked at Wen Shilan with a smile and asked. She was too unstrict and reckless that day. This woman is a spoiled concubine. She scolded Hua Xiaoting in front of her. Isn't that she is looking for death? Although it is said to be monogamous, in this kind of rich family, there are endless little 3 and small 4, which is no wonder. As long as it doesn't threaten her position as a mistress, she won't be afraid even if there is a long tail behind her. Because she seems that these are just concubines. They are all people who can't be on the stage and can't even have a seat at a normal family banquet. Why does she care? Thinking of the emperor's harem at the beginning, there were 20 or 30 concubines in the palace alone. If she cares about everyone like this, she won't be angry to death 180 times. Because of this concubine, he offended Hua Xiaoting and ruined his current livelihood, which is simply a loss-losing business. It's so unprofitable. Moreover, this concubine's trick is not worth mentioning at all in her eyes. She has been immersed in the harem for 30 years. Can't she even clean up this kind of thing? Rong Dai quickly analyzed and cheered herself in her heart. The smile on her face was so sincere that it could be earth-shattering, but when it fell into Hua Xiaoting's eyes, she always felt a little fake. Sister Rong, you don't have to apologize. I didn't care about what happened that day. I know you were sick. That's good. Since Miss Wen has accepted my apology, can you please wait aside? I still have something to say to my husband. Husband, she bit these 2 words very hard. Wen Shila's face turned pale at once, and she couldn't help clenching her fists. This bitch deliberately ridiculed her again. But she also knew that there was nothing wrong with Rong Dai's words, and the corners of her eyes looked at Hua Xiaoting for help. Go and wait for me over there. Hua Xiaoting received her sight, opened his mouth coldly, and put his hand in his trouser pocket. His well-defined face looked a little colder. Although Wen Shilan was reluctant, she had to leave. And Rong Dai kept a gentle smile from beginning to end. After Wen Shilan left, she spoke first. Her dark eyes looked at Hua Xiaoting firmly and brightly. I know you are not happy, but this is what Grandma means. We just got married. If the divorce is announced so soon, I'm afraid Grandma can't stand it. The smile on her face converged, and she turned her head slightly and looked worriedly at Mrs. Hua, who was sitting in the distance. You don't want Grandma to be hurt, do you? Can you give me a year? I rely on you now. If I leave the Hua family, I may not be able to live. Therefore, I think I will find a job this year. After all, you are also a victim of this matter, and I can't take your money anymore. Her voice is soft, without the slightest inferiority. She is very gentle, just like a well-educated lady. I know you like Miss Wen. I was reckless before. I apologize to you here. I won't obstruct your relationship with Miss Wen during this year. However, can this divorce agreement wait for a year? If you don't believe me, you can get me an agreement first and I can sign it. Rong Dai put her posture very low, but it didn't make people feel that she was humble. Grandma, is Huo Shaoting soft? Li, if this were not the case, Huo Shaoting would not have been willing to marry the original owner under the arrangement of Mrs. Huo. Therefore, when negotiating this condition with Huo Shaoting, she must move her grandmother out. Secondly, she wants to explain her difficulties. No money, no job, relying on my husband's family to survive. This is her current miserable life. Whether in her previous life or in this life, Rong Dai believes in a saying, a woman's pocket must have money. No one in the world can be relied on. The only one who can be relied on is himself and silver money. Although money can handle everything, nothing can be handled without money. For example, she is now so despised by her husband that she even has the idea of dissing her wife. But she couldn't agree willingly because she didn't have money. She just landed in this strange world and left the Huo family. It is estimated that she may return to the cold palace in 2 days. Finally, she must lower her posture because she is asking for help. Although she doesn't want to ask for help, she can't show off in the current situation. When she first ascended to the throne, didn't she still ask for help? It's not shameful to ask for help, but the posture should be right. She believes that as long as Huo Shaoting is not the kind of violent and obedient man, there is no reason to object to her suggestion. After all, the rich family also needs face, especially the Huo family, which is one of the best rich families in Shenzhen. As soon as they got married, they divorced, which is a loss of identity. Chapter 6 We are fine. Huo Shaoting looked at her, and his deep eyes were full of confusion. What on earth does this woman want to do? The two have been married for so long, and she hardly took the initiative to say a word to herself. The divorce agreement was given, but she didn't want to sign it. Today, she came to apologize again. She can still say so many truths. Is this woman cutting the appendix or repairing her brain? Rong Dai waited confidently for his answer, but she didn't see Huo Shaoting speak after waiting for a long time. Instead, she kept looking at herself eagerly. She couldn't help but raise her heart. Is it her own method that doesn't work? This is soft and strong, and her posture has been very low. Huo Shaoting is in charge of the Huo family. Shouldn't he not care about the face of the Huo family? Is his attitude not sincere enough? Rong Dai's mental activities are like a kaleidoscope, with thousands of small question marks intertwined. Finally, it was concluded that her attitude was not sincere enough. For just 1 year, I can cooperate with you as much as you want. I will keep your affairs with Miss Wen secret. If you need my help, I will definitely do it. Or you can ask someone to write an agreement now, and I can sign it for you now. Rong Dai blinked her dark eyes and looked at him. Her attitude was so sincere that she almost dug out her heart to show him. It was the first time for Huo Shaoting to see her show such auric eyes. Somewhere in the bottom of his heart suddenly seemed to be broken, and there was an indescribable sense of strangeness. He doesn't have to get a divorce. He has been based on work all his life, and marriage is not necessary in his opinion. It's just that since Grandma arranged it, he also followed the old man's wishes. But what he didn't expect was that his newlywed wife's attitude towards him was cold. For such a long time, she had only communicated with her husband. Even after the wedding night, the two of them had already slept in separate rooms. In his opinion, since Huo Shaoting has married this woman, he will definitely be responsible to the end, and will also give her due respect. Just like his parents, it is not impossible to live a life of respecting each other. It's just that after marriage, Rong Dai once made him think that he had married a piece of wood. But the wooden hug is at least a little warm, but this woman is as cold as an iceberg that can't melt. He doesn't like to be forced. Since she doesn't want to, he won't keep her imprisoned in the Huo family all the time. As for him and Wen Shilan, it is even more impossible, but they are just the daughter of Uncle Shi Jiao. He accepted the instructions and did his best. Rong Dai didn't know what he was thinking. Wen Shilan's eyes could light up when she looked at Huo Shaoting. She was not blind. In addition, when she was in the hospital before, she saw it with her own eyes several times. So she thought that Huo Shaoting's crush was Wen Shilan. And the appearance of the original owner blocked other people's true love, and it is no wonder that it will be rejected. Or if you have any requirements, you can feel free to put them forward. I will definitely do what I can do. When Rong Dai saw that he didn't answer for a long time, she couldn't help beating drums in her heart. She thought it was easy to deal with in this future, but she didn't expect it to be such a difficult master to talk to. If it were the emperor, she would basically say a word or two, but this man didn't say half a word. This man is not difficult to get along with. Rong Dai made a conclusion in her heart, and even marked the word Huo Shaoting in red in her heart. Okay, I'll give you a year. Huo Shaoting's voice is not as cold as before, but it is not as gentle. After saying that, he turned his head and left. Rong Dai was stunned for a moment, and after a few seconds, she realized that he had agreed. I can finally feel at ease. She gently covered her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Then she sorted out her emotions and walked towards Grandma Huo. Grandma. Her voice is soft, and when she shouts gently, she seems to be coquettish. Good boy, what did you say? Have you suffered any losses? Grandma will teach you a lesson when you go back. When Mrs. Huo saw her coming over, she immediately held her hand and rubbed it with a smile. She glanced at Huo Xiaoting's back angrily and looked at her distressedly. Rong Dai sat on one side with a smile, holding the old lady's hand, and whispered gently, "Grandma, don't worry, Xiaoting is very good to me. Miss Wen has to follow Xiaoting all the time because of the company's affairs. Grandma, don't think too much. We are very good. Only you will cover him. I don't know that you bastard." The old lady looked at her as if she was angry, but her eyes were full of joy and satisfaction. "Grandma." She was talking to the old lady when Huo Meishu's voice sounded, and there was a trace of anger in her tone. Rong Dai's heart jumped, and she almost forgot this little sister-in-law. "Meishu, come and sit with Grandma." The old lady was full of energy, looking at her and Huo Meishu with love in her eyes. Huo Meishu sat down, but looked at Rong Dai with unkind eyes. Rong Dai wondered in her heart. She had been in the room these days, and she didn't remember when she offended the little sister-in-law. Is the original owner really so hateful? Wherever you go, you can be inexplicably criticized. Grandma, you are too biased. How many times has my mother asked you for this pair of jewelry? This pair of jewelry is very important to her. How could you give it to her? Huo Meishu's face was bad, pointing to the jade jewelry on Rong Dai's neck to complain. Only then did Rong Dai realize and quickly looked at the Hof people. Sure enough, her face turned black when she saw the Hof people. Alas, why is she so difficult? But there is nothing she can do. She can't help but be cautious when she is in the hands of others. Before the old lady could speak, she laughed and said first, "Meishu, you misunderstood Grandma. This set of jewelry was given to my mother by my grandmother. I have never seen such good jewelry. I borrowed it from my mother to enjoy it, and I also had a long-term vision. When the banquet is over, I will send the jewelry back to my mother. I guarantee it won't be broken." Seeing her speak so well-behaved and politely, Huo Meishu looked like she had seen a ghost and stared at her for a long time. "Grandma, do you think so?" Seeing that she didn't answer, Rong Dai quickly winked at the old lady. The old lady is a person who has seen the storms and waves. How can she not understand the meaning of her eyes? She sighed softly, patted Rong Dai's hand, and looked at Huo Meishu. "This jewelry was originally hers. If you are so afraid that the junior will break it, don't lend it out." Huo Meishu's face stiffened and she stared at Rong Dai suspiciously. "Grandma.It's okay, Grandma. This jewelry is expensive, and I have a good sense. I'm also a little afraid of breaking it. Why don't I take it off first? I'll accompany Grandma to dinner later, and you can also have a good meal." Rong Dai quickly played the round field. Since she had to send people under the fence, she should do things smoothly. Although the old lady is a support, the old lady is not an all-purpose talisman, and the mother-in-law can't neglect it. Chapter 7 Face doesn't exist. After saying that, Rong Dai got up to take off the jewelry, and asked the hotel staff to ask for a velvet box to place. When she went out of the room, she didn't see Huo Xiaoting who had just come out of the bathroom, but Huo Xiaoting saw her bare neck and deep phoenix eyes. Of course, he knew that the pair of jewelry was given to her by her grandmother. "Why did you take it off at this time?" Rong Dai went back to the hall with the jewelry. With a gentle smile on his face, he looked at the old lady and said, "Grandma, I'll take the jewelry to my mother first, and I'll accompany you later." "Go ahead." The old lady waved her hand. Although she didn't stop her, Rong Dai could see that the little old lady was unhappy. Alas, she has to painstakingly make up for the evil made by the original owner. It's really evil. Rong Dai also sighed in her heart, thinking about how to make the little old lady happy when she came back, otherwise she would coax one head and the other end would be unhappy. Isn't she busy in vain? "Rong Dai, did you take the wrong medicine today?" Huo Meishu walked beside her, and her doubtful and inquiring eyes had been looking at her. Rong Dai smiled with a sincere smile. "No, I understand that happiness is a day, and happiness is a day, so I want to be happy. It's really easy to find excuses in the afterlife. These online terms of chicken soup articles can be easily solved for her. When you go back, you have to look at the little V more." Huo Meishu was suspicious, but there was no evidence, so she had to shut up. "Mom." The smile on Rong Dai's face calmed down slightly. She kept a decent smile and walked to the Hof people and shouted softly. The Hof people were already dissatisfied with her, but with so many people present, she couldn't get angry. If she gets angry in public, maybe what the media will say, she will become an evil mother-in-law. The Hofer turned to look at her. When he saw her bare neck, he was shocked and thought she had lost her jewelry. "Mom, this is the jewelry I borrowed from you some time ago. The water head is very beautiful. Please check if there is any damage anywhere." Before she could speak, Rong Dai spoke first. Rong Dai's purpose, to preempt others. She is now at a disadvantage. If she is still being pinched everywhere, can she still live? If she wants to live, she has to open her mouth first. Face doesn't exist here. But in front of the wife of a rich nobleman like the Hofer, face is more important than anything else, especially on such occasions. She will not reprimand herself with her face. So she just immediately decided that the jewelry was hers, which satisfied the vanity of the Hof people and gave her a good reputation. Such a thing must be done on such an occasion. If she returns to the old house and takes it out, the effect will be different. Although the Hof people can't change her immediately, at least it won't embarrass her. Sure enough, as soon as she finished this, she saw Hof's eyes lit up, but because of the scene, she couldn't really open the box to check, so she gave Ho Meishu a look. Roald Dai saw it clearly, but she still kept a smile on her face, as if she didn't see it. Some things should be properly blinded on some occasions. This is also one of her experiences in the back for 30 years. If she has to be clear-eyed in everything, she can only die faster. Of course, Ho Meishu understood. She took the box from her hand and pretended to be dissatisfied and said, "Mom, you are too biased. Last time I told you to take a look, you didn't let your sister-in-law wear it. I don't care. I must enjoy it this time." With that, he opened the box. When he saw the neatly arranged set of jewelry in it, Hof's face showed a smile. She glanced at Roald Dai unexpectedly, and there were doubts in her heart, but she couldn't ask her on this occasion. "Mom, this emerald water head is very full, and this color is suitable for your age. The temperament will be more elegant and beautiful. My face is too childish. It's really inappropriate to wear it. I just want to open my eyes. Thank you, Mom." Of course, Roald Dai saw it. The Hof people's doubts came out, and he said with a smile, and by the way, he earned a wave of face for the Hof people in front of several rich ladies. This compliment will not lose flesh. As long as the other party wants to hear it, she can meet the other party's needs as much as she wants. She doesn't mind this kind of effortless thing at all. When the Hof people heard the praise of those rich ladies, they were so happy that the smile on their faces was about to become a sunflower. It's also a good thing for you to see for a long time. Some other day, you and Meishu will go to pick some young and energetic ones. Mom will give it to you. Hof was very happy. After listening to her words, he understood more or less what was going on. She is quite sensible. Thank you, Mom. Roald Dai pretended to be happy to respond, with a gentle and unrude smile on her face. It's really tiring. In her previous life, she fought with those women in the Deep Palace for 20 years. In the end, she felt boring and moved to the Cold Palace to find a quiet one. Unexpectedly, in this new life, I still can't avoid the fate of fighting. Mom, then you can talk. I'll accompany Grandma. Go ahead. Your grandmother has been talking about you all the time. Talk to her more. Hofer nodded and was satisfied. Of course, he would not embarrass her. When Roald Dai turned around, she breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the old lady sitting in front of her, her face was not as happy as before, and she couldn't help sighing heavily from the bottom of her heart. Life is not easy. Grandma. She shouted sweetly and walked quickly to the old lady. Is Grandma angry with me? What do you think? The old lady glanced at her angrily. If Grandma is angry, it's my fault. I know Grandma loves me, but Meishu just said that jewelry is very important to Mom. Gentlemen don't take people's favors. Grandma can understand me, right? Roald Dai spoke to the old lady in a childlike tone. The old lady is a sensible person, and of course she can clearly see the short way of the parents. Forget it, it's for you anyway. I don't care who you want to give it to. The old lady doesn't want to look at her in trouble. Grandma is the best. Well, how about I embroider a scarf for Grandma when I have time? Seeing that she was in a calm mood, Roald Dai immediately beat the snake with a stick. Huo Shouting, who was standing in the distance, saw this scene in his eyes, so that's why the woman took off her jewelry. I don't know why, Huo Shouting looked at her talking and laughing with the old lady, and a strange feeling always surged somewhere in his heart. Seeing her bare neck, let's see which woman in this venue is not dressed brightly. His eyes were a little dark, he put down his wineglass, turned around and went out to call the assistant. Since she promised her for this year, while she was still his wife, these things certainly can't be treated unfairly to her. Chapter 8. The figure is not bad. The banquet was particularly harmonious because of Roald Dai's sensibility. When he returned to the old house at night, the Hof people were still full of red light. On the contrary, the little old lady was not very interested, but she was still coaxed by Roald Dai. When she walked to the front of the room, she heard the sound of water coming from the room. She hesitated for a moment and pushed the door in. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Huo Shouting with her upper body naked. She was so shocked that she immediately turned around blindfolded. How can this stud be so slutty? Although they are husband and wife, they know each other very well that they are so unruly. Do you want to wake up the whole family? Huo Shouting glanced at her indifferently, and his voice was cold. He opened the wardrobe and took out his snow-white shirt to change into. Roald Dai's whole body was stiff. Although she had never met a man, she had only seen the Emperor in her previous life. The Emperor is not as slutty as him, taking off his clothes and wandering around. You, put on your clothes quickly. She spoke a little in a hurry, and she was also a little worried that the Huo family would see her like this, and she would have to explain it at that time. Huo Shouting was about to walk behind her with his notebook. Seeing that she was still blocking the door, he simply turned around and sat on the sofa. It's not the first time I've seen it. Are you a wife? Or have you signed the divorce agreement now? No. Hearing the word divorce agreement, Rong Dai seemed to have a physiological reaction. She immediately turned around and quickly closed the door with a resolute tone. Huo Xiaoting was a little stunned by this series of actions. What is this woman doing? Rong Dai secretly explained to herself in her heart that this is the afterlife, not as feudal as in her previous life. Isn't it just bare arms? This man's body is about the same, and there is really nothing to make a fuss about. While thinking, she glanced at Huo Xiaoting twice, and her eyes praised, her figure is not bad. No one doesn't like to be praised, right? In terms of vanity in praising the figure, men are absolutely not inferior to women. With that, she slipped into the bathroom. Huo Xiaoting looked suspicious and looked down at his waist and abdomen. 8-pack abs, this woman's mouth can only be good. Rong Dai stayed in the bathroom for almost a century, mainly because she was not ready to share a bed with Huo Xiaoting. Although she knew that nothing would happen to the two of them, there was a stranger sleeping beside her. The intensity was a little high, and she needed time to convince herself. Are you going to sleep in the bathtub tonight? Huo Xiaoting had finished his work. Seeing that she hadn't come out for a long time, he couldn't help frowning and saying something to the bathroom. Isn't this woman just showing it during the day? It changed at night. Oh, woman. Huo Xiaoting's face was a little unhappy. Rong Dai came out of the bathroom and quickly glanced at him, seeing that he was neatly dressed. Do you want to go out? Huo Xiaoting was impatient. Do you want to sleep here? Rong Dai saw his displeasure and thought he had said the wrong thing. What was his brain thinking about just now? Wen Shilan is the warm and soft jade, and the most beloved in her heart. If you don't accompany her, do you really want to stay here? Excuse me, It's been a while. Do you have anything to say? Knowing that Huo Xiaoting would not stay overnight, she suddenly felt relieved, and a decent smile appeared on her face. Huo Xiaoting looked at the smile on her face, and thought of her hard work at the banquet during the day, and the impatience on her face eased. There is an event tomorrow. You have to attend with me and leave at 11 o'clock. The man looked down at his watch, his handsome face looked indifferent, and his tone was not warm at all. Rong Dai quickly responded, okay. This is her duty. Now she can't anger Huo Xiaoting, or she will really sleep on the street. Well, can I remind you? Rong Dai suddenly thought of something. She watched him walk to the door and asked a question. Huo Xiaoting stopped and glanced at her sideways, say, be careful when you are with Miss Wen. If she is pregnant, it may be to you. Bang. Before she finished her words, she heard the earth-shattering sound of closing the door, which shocked her eardrums. Rong Dai looked at the closed door in horror and immediately reflected on herself. Did she meddle too much? After all, a man of his age should really want to have a child as soon as possible, right? When she first ascended the throne, the emperor had 7 sons and 5 daughters. Huo Xiaoting doesn't even have a shadow here. Alas, he has delayed other people's good deeds, and he still talks a lot here. Anyone will be unhappy. Next time, you have to pay attention to your boundaries. After lamenting in her heart, Rong Dai went to bed and endured a lot of sleepiness. She held her mobile phone and checked a lot of things on the internet. There are too many things she has to learn. The time of the year is very tight, and she can't slack off at all. Huo Xiaoting stood in front of the door after smashing the door with a gloomy face and his fists turned white. This woman. What on earth was she thinking in her heart? Huo Xiaoting only felt a little depressed. Dealing with this woman was much more difficult than dealing with the company's affairs. After secretly took 2 deep breaths, he went to the guest room next door. Rong Dai didn't expect that Huo Xiaoting went to the next room to sleep. At one time, she thought he was going to accompany Wen Shilan. After checking the information until midnight, she set the alarm clock and fell asleep. Early the next morning, she washed up and prepared for breakfast when she saw that Huo Xiaoting was already handling things with a notebook. It's really hard for him. Rong Dai couldn't help sighing in her heart, thinking that he had accompanied Wen Shilan last night and rushed back early this morning to pretend. Huo Xiaoting noticed her sight and looked up to see the pity in her eyes. Huo, is this woman pitying him? Without waiting for him to ask, Rong Dai had already sat down in front of the table and asked Mrs. Wow if she had got up with Hoff. After knowing the situation, she ate alone and completely ignored Huo Xiaoting. Young master, let's have breakfast. Wang's mother came out of the kitchen with the cooked porridge. Seeing that Rong Dai was having breakfast alone, and seeing that Huo Xiaoting's face was a little gloomy, she quickly shouted at him. Rong Dai was stunned and looked up at Huo Xiaoting. Didn't this set have anything to eat at Wen Shilan's place? That's really more than a little pitiful. Mama Wang, I'll do it. She quickly got up and served Huo Xiaoting a bowl of porridge. After all, she had ruined other people's good deeds. This posture must be correct, otherwise the previous efforts would have been wasted. Seeing that she was not unscrupulous, Huo Xiaoting's face was a little less gloomy. Rong Dai breathed a sigh of relief. The young master of the rich family was indeed difficult to serve, just like the emperor. After breakfast, Rong Dai went upstairs to clean up, but she found that there were too few clothes. Since she was going to attend the event, this dress was either a dress or elegant and decent. But except for yesterday's cheongsam, her wardrobe is all black. Although these fabrics are not bad, she dresses so old-fashioned at this age. Every woman likes to dress herself up young and beautiful, and she is no exception. Chapter 9: The End of No Money. Looking at the wardrobe and thinking about it again, she decided to go down and discuss with Huo Xiaoting first. After all, since this is an attendance, it must be dignified and generous, otherwise it is better not to go. Xiaoting, she shouted stubbornly. She called him husband before because she hadn't figured out the situation, but obviously Huo Xiaoting didn't like it. This is the old house of the Huo family. She can't be called Mr. Huo, can she? Huo Xiaoting looked up at her. When he saw that she still had the original home clothes on her, he suddenly frowned. Is this what you have been up for half an hour? Rong Dai sighed from the bottom of her heart. No money. There is no money. If she has money, why is she still angry? She sighed for a long time, and her eyes were a little helpless. My clothes are not suitable for attending the event, or can you see if you can find another female companion? She is creating opportunities for him and Wen Shilen. She checked the information last night. As long as there are no special circumstances, she can bring other female companions to attend. Huo Xiaoting's face suddenly became gloomy. Is this woman so heartless? How can he not understand her obvious hint? That's how she wants to be with Wen Shilen. Young master, your wife's clothes are indeed not suitable for attending the event. The colors are too dark. Wang's mother is cleaning the table, which is very suitable for Rong Dai to relieve the siege. Huo Xiaoting didn't pay attention to her wardrobe. Just now, he thought she was deliberately making excuses to dodge himself. Now that Wang's mother explained like this, his face softened again. Rong Dai looked at his face as if it had changed from Sichuan opera. She couldn't help beating the drums in her heart. Suddenly, she had the illusion of serving the emperor. It's still early. You can buy it. Huo Xiaoting said indifferently. Rong Dai took a look at the bell tower in the living room. It was still an hour before 11 o'clock, and there was still time to get to the venue. Is it in time? Of course, she doesn't want to miss this opportunity to see the world. She needs to know more about the world and fulfill her duty as a wife. Is it in time? She still couldn't help asking. If you have time to ask here, it's better to change your clothes and get on the bus. The man's words were cold, and he got up and went out. Rong Dai hurried upstairs to choose a reluctant piece of clothes to change into. When she hurried down, she saw that the car had been parked at the door. Sitting next to Huo Xiaoting, the clear breath of the man floated into the tip of her nose. Such a cold breath made it difficult for ordinary people to approach. Generally, this kind of man's eyesight is very sharp. She is not suspected of boasting. The original owner's face is almost exactly the same as her face in her previous life. Her facial features are very three-dimensional and very good-looking, especially her favorite pair of Roifeng eyes. But in her opinion, Wen Shilan is just a girl from a small family. It's okay to be the headmother of an ordinary family. If she were to be the headmother of such a rich family, the fire would be too far away. How could Huo Xiaoting like her? Does it look good? Huo Xiaoting suddenly turned his head and asked her. Suddenly seeing the man's enlarged face, Rong Dai was shocked and quickly sat down. It's very beautiful. Seeing more beautiful things can make her feel happy. Huo Xiaoting frowned. So she looks at herself for so long just to make herself happy. Why doesn't he know that he still has this effect? The two arrived at the most luxurious shopping mall in Shenzhen. This was the first time that Rong Dai went out like this. She was curious about everything around her, and her eyes sparkled brightly. Huo Xiaoting looked at her as if he had never seen it before, and couldn't help frowning, remembering that she rarely went out at Huo's house. He turned around and took out his mobile phone and called the assistant. Rong Dai thought he was working on the work or coaxing Wen Shilan, so he stood far away and waited for him to deal with the matter. The activity has been changed to 3 p.m., and you have enough time to choose now. Huo Xiaoting hung up the phone and walked to her in an official tone. Rong Dai was stunned for a moment, and she was a little happy in her heart. She still regretted that she couldn't take a good look just now, which suddenly had a lot of more time. It's just. Did she pay for the money to buy clothes? She doesn't have a single one in her pocket. She looked embarrassed. She carefully followed Huo Xiaoting's steps and asked him in a low voice, "Can I pay back the money for buying clothes? Could you please help me out first today?" Seeing her cautious appearance and these words, Huo Xiaoting had an impulse to break the woman's head to see if her brain could be repaired. It's okay. He responded indifferently, and his face was very gloomy. Rong Dai breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was really embarrassing, it could not be helped. Then the two of them strolled around the mall, which were all high-end brands, and dresses were basically customized 2 or 3 months in advance. Rong Dai looked at several of them in a row, and there were some suitable ones, but the price was amazingly expensive. She specially consulted the measurement methods of silver coins in later generations, and these prices were not affordable for her. But today's activity can't be rude. Rong Dai has really experienced what it's hard to walk without money. Just this one. She picked up a lake blue belted skirt. The button at the neckline was very ancient, and the hand-woven belt was very ancient. There is no mistake as an attendance dress, and it can also be worn at ordinary times. It is very affordable for people like her who are short of money now. Huo Xiaoting sat on the sofa and took a look at the long skirt she chose, which was indeed very suitable for her. Listen to her. He gave a faint order. The shopping guide immediately wrapped up his clothes, and Huo Xiaoting went to pay the bill. Rong Dai looked at the document in her hand, and her heart was bleeding. It cost her 80,000 yen for a dress, and she didn't even see a water drop. Rong Dai's flesh hurts. The poorer she is, the more stingy she is. I'm afraid that the food and clothing she used to use in the palace is scarier than this. Do you want to watch it again? Huo Xiaoting saw that she was holding the bag tightly and holding the document in her hand for fear of flying away. A joke flashed through his eyes. No, this one is enough. I rarely go out. Rong Dai was like a great enemy. She quickly shook her head and walked quickly in front of her. She didn't dare to look at anything in the mall. Huo Xiaoting didn't break her mind when he saw her hasty running away. He looked at the time on his watch and took out his mobile phone to make a call. He said that he would not be stingy with everything while she was still his wife. Rong Dai almost rushed out of the mall in one breath. In her previous life, her mother's family was prominent. Later, after she became a country, how could she be brain-broken about silver money? Today, she really understood why she was always so happy when she rewarded those servants in her previous life, the ingots of silver, and those golden beans and golden leaves. Thinking of these, Rong Dai felt distressed for a while. Why didn't these golden beans and golden leaves follow her? Chapter 10 Spend money on women casually. Huo Xiaoting came down not long after. Seeing that she was holding the bag like some important object, he felt that the woman seemed to be a little angry. In the past, he was depressed. Although his face was good-looking, his face was full of gloom. Anyone who looked at such a face for a long time would not feel comfortable. Since this woman is willing to change, he is patient. What do you want to eat? There is still an hour before the event. The man asked her condescendingly, and the tall figure covered her. Rong Dai didn't like to be talked to her like this. She frowned slightly and moved away to avoid Huo Xiaoting's figure. She took out her mobile phone and glanced at the time. It was only 12 o'clock. She looked at him doubtfully and asked, "Isn't the activity at 3 p.m.? Huo Xiaoting noticed her subtle action, pulled away the chair and sat down, looking at her deeply. The organizer is wayward, can I control it? Rong Dai's speech is speechless, which seems to make some sense. She turned her head and glanced at the luxuriously decorated layout in the mall, calculating the cost in her mind. This dress cost 80,000 yen, which was still the most ordinary style. People who come here are rich or expensive. She guessed that she could not afford this meal. She immediately shook her head. I won't eat. I ate a little too much in the morning. Shall we go to the venue? Huo Xiaoting looked at the little thought in her eyes and didn't know whether to be angry or laugh. Shopping with the president of Huo's enterprise, how can you still worry about not having enough money? He didn't want to force her either. He glanced at her faintly and stood up from the chair. Then let's go. Rong Dai suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and quickly followed. She never thought that she, a queen who had been immersed in the harem for 30 years, defeated countless concubines, and dared to show the emperor's face, would also lose face because of tens of thousands of yen. Rong Dai, who was sitting in the car, was lost. She had mixed feelings in her heart, and an invisible sense of urgency pressed in her heart. She needs to make money and learn the means to make a living, so that she won't really leave the Huo family a year later, and she will really be on the street. It's just that the future has changed too much. Anything is new to her. If she wants to make a living, she still needs to investigate and think about it. Huo Xiaoting saw her sitting in the car without saying a word. Compared with just now, his face showed that kind of sadness. He frowned. What is this place? The car stopped, and Rong Dai looked at the luxurious and fashionable store outside, a little confused. Is this how you go to the venue after buying clothes? Huo Xiaoting frowned and looked at her. He always felt that something was wrong with her, but he couldn't say anything. Rong Dai originally wanted to say that she could go to the bathroom to change when she arrived at the venue. But Huo Xiaoting's words came up again. I will come over in half an hour. After saying that, he closed the car door and the car galloped away. Rong Dai stood alone outside the store, with a panic in her heart. Mrs. Huo, this way, please. She was beating drums in her heart, and the store manager came out to greet her in person. Rong Dai took a deep breath, with a decent smile on her face, and followed the store manager in. Since Huo Xiaoting took her to attend the event, it was in order not to embarrass the Huo family. Of course, she had to hold on to the scene. Here, Huo Xiaoting folded back to the mall, and Huo Meishu stood in the mall and looked forward to it. Brother, what the hell are you doing? I still have class today. Where can I have time to go shopping with you? Who are you going to buy clothes for? Huo Meishu's face was full of displeasure and doubts. Hermes' new product launch will take you with you, and you can choose the products. Huo Xiaoting glanced at her indifferently and walked in front of her. Huo Meishu's eyes lit up and immediately chased after her. Gossip asked, is it for Wen Shilan? For the sake of your generous hand, I will do you a small favor. But don't blame me for not reminding you that grandma and mom won't agree to you marrying her, and Rong Dai's place. Hua Xiaoting paused and looked down at her in a cold tone. Why should I buy clothes for Wen Shila? Is her family very short of money? Do you think I'm the kind of person who spends money on women casually? He really doesn't understand why both of them think there is something between him and Wen Shila. Huh. I didn't buy it for her, so. Who are you giving it to? Brother, don't mess around. Although Rong Dai was a little bad, she didn't care. Grandma also liked it. She made her mother happy all night yesterday. Hua Meishaw was stunned, and her face was a little panicked. She quickly caught up and asked. Hua Xiaoting took a deep breath and suppressed his irritation. It seemed that he must find a time to hold a good family meeting. The clothes were bought for your sister-in-law, that is, Rong Dai. Did you hear me clearly? Hua Meishaw was stunned again, which was even more wrong. Did something she didn't know happened to the two of them when they went back last night? Although she hates Rong Dai a little, Rong Dai is better than those women who only care about her brother's life. After Rong Dai finished it in the styling room, she looked at herself in the mirror and was really amazed. The makeup skills of later generations were so powerful. However, she didn't have the heart to appreciate it. She just carefully protected her skirt, afraid of getting wrinkled and dirty, and waited anxiously for Hua Xiaoting. However, after almost 40 minutes, Hua Xiaoting had not been seen. She took out her mobile phone and couldn't help calling to ask when she heard the sound of the car engine. Seeing the familiar car, she suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and quickly took her skirt and walked carefully into the car. Hua Xiaoting saw her like this. Carefully guarding the skirt, his eyes were a little speechless, and then he handed over a box in his hand. Make do with this. What is it? Rong Dai was puzzled. When she opened the box, she saw a whole set of diamond jewelry inside. She doesn't know diamonds, but she knows jewelry. Such a craft, these 3 simple pieces, according to the silver money measurement method here, are at least more than 10 million. This is not good. It's too expensive. In case it's broken. I can't afford to compensate. Rong Dai felt depressed. There was no woman who didn't like jewelry, especially beautiful and expensive jewelry. Hua Xiaoting frowned and looked at her sharply and coldly. Do you think I have free time every day? How much time have you wasted from the morning to now? This is a must-have for attendance, not for you. He really overestimated this woman, and her character has not changed at all. Seeing that he was angry, Rong Dai was a little timid in her heart. She hesitated for a moment and carefully put on the bracelet and earrings in the box. Can you help me? Rong Dai took the necklace and asked him nervously and cautiously. After all, this is her parents' food and clothing. If she offends herself and doesn't have a good fruit to eat, she just has to protect these jewelry carefully. Chapter 11 Her Bar Mitzvah. Hua Xiaoting was depressed. He had been in the mall for more than 10 years, and there was nothing he couldn't do, but he didn't expect to be so stuffy in a woman's hand. He had thousands of reasons to replace this woman, but there was always something wrong in his heart, so he had to hold back his breath first. When he caught a glimpse of Rong Dai's carefulness from the corner of his eyes, he couldn't help but soften a little when he thought of her background. Turn around. The man's tone was still cold, but there was no anger, which made Rong Dai breathe a sigh of relief. The design of this necklace is very strong. If people with shorter necks, or people whose skin is not fair enough, or people with lack of temperament can't match the texture of this necklace. But Rong Dai has a slender neck and fair skin, which is surprisingly suitable for wearing this necklace. When Hua Xiaoting's fingertips touched her fair and delicate skin, his movements paused slightly. Looking at the back of her head, his eyes were very deep. He didn't understand what the woman was thinking. He has been single for so many years, and it is not that there are no women around him who have been entangled, but he can see what those women are thinking at a glance. Only she is different. There is no light in her eyes looking at him. And now, there is light in her eyes, but it is not because of herself, which makes Hua Xiaoting feel inexplicably uncomfortable. Is it suitable? Rong Dai didn't notice the complexity in his eyes. She looked down at the necklace around her neck. It was the first time for her to wear this kind of jewelry, so she subconsciously asked the people around her. Reluctantly. When she turned around, Hua Xiaoting's eyes flashed with a touch of amazement. Except for the wedding day, he never saw her dressed like this again. Rong Dai was a little lost in her heart, but she had no way to judge without a mirror. She sat quietly and didn't ask Hua Xiaoting any more questions. When the two arrived at the venue, Hua Xiaoting greeted her in a gentlemanly manner. With the help of Xiao Vi last night, she made up for this etiquette. Although she was still a little uncomfortable, her movements were still very elegant and dignified. The two entered the venue together. Rong Dai found that the venue was already full of people. Their seats were at the front, and the tables were different. Even the wood was relatively precious mahogany. President Zhang Tusorka was relieved when he saw the couple coming over. From yesterday to today, the instructions given to him by the president made him confused. When he saw the stunning lady, he finally understood. It turned out to make the beauty laugh. Let's start. Hua Xiaoting's face was indifferent, and his tone was always cold and dignified. Rong Dai sat down with him, but the flash of the surrounding shooting equipment made her very uncomfortable. Her whole body was full of uneasiness and her face was a little pale. Huo Shaoting noticed her uneasiness, took out his mobile phone and quickly typed a few words. When Zhang Tsuka saw the content on his mobile phone, he couldn't help but stare. Is the president crazy? Although this auction is funded by Huo's enterprise, it is a charitable donation, and the participants are all celebrities from Shengjing. Participating in such a charity auction is to gain a reputation. This reporter has been driven away, so what else do these people come to participate in? But he didn't dare to say anything or ask anything, so he could only deal with it stubbornly. When those reporters received such instructions, they suddenly became commotion. However, Zhang Tsuka has been with Huo Shaoting for many years, and he still has a skill in doing things. Hundreds of security personnel entered, carrying filming equipment, carrying people, and clearing the scene in a few minutes. But some celebrities are not very good looking. They come to participate in such charitable donations for face and reputation. The reporter has been invited to leave. What else is there to participate in? But Huo Shaoting didn't seem to hear the discussion of the people behind him. He only took his mobile phone and sent a few more instructions to Zhang Tsuka. Zhang Tsuka looked at those instructions and only felt a headache. Rong Dai has been sitting aside with dignity. Although she wondered why those reporters went down, if she really asked on such an occasion, it would seem that she was too ignorant, so she simply shut up. Anyway, she just accompanied Huo Shaoting for a walk. As long as she behaved, she would answer if she knew, and smiled if she didn't know. This will never offend people, nor will it make Huo Shaoting lose face. Although the reporter was asked to leave, the auction continued as usual. When she saw half of it, Rong Dai understood the meaning of the auction. She has seen countless treasures, and the jewelry of this auction is very affordable, at least first class in terms of craftsmanship and materials, and can withstand the polishing of time. She also watched it with interest, although her heart trembled when she heard those amazing astronomical numbers. It's a pity that she doesn't have money in her pocket, otherwise these jewelry are worth collecting. The following is a jade pendant. According to experts, it should have been worn during women's bar mitzvah in ancient times. It is an extremely rare piece of Hetian ink jade, with ink jade ink background. This jade pendant is a peerless material. The introduction of the auctioneer on the stage was ambiguous, which aroused the curiosity of everyone in the venue. Rong Dai is also curious. Hetian ink jade, especially the material of ink jade ink bottom, is the best among soft jade, and it is difficult to appear a piece for 100 years. The ink-colored jade pendant was taken up, and Rong Dai was shocked all over. The beautiful eyes were wide open, and her eyes stared at the jade pendant closely, and there was a storm in her heart. This jade pendant was put on by her father in her first year of her death. Although her father was strict with her, his father's love was like a mountain. At the beginning, he tried his best to prevent her from entering the palace, for fear of the desolate end of her. But she was still stubborn. It was not until the years when she entered the cold palace that she realized that her father's love for her was so deep. Huo Shaoting has no interest in these things. He has always paid attention to Rong Dai's performance. Suddenly, when he saw her such excitement, he couldn't help frowning slightly. Do you like dead things? Shaoting. I heard someone when the price was opened. Rong Dai was immediately anxious. She didn't care about dignity and elegance. She turned her head and held his arm tightly with her hands. In those dark and bright eyes, there was anxiety he had never seen before, and there were some emotions he couldn't understand. He raised his eyebrows and gave her a nasal sound. Could you please take a picture of this jade pendant for me? It is really, really important to me. Listening to the rising number of bidding behind, Rong Dai's heart was beating wildly, and there was a little crying in the tone of asking for help. The only thing she felt sorry about in her previous life was the clan. She was too stubborn, so she broke the whole family. She regrets, she hates. But all this has turned into dust. She didn't expect the appearance of this jade pendant. This may be her last thought of her previous life. Chapter 12 The Expedition of 1 Billion. As long as you take a picture for me, I will definitely earn enough money to pay you back, okay? She put down all her dignity and pleas. Thinking of all kinds of her family in her previous life, her heart was like a knife, and her eyes were full of tears. Huo Shaoting was a little annoyed when he heard her words, but when he saw the tears in her eyes, he felt a little uncomfortable somewhere in his heart. He couldn't help raising his hand and touching the hair on her ears, with a mellow and gentle voice. Okay. Thank you. Rong Dai almost burst into tears. She was full of gratitude to Huo Shaoting, and her impression of him also improved. All negative thoughts disappeared. But this is a very rare piece of Hetian ink jade. Even if it is a piece of dead people, the value of the collection is immeasurable. This piece of ink jade is pure black inside and outside, dense and moist, and the color is full of dripping. Even if you are not an ISSS in the jade world, you can see how precious this piece of ink jade is at a glance. In particular, this piece of ink jade can't be called a jade pendant. It may be more accurate to call it a jade ring. However, this ink jade ring is an overlapping double ring. Such a shape is rare, especially in ancient times. To achieve such a fine craft, it was basically only unearthed in the court. What's more difficult is that there is no carving on this ink jade ring, which greatly preserves the essence of ink jade, which is more valuable for collection. Rongdai looked at the jade ring under the spotlight and couldn't help clenching her hands tightly together. Only she knew that the jade ring was actually carved, but it was relatively secret and difficult to be found out. Moreover, the text is the text of Xiangyang Kingdom. Even if it is found, it is difficult to recognize what it means, because she has checked that there is no history of Xiangyang Kingdom in later life. Huo Shaoting looked at her eyes and stared at the jade ring, as if it had been lost and was eager to get it back. His eyes couldn't help but deepen. This woman seems to know this piece of ink jade. 100 million. Good. Our Mr. Huo is really rich. Bid 100 million, is there anyone else to bid? When the auctioneer saw Huo Shaoting holding up the sign, he couldn't help but let his eyes light up, and his voice was very pleasant. Rongdai's face changed. 100 million. Does she have to pay it off in the year of the monkey and the month of the horse? But if it is taken away by others, it is impossible for her to have a chance to get it back in the future. So she gritted her teeth and vowed secretly that she must make money and make a lot of money. This piece of ink jade is the best, but it only has collection value and nowhere value. The price is already extremely high. And who in this venue doesn't know Huo Shaoting? Bidding with him, isn't it looking for death? Instead of taking the risk of offending Huo, it's better to sell face as soon as possible. In the end, this piece of ink jade was photographed at a price of 100 million, and the big stone in Rongdai's heart also landed. Thank you, Shaoting. There were still tears in Rongdai's eyes. She turned her head to look at Huo Shaoting and thanked him very sincerely. Huo Shaoting was very confused. Isn't it just a jade pendant? Why is her mood swinging so big? Does this jade pendant have any special meaning? It's not too late to say this sentence after you pay off the auction money. Although there were many things to ask, Huo Shaoting held back. This woman has changed so much that he is not sure, so he should wait and see for a while. Rongdai was very grateful to him, but when she thought of the astronomical figure of 100 million, she wanted to faint. Don't worry, I will do it. She emphasized that the jade pendant was with Huo Shaoting, which was better than being taken away by others. Let's go. Wait for me in the lounge first. Huo Shaoting stood up indifferently when he saw Zhang Tasuka's gesture. Rongdai was stunned for a moment, tied her skirt a little and stood up. She saw the reporters blocking the door. Those flashing lights made her uncomfortable. Although she really wanted to agree, she thought that Huo Shaoting was so happy to help her take pictures of the jade pendant just now and accompanied him here. Isn't it to maintain the image of the Huo family? No, I'll go with you. She took a deep breath, and the emotion on her face subsided in a second. She returned to her dignified and elegant appearance and reached out to hold his arm. Seeing that she didn't resist, Huo Shaoting didn't say anything more. The two walked towards the door of the venue, and there was already a large number of reporters outside. Everything is with me. Just say what you know. Don't say what you don't know. Just keep your smile now. Sensing her nervousness, Huo Shaoting whispered in her ear and gently patted the back of her hand with his warm palm. I will do it. Rongdai responded, but her palms were still sweating because of her nervousness. But fortunately, she has excellent psychological quality and can still bear such a scene. She was indeed as told by Huo Shaoting. When the reporter asked a question, she answered when she knew. If she didn't know, she looked at Huo Shaoting with a smile and let him answer. After the round, the reporter had nothing to ask. After Zhang Tasuka contacted the organizer, he copied the video recorded at the venue just now, and every reporter had one. The reporter was satisfied. When the celebrities who were invited to participate saw such an arrangement, they also felt ingenious. Their dissatisfaction suddenly disappeared, and they all came up to greet Huo Shaoting. Rongdai could only smile all the way and see these people. After dealing with it, she already had a little back pain, especially in these high heels, and her toes were faintly aching. Shaoting. As soon as she took 2 breaths, Wen Shila's angry voice came from behind her. She subconsciously let go of Huo Shaoting's hand. Thinking that he was so generous to help her just now, Rongdai was grateful that she had to create some opportunities for them, otherwise she would not understand how to repay the favor. Huo Shaoting was immediately a little unhappy, but Rongdai had already said, I'll wait for you in the car. Explain it to Miss Wen well and don't let her misunderstand. Misunderstanding? What's wrong with her? Huo Shaoting was angry in his heart, but Rongdai had left in a hurry, and her back was in a hurry as if a ghost was chasing her. He didn't know that Rongdai really wanted to get on the car to rest because of the pain in her feet. Shaoting. What's the matter? Wen Shilan finally came to him. He looked at her indifferently, and his tone was calm and cold. Wen Shila's face turned pale, and her beautiful eyes showed a grievance, shouting, What's wrong with you? We were still good before, weren't we? Is it because I didn't do a good job that made you dissatisfied? The Wen family also has a head and a face in Shengjing. Although the enterprise is not as good as before, the foundation of the predecessors is still there. Of course, such a charity auction has a share. It's just that she never expected that Hua Xiaoting would bring Rong Dai to participate. She saw all the interaction between the two at the venue just now. She didn't expect that Xiaoting would spend 100 million yuan to buy something used by a dead man for that woman. What she cares about is not how much the jade pendant is worth, but Hua Xiaoting is willing to spend so much money for Rong Dai. Hua Xiaoting frowned. Did they used to be good? Why doesn't he remember? Chapter 13. There has never been anything. What did you misunderstand? There has never been anything between you and me. Hua Xiaoting said very coldly and bluntly, and his eyes were also very cold when looking at Wen Shilan. Wen Shilan's half-body was stiff, and her face was even more pale. Did she misunderstand? She didn't misunderstand at all. Before Rong Dai appeared, he was meticulous about himself, and he was even more meticulous in his work. He accompanied her to dinner and gave her gifts. How could this be a misunderstanding? If he didn't like himself, how could he spend so much thought? Xiaoting. I don't want to hear these two words from you anymore. You and I are not so close. If what I did before made you misunderstand, I will explain it to you here. The man's words were indifferent, and there was a cold air on his body, forcing Wen Shilan to dare not take half a step closer. I take care of you purely because of your father's dying instructions. If you are not satisfied with was, you can leave at any time. I'm a married person. Please respect yourself and keep a distance from me. After Hua Xiaoting explained indifferently, he turned around and left, not even giving Wen Shilan a chance to talk. Wen Shilan looked at his back and was stunned. Her hands and feet were cold, and her face was extremely pale, as if she had suffered a great blow. Rong Dai, who was sitting in the car, had actually been paying attention to the two of them. When she saw Wen Shilan's expression, she felt a little guilty in her heart. She still caused trouble to Hua Xiaoting. After Hua Xiaoting got on the car, she looked at him carefully and asked, "Do you need me to explain it to you? Misunderstanding like this. It doesn't seem to be good for you. If this misunderstanding lasts for a long time, it may have been faked." Hua Xiaoting's heart was blocked, and his face was a little more gloomy. "Don't mind your own business." Rong Dai pursed her lips. It seemed that she was angry. Then she would find a time to meet Wen Shilan and explain to her, which was also a small return. The car was so quiet that Rong Dai could clearly hear her heartbeat. She looked at the flying scenery outside the car window and wondered how to make money. After witnessing the two of them leave together, Wen Shilan's face turned resentful. After thinking about it, she took out her mobile phone and pretended to call the Hof people to say Hugh, and carelessly revealed the situation in the venue just now. "Rong Dai, I see how you compete with me. Let's wait and see." After hanging up the phone, Wen Shilan was in a better mood. Rong Dai was sent back to Hua's old house by Hua Xiaoting, and he went to the company to deal with things by himself. Without the oppression of Hua Xiaoting's clear breath, Rong Dai only felt that even breathing was relaxed. But as soon as she stepped into the hall downstairs, she noticed that the atmosphere was wrong. Hofren and Homieshu's mother and daughter sat on the sofa, their faces very gloomy, especially Hofren, who looked at her with anger. Rong Dai was stunned, and her expression immediately became gentle and respectful. After changing her shoes, she greeted the two. "Mom, Meishu, you are at home. If we are not here, I guess you will fool my eldest brother to lose all the family property." Hua Meishu hummed angrily, looking at her unkind eyes, full of contempt and disdain, and strong anger. Rong Dai looked confused. Where did she offend their mothers again? "Meishu, where did you say this?" She can only ask with a smile. "After all, this is sent under the fence by yourself, and you must endure it at this time." "Humph, where to start? The whole mall's expensive jewelry, high-end brand clothing, as long as my brother likes them, will all be brought back to you." I said why my eldest brother was so abnormal today that he would agree to my request. It turned out that he had a need. Hua Meishu stood up, put her hands around her chest, and looked at her with fire. "Spend 100 million yuan to buy a dead thing, Rong Dai. I really didn't expect that you still have such a means to fool such a shrewd and wise person as my eldest brother to be so convinced." Rong Dai was shocked. It turned out that the root cause was here. The news of this era is really clever. As soon as she got home, the news has spread all over. She sighed in her heart. Although she didn't know whether what Hua Meishu said in the mall was true or not, the price of buying the jade pendant was real, which she could not escape. But she had no way to explain it clearly, and Hua Xiaoting didn't ask her any reason, so he generously took a picture for her. Although the jade pendant would not be in her hand for the time being, she was at ease. Therefore, on this issue, she can only let the Hof people take out their anger on herself, and can't add any more trouble to Hua Xiaoting. "Mom, I'm sorry." She stood in front of the two of them and bowed to the Hof people very solemnly, speaking softly and calmly. Hofren and Ho Meishu are a little confused, which is not like her before. "I may not be able to explain this matter to you clearly for the time being, but I can make up alone. When I make money for this jade pendant, I will definitely make up for it. Because this jade pendant is really important to me. It's like a relative." Rong Dai's words are sincere, her tone is not arrogant or impetuous, and her attitude is sincere and humble. She knew very well that if she didn't explain it clearly, the Hoff people would not let her go, and it might worsen the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, which had just eased a little. So she made a decision almost instantly and had to apologize very sincerely. Although 100 million is not a lot for a rich family like the Hua family, it is definitely not the wind. A jade pendant can be hundreds of millions. Any mother-in-law will have a few words. Hua Meishu was stunned. Originally, she wanted to say a few more words to her, but when she saw that her eyes were red, she changed her words. To put it lightly, selling you for 100 million can't compete with a change, okay? What do you want to return? Rong Dai also has a headache about this matter, but anyway, her mother-in-law's face is not as angry as just now, and there is still room for change in this matter. Please wait for me a moment. She knew that there was no basis, especially that she was still Hua Shouting's wife. They had every reason to believe that they would not pay back the money. As she said, she hurried upstairs into the bedroom, took out the paper, pen and ID card, quickly checked it on her mobile phone, and wrote a promissory note according to the debit note above. She originally wanted to use printing oil, but after thinking about it, she bit her finger in pain, pressed the fingerprint on it, and went downstairs with the loan note. Mom, check if there is anything wrong. I won't rely on this account. Her attitude was sincere. The Hoff people looked at the words on the promissory note, which were very beautiful, neat and accurate, meeting all the requirements of the law. Rong Dai, are you crazy? Bite your own hand and press your fingerprints. Are you so stupid? Hua Meishu didn't expect her attitude to be so sincere. When she saw her fingers still dripping blood, she immediately stared wide-eyed and scolded. Chapter 14. It's not enough to sell it. Rong Dai smiled indifferently. I was in a hurry just now and didn't find the printing oil. I'm afraid that you and your mother will get angry and hurt yourself, so it's not worth it. Hua Meishu didn't know what to say when she heard that. She only called Wang's mother to treat her wound. Hoff looked at her with complicated eyes. She couldn't understand the daughter-in-law. The boss wanted to marry her before. At that time, she just didn't want to, but the old lady insisted, and the boss herself agreed, so she had to give up. But what kind of person did he marry? She lost her face all day long, just like a ghost. If it weren't for her still breath, she would have thought that the family was just a gasping wood. The boss showed her goodwill again and again, but she didn't buy it at all. She just hid in the room all day and didn't come out, and didn't say hello when she saw anyone. Why do you suddenly seem to be enlightened these 2 days? Mom, Meishu, don't be angry. I will explain that jade pendant to you when I have a chance in the future. It is really important to me. I also know that this amount is very large, and I will try my best to pay it back. Rong Dai looked at Wang's mother to treat her wound. Seeing that Hofren and Ho Meishu's faces had also eased, she was a little relieved. Fortunately, such a rich nobleman still has the foundation of this education. If you meet a fierce mother-in-law, it will be difficult to deal with. Her bitter trick is useless. Mom, please forgive me for my previous rudeness, which is really because my mother passed away. I will be the daughter-in-law of the Hua family in the future. Please rest assured, Mom. This is the most suitable time to take a stand. She can see that the Hoff people are well educated. Otherwise, if it were someone else, he would have jumped long ago. She doesn't expect to be as close as a mother and daughter to Hoff people, but she begs the other party not to embarrass her. It's good that she can spend the year safely in the Hua family. The Hoff people saw her sincere attitude and thought of her desolate background. The anger on her face also disappeared, but he still pretended to be dignified and said, forget it this time. Don't take it as an example. Go up and clean up to see your grandmother. She has put her posture so low. If she is still aggressive, what will happen? Mom, what are you making a fuss about? It's rare for me to come back. Can't you let me have a good sleep? Rong Dai was about to go upstairs when a lazy and low male voice sounded from upstairs. Hua Xiaojie, who was wearing a bath towel, came out of his room, with a little evil charm in his laziness. Sister-in-law. When Hua Xiaojie saw her, he immediately greeted her with a smile. Rong Dai couldn't accept that a strange man was naked in front of her, so she quickly avoided her sight. Hello, Xiaojie. This is Hua Shouting's younger brother, Hua Xiaojie. According to the original owner's little memory, he seems to be an excellent actor. That's the actor they said in their previous lives. Rong Dai didn't expect that in this era, actors could be so delicious. After saying hello, she hurried upstairs. Sister-in-law, this is transsexual. Hua Xiaojie wiped his hair while looking at the Hoff mother and daughter doubtfully. How do I know? She is just a weirdo. Hua Meishu was also wondering in her heart. At the thought that nothing Hua Xiaojie promised her had been done, she didn't bother to pay attention and turned her head and went upstairs. Hoff looked at the promissory note on the table and hesitated to put it away. Mom, you don't really want your sister-in-law to return it, do you? This is my brother's volunteer. Don't you know him yet? Who can fool and force him? Seeing this, Hua Xiaojie couldn't help but widen his eyes. Take care of yourself. You don't have to worry about these things. None of your brothers makes me worry-free. Hoff people glanced at him with a gless face and walked away with the promissory note. Hua Xiaojie was not interested in himself. He shrugged his shoulders and went to the kitchen to find something to eat. Rong Dai entered the room, took off her clothes and carefully took off the jewelry on her body. Before he figured out everything in the world, he had inexplicably shouldered a debt of more than 100 million yuan, which made Rong Dai a little big. When she just opened the wardrobe to change into a set of clothes, she saw that her originally black clothes were gone, replaced by dozens of luxurious clothes with codes. Her brain exploded, and then she remembered what Huo Meishu said when she was downstairs just now. Huo Shaoting almost bought the whole mall. She quickly checked these prices. Every time she saw one, her heart felt cold. Is Huo Shaoting going to crush her with debt? Rong Dai's scalp was cold for a while, but the clothes in the cabinet had been cleaned up, and the clothes of the dead were indeed a little uncomfortable. She sighed softly and thought of what she had promised Huo Shaoting before. There are many opportunities to attend activities with him in the future, and he can't wear the same clothes every time. These clothes. Just buy them. At worst, she will keep the accounts and pay them back one by one, and she will always be able to pay them back clearly. She calculated clearly in her heart. She chose a goose yellow casual dress to change into, went to the box to pack this set of diamond jewelry, and then found an opportunity to return it to Huo Shaoting. But she saw all kinds of well-made jewelry on the dressing table, each of which was a boutique. Although it was not as good as the rare jewelry she had seen in her previous life, the price of one or two pieces could make people's scalp tingle. Especially a poor person like her. Rong Dai felt cold in her heart. She quickly took out her mobile phone and counted the prices of the clothes one by one in the wardrobe, and then included the jewelry, plus the 80,000 yuan dress in the mall and the 100 million yuan. She was cold all over. She began to wonder if she was too arrogant when she said she wanted to pay back. It's almost 200 million. It's really not enough to sell her. Rong Dai wanted to cry without tears. She sat on the bed and sighed for a long time, but she knew that she had no right to resist, otherwise she would anger Huo Shaoting, and she would only roll up and leave. For 2 whole days, Rong Dai didn't see Huo Shaoting. She also lost sleep for 2 days and lost a lot of hair. 200 million arrears. As soon as she lay down, the long list of numbers appeared in her mind, especially when she thought that she was penniless now. Rong Dai's head was big. Sister-in-law, what's wrong with you these 2 days? Do you look so bad? Are you stuffy at home? Would you like to go to the crew with me to get some air? My brother is a busy man. It's normal that I can't see him for 10 days and half a month. Don't pay too much attention to him. Huo Shaojie was having breakfast in the dining room. When he saw her coming down with her head down, and there was still a dark blue in her eyes, he couldn't help asking her. Chapter 15, can you lend me 200 million? Why is Rong Dai like this? Because she can't see Huo Shaoting. She owes nearly 200 million yuan because of the arrears. She moved her steps and sat in front of the dining table. Looking at Huo Shaojie's handsome and evil face, she couldn't stand it. Thinking that in the original owner's memory, this little uncle was still easy to get along with, she couldn't help asking, Shaojie, do you know how to earn 200 million as soon as possible? Huo Shaojie was stunned. Why do you need so much money? Are you short of money? I'll transfer some to you later. Rong Dai sighed, and her dark eyes were gloomy. Then can you transfer 200 million to me? Huo Shaojie almost spit out a mouthful of porridge. Sister-in-law, are you borrowing money? Are you robbing? Alas, I guess you don't have it either. Forget it, just pretend I didn't say it. When Rong Dai saw him like this, she suddenly sighed and ate breakfast with chopsticks. Huo Shaojie felt despised, but he calculated in his heart. As soon as his new crew started, it seemed that he really couldn't get out these 2 billion. You just said you were going to the crew. Rong Dai took a few mouthfuls of porridge before she remembered what he had just said. Yes, Grandma went out with her little old ladies, and Mom also went out. Mei Shaw is still in school and preparing to go abroad. My brother often doesn't see each other for 10 days and half a month. Isn't it boring for you to stay at home alone? Huo Shaojie nodded. He admired his sister-in-law a little. She was so young and had no interest in the flower world outside, which was very similar to his eldest brother. Rong Dai's heart flashed. Maybe she could find an errand in the crew. Now, she doesn't want anything. Even if she is given a high-end job, she won't. It's better to understand from the basics. She believes in her own ability. Thank you for your hard work. I'm alone at home. It's really stuffy. She barely squeezed out a smile. 200 million, it's really sad. Huo Shaojie was a little chilled by her strange smile and quickly stopped her from laughing again. After breakfast, Rong Dai went upstairs to change her clothes. Shengjing in July was still very hot, and most of the clothes in her wardrobe were brightly colored. She has fair skin, 1.75 meters, straight and slender legs, and her milk muscle skin can almost glow in the sun. Sister-in-law, wouldn't it be safe for you to go out like this? My brother will beat me to death when he comes back. Huo Shaojie looked at her water green off-the-shoulder skirt with white short-heeled sandals, and half of her calf was white and glowed. Youth, vitality and freshness. There was a dignified and elegant silence in her bones, and Huo Shaojie couldn't help but beat his heart wildly. In the past, every time he came back, he saw Rong Dai in a dark body. If it hadn't been for the fact that his face was too white, he would have thought it was a humanoid stump charred by lightning. Rong Dai is very confident in her appearance and figure. Although it takes time for her to accept such clothes, she can adapt to it. And Huo Shaoting doesn't care what she wears. After all, his lover is Wen Shilang, who has nothing to do with him. No, let's go. Looking at the bright sunshine, Rong Dai breathed a sigh of relief and kept cheering herself up in her heart, but the gloom in her heart dissipated a lot. Huo Shaojie was quick-witted and grabbed the gap where she was looking up and squinting at the sky and took a picture. He opened WeChat and sent it to huoshouting.it. It's better to report this kind of thing in advance, otherwise you will die when you come back. Huo Shaoting, who was in a meeting, saw the flashing mobile phone on the desktop. He picked it up and opened it. He saw Rong Dai's youthful photo. The sunlight reflected on her milk-like skin, as if it had been coated with a layer of light. 2 words suddenly popped up in his mind, elf. Then he sent out a sentence, bring it back intact. After the transmission was successful, he realized that something was wrong with him. Just as he wanted to withdraw it, he received an emoticon pack from Huo Shaojie. His outstretched finger retracted back and put the mobile phone on the screen. Rong Dai followed Huo Shaojie to the crew. Many people cast doubtful glances when they saw her, but soon someone recognized her identity, and the eyes looking at her couldn't help but explore a little more. Can I look around? Rong Dai, to this they all felt very new. Seeing that Huo Shaojie's assistant brought him a lot of documents as soon as he came in, she looked at him and asked with a novel face. Huo Shaojie looked around, then be careful. This is a temporary crew. There are some things that are not solid in the selection of roles. Don't run around. Don't worry. Rong Dai nodded and walked away by herself. There are many people who come to the election. Although they are in the hot sun, no one is impatient. Rong Dai looked at the dark man and chose to avoid it. She wandered around and walked to the audition place. It's really desperate. Looking at the actors who auditioned, she couldn't help sighing, but she also thought it was very interesting. She also wanted to see how later generations understood the ancient court life, so she found a chair and sat aside to watch the play. This was very interesting, and he even commented on each actor who came up to himself. Go down, go down. What the hell are you acting on? There is no momentum of the queen of the country at all. The next one. The director was not so strict when choosing the supporting role. Until the protagonist was finalized, the director's face became more and more gloomy, and his anger gradually spread throughout the audition studio. Director Luo, the last one can't come. The assistant reported stubbornly. Suddenly, the director was so angry that he kicked over the chair beside him. The people in the audition shed were trembling, and only Rong Dai looked relaxed and happy. It's you. Come here. The director's straight line of anger soared. As soon as he turned his head, he saw Rong Dai's gloating appearance. He was furious and pointed at her and scolded her loudly. Rong Dai was stunned and subconsciously looked around herself, but they were all staff. It's you. What are you looking at? Hurry up and come for the audition. The director was annoyed. The assistant around him tried to remind him several times that the actor was not here for the audition, but he didn't find a chance. Rong Dai blinked her eyes and looked at him with clear eyes. She asked, is there any reward for acting for you? She is short of money. Very scarce. If she can make money, she won't be happy. Director Luo was suddenly happy and sneered, let's talk about it when you can. Hurry up. Don't let me say it for the 3rd time. When Rong Dai heard this, her eyes lit up and she immediately walked over. She was just a little nervous as soon as she stood on the stage. She still didn't adapt to the feeling of being watched. However, for her 200 million fight, in her mind, she recalled the content of the previous performances of several actors, which was probably the drama of the Queen's break with the Emperor after the family was overthrown and the Emperor's heart was killed. This is very much in line with the drama of her break with the Emperor in her previous life. But if it is not well controlled, it will be too strong. If the control is too weak, there will be no dignity of a country and pride and self-esteem as a queen of the country. She needs to think about it. After all, many years have passed for her. Chapter 16, Always Be a Concubine. Rong Dai stood on the stage, took 2 deep breaths secretly, and tried her best to calm herself down. Can you give me a little time? She looked at the director. She needed a little time to adapt, and also a little time to think about the pain that was sealed by her in the bottom of her heart. Director Luo is notoriously strict in the industry, but the actors under him are all very popular. Only actors have been waiting for him, and no one has ever dared to reach out to him for time. The assistant stood aside several times and wanted to remind him, but Director Luo's impatient and gloomy face scared him. This scene requires strong inner emotions, and I need some time to integrate into the role. In addition, I would like to ask everyone around me to be quiet. If possible, please turn off these equipment. Thank you. If this were normal, Luo Yi would never agree to the actor's request. Because as an actor, you need to be able to integrate into this role anytime and anywhere, which is the most basic literacy of an actor. But he didn't know what was wrong today. When he saw Rong Dai's star-like eyes, he raised his hand and agreed. The assistant was overjoyed and quickly asked the staff to turn off all the lights and equipment in the audition studio. The audition shed was so quiet that only everyone's heartbeat and breathing could be heard. The staff only left a lamp for Wrong Dai. Wrong Dai stood under the pale and bright light, pressed one hand on her chest, opened her mouth and exhaled shallowly. Everything in her previous life became clearer in her mind little by little. When she first saw him at a young age, she fell in love with him at first sight and secretly promised. At that time, the young man was noble and elegant. Even if she stood quietly in the crowd, she could see it at a glance. When she first met her, she insisted on marrying him despite the opposition of her parents and clan, and silently promised to be a good wife of his life in the bottom of her heart. She did it. She is a noble daughter of a rich family. She has made many contributions to the family and is deeply favored by the emperor. She became his princess as he wished. He said he wanted to stand in that position so that he could shelter everything from them. She believed it. Despite the opposition of her father and brother, she forced her to die and coerced her father and brother to help him. In order to save him, her elder brother, in order to let her sister enjoy the honor of comfort for a lifetime, she blocked a knife for him, and from then on, he was disabled for life. Her second brother, in order to help him put down the rebellion, led his troops to march in person. The frontier was stable, but what the second brother came back was a corpse lying quietly in the coffin, with 36 swords in his body, which were deadly everywhere. Her eldest sister, in order for her to sit firmly in the back, can only break up with her former childhood sweetheart and marry the king of the clan to stabilize the clan for him. Later, the clan finally rebelled. Her eldest sister was humiliated and died. The fetus in her womb was about to be born in a month. She could have had a cute little nephew. She thought that she would do everything she could to help him, and he would remember his true feelings and grow old with her. However, when he was in power, despite the opposition of his ministers and her bitter pleas, he insisted on welcoming the daughter of the rebellious minister into the harem and enthroned as a noble concubine of the emperor. And her old father had to lead the army to fight again for the sake of his daughter's comfort. He lost in the arena and even slandered his ministers. Her father died in the arena, her mother lost her son and daughter, and lost her husband. She couldn't stand such a blow and vomited blood and died on the spot. She thought he would remember everything her family had paid for him, but she didn't expect that what she got was the exile of the whole family. Never go back to Beijing. Before the eldest brother died, he only asked someone to bring her a word and expelled her from the genealogy. He is no longer from the wrong family. She was so sad and indignant that she had always been dignified and virtuous in front of him, but she didn't expect to hear his heart to marry her. It's actually for use. For the sake of power. She is a pawn in his hand. The only person he loves deeply has always been the imperial noble concubine. Before marrying her, the two had already secretly married, and they had both children. What about her? After giving birth to a child without symptoms, it is difficult for her to get pregnant again. In the face of her questioning, the once godlike gentleman, his words were cold and his eyes were disgusted. He looked at her as if he had seen the humiliation he suffered when he was a prince. Her existence reminds him all the time that everything he has is given by a woman. She offered it sincerely, but what she got was the death of the family. He didn't kill her, and she could do nothing but hate and anger. Wrong Dai's heart is mixed with hatred and anger, and the bottom of her heart is full of hatred and anger. She is angry, she is unwilling, she hates, she is angry. With a moment, she opened her eyes turned red, and her whole body was full of momentum. After being in the back position for many years, she has already practiced the free aura. In her eyes, hatred and anger are intertwined, sadness and indignation, and fierce emotions are intertwined, as if everything in the world is about to be destroyed. A crazy and sad smile suddenly climbed up on her pretty face, but the smile was mixed with hatred and anger. Her auspicious eyes stared at her, as if someone was really standing in front of her. She didn't say anything and walked step by step, but her eyes never left that place. Her smile is crazy, self-deprecating, sad and angry. Her eyes are fierce and crazy. I sincerely offered my hands, and it turned out to be your majesty, a piece that had been planned early. Okay, it's really great. She spoke, and her words were extremely cold, full of sarcasm and anger. Your majesty, if you spare me, I won't die. I'm waiting to see how your majesty destroys your country and your family. Without the help of my royal family, you are just a dejected prince raised by a palace woman who can't get on the stage. She hated that she was blind. Why didn't she listen to her father and brother at the beginning and harm the wrong family to this point? She hates this man's ruthlessness and indifference more, and hates his viciousness even more. Play yourself with applause. I, Wrong Dai, will not die for a day, so I will pray for your majesty and you one day. Walk steadily on the road under your feet. Don't snt suppan, your foot, fall into the abyss, and never turn over. Don't bother, your majesty. I invite you to enter the cold palace. All the emotions on her face became indifferent in almost a second, like an ice-covered lake, which was bone-chilling. Her eyes suddenly turned around again. In another place, her hands were still tied in front of her, still dignified and majestic. There was a joke in her eyes, and the corners of her mouth evoked sneer and sarcasm. Even if I, Raw Dai, enter the cold palace, you will never be able to sit in the chair in the back. Concubine, always a concubine, will always be something that can't be on the table. She sneered. That kind of indifference made people feel cold on the back, and the hair stood up. She turned her eyes to the other side again. This time, she looked at the emperor, and her words were extremely indifferent. The identity of the imperial noble concubine is very suitable for the emperor. I will wait and see how Majesty is so capable that he can settle this world. Chapter 17. It's her. After saying that, Rong Dai closed her eyes. The pain was torn apart again, and her heart almost collapsed. In her previous life, she killed her father, brother and sister, and harmed the exile of her family, but she couldn't die. She didn't dare to die. She had no face to face her dead father, brother and sister. It's just that she didn't expect that she would die in the cold palace in the end and couldn't watch the emperor fall into the abyss. This was her regret and not. She couldn't speak for a long time, and the audition shed was terribly quiet. The wetness of the corners of her eyes made her a little embarrassed. Good. It's just her. Luo Yi suddenly clapped his hands, and the staff in the audition studio woke up. He quickly turned on the light and turned on the machine. Rong Dai blinked her eyes quickly and swallowed the tears in her eyes. She had been dusty for more than 10 years and never dared to touch it. Unexpectedly, she was reborn in this afterlife, but she had to rely on the wrong family to survive. Thinking of this, Rong Dai was particularly depressed. Even with Luo Yi's affirmation, she only reluctantly pulled out a smile on the corners of her mouth. Thank you, director. How much is my film fee? Pain and sadness returned to pain and sadness. She is now living a new life, just it can no longer be the same as in her previous life. She has to bear the wishes of her parents, brothers and sisters, so that she can live up to their efforts. Luo Yi walked towards her and looked at her with admiring eyes, just like glowing. He hadn't met such an actor with such acting skills and aura for a long time. This will definitely not treat you unfairly. My assistant will talk to your agent about these. I want to tell you about this play. Director Luo, that. The assistant was also shocked by Rong Dai's acting skills. After a glance, they were all brought into the scene just now, as if they had witnessed a big scene of the break between the empress. But this person is not an actress at all. She is the wife of the Huo family of the rich family. Can you do things? Didn't you see that I was busy? This is the end of today's audition of the actress. Hurry up and arrange tomorrow's actor. If anyone dares to pick me up temporarily, I won't come to Luo Yi's drama in the future. Luo Yi has the eccentric temper, is intoxicated with filming, and never cares about the people around him. The assistant's face was pale, and he could only look at Rong Dai for help. Mrs. Huo, please explain to Director Lu. This. If Huo's enterprise knows that their wife has come out to film, will this play still be released? Bang, bang, bang. Sister-in-law, I didn't expect you to have this move. As soon as the assistant's words landed, Huo Xiaojie clapped his hands and came in from outside with a charming smile. Although he didn't see Rong Dai's performance just now, someone recorded it with his mobile phone, and he was shocked after watching it. He never expected that this sister-in-law had only met a few times. It was rare to hear her speak at home, and she had such a high talent in acting. Although the lines are not based on the script, with this acting skills, a woman's sadness and indignation and the queen's anger are vividly interpreted at that moment. If it weren't for the real person standing on the stage, he would have thought that he had hallucinations. Sister-in-law. Now, it was Luo Yi's turn to be confused. The assistant saw the gap and quickly explained in his ear in a low voice. So she is not a professional actress. Is she your sister-in-law? Luo Yi looked at Huo Xiaojie with a shocked face and a little panic. If that's the case, I'm afraid she can't act. And they spent a lot of effort to make this script, and he personally looked forward to this play. Before Rong Dai opened her mouth just now, when that look was revealed, he was sure that the heroine must be her. The reason why he wants to audition this part is that it is the most difficult scene. Whether the actor can control and bear the play is very crucial. Once the scene fails, the whole play will be lowered. Huo Xiaojie smiled and raised his eyebrows to look at him. How is it? Luo Yi nodded and praised. It's very good. The heroine must be her. Looking at others, she is not surprised. Yan. That's right, can your eldest brother agree? Even if he is obsessed with his work, he also knows the strength of Huo's enterprise. The wife of a rich family will never allow this kind of rich family to come out to film. When Huo Xiaojie chose this major, he was under great pressure to achieve today's achievements. If Huo's enterprise let himself know that he has harmed the second son of Huo and Mrs. Huo, can't he kill himself? Luo Yi felt cold in his heart. Looking at such a good acting skills slipping through his fingers, his heart seemed to be dug up fiercely. Huo Xiaojie suddenly looked embarrassed. His eldest brother. He was not sure. He wanted him to let his sister-in-law out to film. The probability was 0 without guessing. Rong Dai stood on the side of the two and watched them discuss. She completely put herself as a side and couldn't help asking the two, shouldn't you ask me about this matter first? She and Huo Xiaoting have reached an agreement. Although this play was indeed not very glorious in the world of her previous life, unlike in this future generation, the actor is very popular and earns a lot. She doesn't know anything about work now, and this happens to be a suitable role for her. If she misses it like this, when will she be able to repay the 200 billion ye owed to Hua Xiaoting? At the thought of the long list of zeros, Rong Dai's scalp felt numb for a while. In her previous life, she was originally the noble daughter of a rich family. Of course, she knew how important these rich families looked at face. If she really comes out to act, I'm afraid she will embarrass the Hua family. Not to mention whether Hua Xiaoting will let go, her mother-in-law will probably be the first to disagree. But she really needs this opportunity, and she really needs this job. Sister-in-law, my brother won't agree. Don't take that little money to heart. My brother won't argue with you. Mom is just pretending. Don't take it to heart. Hua Xiaojie is still a coward. He doesn't need to think about it. He knows that his eldest brother will never agree. Although it's a bit of a pity, it's better than being exiled by his eldest brother. Rong Dai shook her head. She is the dead of a country and also the Tianjin lady of the royal family. This is a word, otherwise where is the majesty? I will discuss this matter with Xiaoting, but I really need to go out to work, and you don't want to see me like before every time you go home, do you? I just need a space to release myself. She looked at Hua Xiaojie and explained very seriously. She couldn't say that there was an agreement between her and Hua Xiaoting. They would divorce in a year, and Hua Xiaoting would not care about her. In this case, if she says it today, she may be expelled from the Hua family tomorrow. Chapter 18 will not agree. Hua Xiaojie thought of her gloomy and silent appearance before, and then looked at Rong Dai now, who likes to laugh and talk, and the sunshine is like a scorching sun. If it changes back to what it used to be. He shivered inadvertently, it would be too difficult for his eldest brother. Let's discuss this matter with the eldest brother first. You'd better continue to audition. Hua Xiaojie nodded. He couldn't take the lead in this matter. With the relationship of the Hua family, the eldest brother and mother will definitely not agree if the sister-in-law wants to come out to film. But in the end, this is still the sister-in-law's own business. Some places in the entertainment industry may not be so pure, but it does not mean that this place is all dirty. The key is to see the sister-in-law's own meaning. Luo Yi stopped talking, but this involves the Hua family. No matter how strong he is in the industry, he dares not offend Hua Xiaoting. Thinking of how he yelled at Rong Dai just now, he couldn't help sweating coldly on his back and pulled Hua Xiaojie aside to ask. Rong Dai didn't have so many thoughts in her mind. She just wanted to make money. She now can be said to know nothing about future generations, whether it is academics or social, she doesn't understand these things. Even if what she learned in her previous life can be used so much, it is difficult for a clever woman to cook without rice. She doesn't have any money with her, and everything is a problem for her here. Although the entertainment industry is not very good, and she personally doesn't like this kind of face-to-face job, she has no choice. Even if she can find a job that she can do now, the silver money she gets is much worse than the 200 million yuan she is missing. She can only stabilize her current state first, and then make a long-term plan to survive in the future. At least she has to make sure that she will not starve to death after leaving the Hua family. After discussing with Luo Yi, Hua Xiaojie still had a job, and Rong Dai was also willing to stay in the audition shed, so she found a chair and sat next to Luo Yi, focusing on the actors who came to audition later. Luo Yi was absent-minded. Although he knew that there was little hope, he still wanted Rong Dai to play the heroine in his hand. As soon as he opened his eyes, he had attracted them. Mrs. Hua, you really haven't studied any professional performance? Seeing the back, Luo Yi simply lost his patience and directly asked the assistant to work for him. He pulled the stool and approached Rong Dai to ask. Rong Dai turned her head to look at him and did not answer his words immediately, but thought about the original owner. She learned it before, but she didn't inherit much of the original owner's memory. She only vaguely remembered that the original owner seemed to be the design of the study. This is my first audition for design. Her voice is very gentle, and the quiet and elegant temperament on her body is invisibly exuding, which is very approachable. Luo Yi immediately became interested, so this is her talent. He can't miss such a talented and aura actor. He must have a good talk with Mr. Hua. Mrs. Hua, this is my phone number. If you have discussed with Mr. Hua, can you call me back at the first time? Your performance really surprised me. It's so beautiful. This role is yours. Luo Yi's eyes lit up, as if he saw some treasure. Rong Dai didn't refuse either. She took out her mobile phone and called Luo Yi's phone. This is my number. Xiaoting doesn't care much about my business. I can be in charge of this matter myself. Director Luo, I want to know how much the remuneration is. Luo Yi treasured her phone number. Hearing that she mentioned the film fee again, he asked the assistant to bring a piece of information. Mrs. Hua, take a look, these are the works of my subordinates. There are first-line stars, second-tier and third-tier stars. The film fee is determined according to their value and traffic. When Rong Dai heard it, although she was a little confused and didn't know much about the value and traffic, she knew that she had nothing, so she had to nod and take a look at the information. When Luo Yi saw that she looked a little sad, he thought that she was not satisfied with the film fee, and he was also a little nervous. It seemed that this matter would be more troublesome for Huo Xiaojie. This play was a joint venture between the two of them, and he also had a share in this matter. Sister-in-law, it's time to go. After Huo Xiaojie finished the work at hand, it was already afternoon. Seeing that Rong Dai was still communicating with Luo Yi in the audition studio, he stepped forward and called her. When Rong Dai came to her senses, she found that time passed so quickly. She quickly got up and tidied up her skirt a little, with a shallow and gentle smile on her face. Director Luo can call me Rong Dai in the future, and I will read the script carefully when I go back. She held a small part of the manuscript of the heroine's scene in her hand, a heavy pile, but it made her feel very secure. Huo Xiaojie took a look at Luo Yi. He hadn't even told the eldest brother about this matter. This guy is talking nonsense again. Luo Yi's face was full of aunt's smile and completely ignored his eyes. Rong Dai didn't notice the fishiness between the two. She left the audition shed in a good mood with the manuscript. It was not until she returned to Huo's house that her happy mood subsided a little. This afterlife is different from her previous life. Although the joy and anger are indifferent, she was too restrained in her previous life. Now, she lives another life. She does not plan to restrain herself like that all the time, but she does not dare to go too far. After all, she is under the fence now. The wife and the second young master are back. The old lady has come back and is resting upstairs. The lady and the young lady left a word and won't come back for dinner at night. When Wang's mother saw the two coming back, she immediately went forward to get the shoes for Rong Dai and reported to them. Is the eldest brother coming back? He hasn't come back for several days, right? Huo Xiaojie asked, took out his mobile phone and sat down on the sofa in the living room. He had to talk to the eldest brother in person about this matter. Rong Dai was in a good mood and went up to the bedroom with the manuscript in her arms. After carefully putting the script away, she went upstairs to see Mrs. Huo. Although she didn't hear much of what Luo Yi and Huo Xiaojie said in the audition, she could hear it. The two of them were also embarrassed. In fact, she can understand that this kind of rich family does not allow the wife of the inner house to go out to show her face, because this is a loss of the physique and identity of their family, and always thinks that women are just vassals. If this was in her previous life, of course, she would not think there was anything wrong with it, but now the world is different. Women who have no money and no job are easily swallowed up by the undercurrent of society. She couldn't guarantee that Huo Xiaoting would agree to this matter, but if she persuaded the old lady, there might be room for negotiation in this matter, and she couldn't lose this opportunity. Downstairs, Huo Xiaojie copied a video of Rong Dai's audition today from the staff and sent it directly to Huo Xiaoting, taking advantage of the old lady's face to let him come back for dinner. Huo Xiaoting, who had just finished his work in the company, originally had a video conference, but after seeing the video sent by Huo Xiaojie, he asked his assistant to arrange the meeting for tomorrow and immediately returned to Huo's house after work. Chapter 19: The Old Lady's Conditions. Grandma, you see, I stay at home every day and have nothing to do. I also want to go out to grow my knowledge. Xiao Ting is excellent. I am the daughter-in-law of the Huo family. Of course, I have to be excellent, don't I? In the small garden upstairs, the old lady had a book on her lap. Rong Dai was half sitting on a soft blanket and talking to Mrs. Huo in a soft voice. As soon as she opened her mouth, she was rejected by the old lady. The old lady's mother's family was also one of the richest families in Shengjing. The education she received since she was a child was relatively traditional, and she didn't like the entertainment industry. And Rong Dai is the granddaughter-in-law she personally recognized. Of course, she will not agree to go to such a place. But Rong Dai is determined to participate in this play because she is really short of money, and this play is also very suitable for her. A year is very short. She must stabilize her life during this year. It is not easy for Huo Xiaoting to promise to give her this year. What she can do this year is very limited, and it is really difficult for her to give up such an opportunity in front of her. Do you really want to go? Mrs. Huo looked at her, took off the reading glasses on the bridge of her nose, and looked at her closely. She likes this child because she is not as impetuous as other girls. It's good to be quiet. The Huo family has reached this point. If it goes further up, it is already a ceiling. There is no need for any more strong women in the family. Xiao Ti's child is very capable, but he has no desire for marriage. The two children have similarities. Both of them have something in common. It only takes a little time to get together, which is also the reason why she had to let Xiao Ting marry this child at the beginning. I really want to go, Grandma, will you promise me? And this is supervised by Xiaojie. Can't you believe his work? Seeing that the old lady was showing signs of loosening, Rong Dai immediately nodded and pulled Huo Xiaojie out to praise her. If it were someone else, I'm afraid it would be impossible to convince the old lady. This is also why she promised Luo Yi so firmly during the audition studio. Since Huo Xiaojie can step into the entertainment industry, she just needs to work harder to get in. Mrs. Huo breathed a deep sigh of relief, put on her glasses again, and her eyes fell on the book in her hand again. It doesn't mind if you want to be more knowledgeable. You have indeed been stuffy at home for a long time. Shouting is busy with work and has no time to accompany you, which does wrong you. Rong Dai smiled slightly. Grandma, I don't blame shouting, but I don't want to stay at home like this all the time, so that I will be sullen. It's rare to have such an opportunity, so let me have a try. The old lady looked at her coquettish appearance and was full of worry when she thought of her relationship with Huo Shouting. This may also improve the relationship between the two. Shouting's child is too bitter. You can go. Thank you, Grandma. I know Grandma is the most understanding. Rong Dai was overjoyed and leaned her head on the old lady's arm with a bright smile. The old lady suddenly smiled. The little thing has also learned to be smooth-mouthed. I haven't said the conditions yet. Grandma, you say it? Rong Dai immediately sat down obediently. It was not easy for the old lady to let go, and it was expected that there were conditions. The old lady's smile on her face restrained and looked at her with a serious look. Although our Huo family is not the kind of feudal and stubborn old ideology, after all, the entertainment industry is too chaotic. Rong Dai didn't answer the phone and just listened quietly. Although she had never been exposed to the entertainment industry, she could understand this truth from her previous life experience. You can act in this play, but only this time. You can't get involved in the entertainment industry in the future, which is the first condition. Since it is insight, one time is enough. If you can't understand it once, there is no need. The old lady is very serious. Before she got married, she was a well-behaved lady. After marrying into the Huo family, she was also very happy until her husband died and she lost her son in middle age. In order not to let her husband's efforts go to the drain, she had to shoulder the great responsibility. While taking over the company, she raised her eldest grandson. Of course, her vision and pattern are not comparable to those of ordinary rich old ladies. Rong Dai nodded and quickly agreed. She took on this play entirely because of the situation. She needs time and experience to understand the world, and she also needs to give herself a little time to grow and accept all these changes. And she herself is not very good. I don't like this habit of exposing myself to the public eye. And I don't plan to develop in the entertainment industry for a long time. When the old lady saw her nod, she frowned slightly and stretched out her eyebrows. Second, your studies can't be abandoned. We women are destined to suffer a lot from the moment we are born, and we are also destined to suffer some unfair treatment. Although the Huo family can give you everything, there are some things that you still have to fight for yourself. Only when your own waist is straight will those doubts disappear. Rong Dai didn't expect that the old lady's second condition would be this. She was moved from the bottom of her heart and felt that the old lady could think about her like this. She has experience in her previous life and knows the meaning of the old lady's words too well. When she was not married in her previous life, she was the most favored eldest daughter in the family. Everything she did depended on her preferences, just because her family was strong. But even so, in the process of her becoming the princess and the queen, she was still obstructed and questioned a lot. Even if her mother's family was so tough, the favorite concubines below still stumbled her. If it hadn't been for her own ability and the strength of the family, I'm afraid she would have been gnawed in the harem. Her family gave her such a big shelter, and she, a queen, still had to be careful, not to mention that she had nothing now. She definitely can't waste her studies. In any era, women should also be self-reliant. This is the truth that her father taught her, and now the old lady taught her. Thank you, Grandma. I will. The smile on her face converged. She looked at the old lady seriously, and promised very firmly. Only then did the old lady smile and raised her hand to touch her thick dark hair, voice full of love. Good boy, although Grandma knows that you are bitter, you should care more about Shouting's child. Husband and wife, both of them can't be tough. They need to know how to be considerate of each other to be complete. Rong Dai couldn't laugh or cry in her heart. What kind of real husband and wife she and Huo Shouting are? It's just to take what you need. But she knew that these words could not be said to the old lady. She obediently leaned her head on the old lady's knee in a soft tone. Grandma, I know. Chapter 20. My wife is Rong Dai. Huo Shouting came back from work and ignored Huo Xiaojie's noise. He went upstairs to see the old lady, and the scene just happened to be in his eyes. The afterglow fell in the small garden, and Rong Dai's body was coated with a layer of light gold gauze, which was quiet and beautiful, like a painting. Just aback, Huo Shouting's heart missed a beat inexplicably. Since marriage, his newlywed wife has never shown such a soft side except for her abnormal words and deeds these days. For a moment, he regretted being cold and violent to her after the newlyweds hit the wall. Grandma. He opened his mouth and shouted in a hoarse voice. Hearing Huo Shouting's voice, Rong Dai sat up straight and looked back at him against the afterglow. She was a little confused. How could he come back at this time? Shouldn't you accompany Miss Wen? But this is his private matter. He just came back, and this matter can be discussed with him. After all, this is related to the D-manner of the Huo family. The old lady turned her head to look at him with a loving smile and waved to him to come over. Huo Shouting walked over, and his eyes fell on Rong Dai without a trace, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. Rong Dai looked very calm and didn't notice the abnormal movement in his eyes. Seeing that he was about to sit down, he quickly moved around, leaving a short distance between the two. Huo Xiaoting originally wanted to sit closer to her, but when he saw her action, his body couldn't help but stagnate slightly. The ripples that had just erupted at the tip of his heart were dispersed in an instant. Rong Dai didn't think there was anything wrong with her behavior. After all, she thought that Huo Xiaoting liked Wen Shilan. And marrying the original owner is completely forced, and it is appropriate to keep a little distance between the two people. She didn't see the man's momentary stagnation, but the old lady saw it clearly, and her heart suddenly rose. He quickly reached out and grabbed Huo Xiaoting's hand, and also took Rong Dai's hand. He forcibly overlapped their hands together and looked at them kindly. When he touched her soft and delicate slender hand, the ripple that had just disappeared from the tip of Huo Xiaoting's heart appeared again, but his face was still indifferent. Rong Dai is very unaccustomed to this kind of touch, but she knows that. In front of the elders, the minimum performance still needs to be maintained, and there is no resistance. The company is not so busy now. You can go home from work normally in the future. You are a newlywed couple. Rong is young. You should spend more time with her. Besides, it's ridiculous that you just got married and slept in separate rooms. Move back for me tonight. No matter how busy your career is, you can't neglect the relationship between husband and wife. The old lady ordered in a commanding way. With such a good opportunity, of course, she has to add a fire to the two people. Before Rong Dai could think about how to answer, she heard Huo Xiaoting's response. She looked at him unexpectedly and a little shocked, wondering why did he agree to such a condition. But he agreed. As soon as she finished begging the old lady, she couldn't do it to the old man immediately, and she could only nod in response. The old lady was very satisfied with Rong Dai's goodness. Seeing that Huo Xiaoting's face was still indifferent, she asked Rong Dai to leave first. Rong Dai didn't ask much, turned around and went down. Shouting, tell grandma whether you like Rong or not. If you don't like it, don't delay others. Although the child of the Wen family is not good, if you really like it, grandma won't stop him. After Rong Dai went down, the old lady looked at him and asked seriously. Huo Xiaoting frowned when he heard it. What's going on? Why does even grandma think that she has something wrong with Wen Shila? He thought for a few seconds before answering, since I am married, I will be responsible to the end. In addition, I have no idea about Wen Shila. Then grandma is relieved that the relationship between husband and wife can be cultivated slowly. Rong is a good child. It is enough to be your wife. You have to believe in grandma's vision. The old lady nodded with satisfaction. This eldest grandson was raised by her, and his life's affairs have always been her mind. Now, it's hard to be willing to get married, but the couple still needs to get used to each other more. What about the child of the Wen family? What are you going to do? Huo Xiaoting pursed his lips and looked cold. Uncle Wen mentioned me. I just accepted his instructions and helped take care of 1 or 2. I will let her leave the company tomorrow. In my eyes, she is just the daughter of an old man, that's all. It seems that he really needs to find a time to clarify this matter. He doesn't like the feeling of explaining to people over and over again. In particular, will that woman think so too? That's good, that's good. The old lady nodded, and the doubts hidden in her heart disappeared, and her eyes looked at him relaxed. I married Rong Dai back. She is my wife, which is a fact that no one can change. Since I am willing to marry her, I have no other ideas. The scene of seeing Rong Dai's back just now appeared in Huo Xiaoting's mind, and he added a few seconds later. No one has ever forced him to do anything, only what he is willing to do and what he doesn't want to do. He is willing to marry Rong Dai, which is a deliberate consideration. Moreover, he doesn't like to make trouble. Since you said so, grandma is relieved. While my old bones can still move, please arrange for me. I'm going out with a few old sisters. I won't interfere in your affairs. The old lady smiled. After talking to their hearts, the old lady went downstairs for dinner. At dinner, the couple rarely sat side by side. But Rong Dai only felt that there was an extra ice wall around her, and the cold breath on Huo Xiaoting's body went straight into her pores. It made her feel cold all over, and her hair stood upside down, and her appetite suddenly decreased by more than half. The dish, which is full of color and aroma, is like chewing wax in her mouth. She persisted for a while and then put down the dishes and chopsticks. Grandma, I've finished eating. Please take your time. I'll go upstairs first, and I'll accompany you later. She wiped her mouth with a handkerchief, got up and said with a gentle smile. The old lady nodded wildly and did not stop her. When Huo Xiaoting saw her leave the table, his eating movements were slightly stagnant, and his face became a little colder. His eyes were very deep. Does this woman reject herself like this? Rong Dai didn't pay attention to his face. Only when she went upstairs did she feel freedom. She breathed a long sigh of relief, and the cells all over her body seemed to come back to life. Although the two have reached an agreement, she is not afraid of Huo Xiaoting. But the man's aura was too strong and indifferent. It was simply torment to sit next to him. Chapter 21. She thinks too much. Mother Wang, do you need my help? In their bedroom, Wang's mother is changing new bedding, and the wedding quilts of the wedding have been removed. She just remembered that the two had been married for more than 3 months, and the quilt should indeed be changed. No, the old lady just ordered that the young master will move back tonight. Before, you didn't want us to enter your bedroom? This quilt should have been changed long ago, otherwise it is easy to breed bacteria. Wang's mother was full of smiles, and her eyes were very unusual. Rongdai felt embarrassed. Of course, she could see what the look meant, but she had no way to explain anything. She had to carry the script manuscript to the desk in the bedroom and sit on the chair and look through it. Madam, do you like this set? If you don't like it, I'll change it for you. When you married the young master, the old lady asked you to buy a lot of red quilts. After Wang's mother changed the quilt, she asked her with a smile. Rongdai looked over. The pink bedding on the bed was gentle and soft in color, and the texture of silk showed a sense of as if nothing had nothing. I don't know, just like a shy girl. She suddenly became big, and Wang's mother's hint was too obvious, but what could she say? Huo Xiaoting has agreed to what the old lady just said in the small garden. In the eyes of the Huo family, this is to think that she and Huo Xiaoting should do what the couple should do. She sighed from the bottom of her heart and pulled a far-fetched smile on her face. Yes, thank you for your hard work, Mother Wang. Wang's mother opened her eyes and smiled. I also think it's very beautiful, which is very suitable for the wife and the young master. Rongdai's head was numb, and she could only smile bitterly. Mama Wang, I still have something to deal with. Wang's mother only thought that she was shy, and her smile seemed to say that she understood you. She hugged the big red quilt that had been removed and went down. The bedroom became quieter. Rongdai looked at the quilt under the warm yellow light, and her cheeks couldn't help but feel a little hot. The atmosphere was very good. She didn't have the heart to continue reading the manuscript, thinking that Huo Xiaoting would definitely not want to share a bed with her, although she didn't want to either. But it can't be helped. She can't repent with the old lady anymore. She is now leaning on Huo Xiaoting to eat, and she can't let him sleep on the sofa. It seems that I have to wrong myself. She looked at the sofa in the bedroom. Although it was very soft, she certainly preferred to sleep on the bed rather than the big bed. She sat in a chair and thought about things, not noticing that Huo Xiaoting had come in. Xiaojie said you were going to act. Huo Xiaoting closed the door and stood behind the door and looked straight at her in a very cold tone. Only then did Rongdai come to her senses. When she looked up and saw the indifferent look on his face, she couldn't help sighing in her heart. Her road to survival was too difficult. I'm about to talk to you about this matter. Can you come and sit down? She looked at the sofa and stood talking to him like this. The sense of oppression made her very uncertain. Huo Xiaoting squeezed his thin lips. After looking at her for a few seconds, he still walked over and sat on the sofa. Rongdai looked at the sunken sofa with a strange look on her face, and she couldn't help but feel upset. This is the place where she sleeps at night. What did she just say? The man looked at her strange face and couldn't help frowning. What's wrong with you? Rongdai immediately returned to her senses with a smile on her face. It's nothing. I'm just thinking about how to tell you about this. I know that as the daughter-in-law of the Huo family, going out like this may affect the face of the Huo family, but do you really want to go? Huo Xiaoting looked at her with burning eyes and interrupted her directly. He really surprised him when he watched the video of the audition. He always thought that this woman was emotionless, but the emotional outburst of this scene was very full. She surprised and confused him like this. He was eager to know the answer. Why can she agree before marriage, but she is so cold after marriage? If she refuses before marriage, of course he will not force her, and grandma will not force her. But she agreed, and she was sure. He thought that even if there was no affection between the two of them, there was nothing wrong with being able to get along with each other. But after marriage, he can't figure out her at all. Rongdai was stunned for a moment and looked at him seriously and nodded. I really want to go, so I want to discuss it with you. Huo Xiaoting didn't say anything, but kept looking at her. Rongdai was hairy and uncomfortable when she saw his eyes like this. But she has been in the back position for many years. What kind of scene has she never seen? Even if she was afraid of things, she had practiced the ability to deal with it calmly. So she also looked at Huo Xiaoting and waited for his answer. Seeing her calm and serious, Huo Xiaoting thought of what Huo Xiaojie had just said to him. She needed a space to release herself. Maybe the Huo family put a lot of pressure on her. I promise. He withdrew his gaze, then got up and untied his suit, ready to take a shower. When Rongdai saw that he agreed so cheerfully and that he was about to take off his clothes, she suddenly became wary and looked at him with a wary face. Don't you have any conditions? Huo Xiaoting turned his head to look at her, paused to unbutton, and raised his voice dangerously. What conditions do you think I will make? Rongdai swallowed her saliva, and her eyes were a little scared and at a loss. Although she knows that the couple is indeed righteous in some way. Business, but this is different from the rules of her previous life. Women are no longer vassals and have the right to choose. So in that regard, both parties are willing to do it, right? And doesn't he like Wen Shulang? In her previous life, it was too late for her to understand everything, and she didn't want to give herself to a man she was not familiar with and didn't like. But now she is sending people under the fence. If Huo Xiaoting really puts forward some indescribable conditions, I'm afraid she can only agree. Seeing her look like a great enemy, Huo Xiaoting only felt funny. Does this woman really think he is so thirsty? Use this kind of thing to coerce her to follow her. Bed. If he really needs a woman, it's just a matter of words. But he doesn't like it, and he doesn't like coercion very much. I'm going to take a shower. What do you think I'm going to do to you? He said in a low voice, turned around to take off his suit and walked into the bathroom. Wrong Dai. So is she thinking too much? That's right. Although Wen Shilan is a small family of Jasper, her figure is well maintained. She can be favored by him, and she should be very good at some things. If he needs it, he should find Wen Shilan. Hearing the sound of water coming from the bathroom, she breathed a sigh of relief and despised herself with tears and laughter. But in this way, she is relieved. Huo Xiaoting is not interested in her, so even if it is in the same bedroom, she doesn't have to worry about anything happening. This man's quality is still very good. She smiled and had no choice but to make a big deal. Although Grandma and Huo Xiaoting agreed to this matter, her mother-in-law still wanted to go through, otherwise what she had done before would have been in vain. It's just that this mother-in-law is not easy to deal with. She has to think of something else. But what Rong Dai didn't expect was that she was still thinking about how to discuss with her mother-in-law, and the video was passed on to her mother-in-law. Chapter 22 Die as soon as possible. Yo, Mrs. Huo, isn't this your daughter-in-law who just passed by? This acting. Is it from Koban? It's really good. Luo Zhong, a Hof native, was supposed to follow these little sisters out for entertainment today, but he left a note not to go back for dinner in the evening. Originally, Rong Dai's performance that day made her quite satisfied, and she was thinking of adjusting it slowly when she had time. Teach her to live a good life with shouting in the future, and give birth to a grandson for her as soon as possible. She also has an explanation to her husband. But I didn't expect that I was relieved. In the blink of an eye, such a shameful thing happened to her again. She is the eldest young lady of the Huo family, and she actually went to audition. Isn't this a shame for the Huo family? Luo Zheng's face is not good looking. Not all of the sisters around her are real sisters, at least this Jiang's wife Yao Man is not. She looked unhappy. No matter how bad the daughter-in-law here was, she was also from her Huo family, and it was not someone else's turn to talk about it. This is a play supervised by my son. There is nothing he likes in the entertainment industry. I just asked my sister-in-law to do me a favor. As for what kind of science class or not, it doesn't matter. I just need my Huo family to be happy. Young man was choked, and his face was very ugly. The two were about to fight with each other, and Lu Zheng's phone rang. Sorry, you guys can continue to play. Tonight's list is mine. When Luo Zheng saw the caller ID, he smiled and left the clubhouse with his bag. Go home. After getting into the private car, Lu Zheng's face became gloomy, and the phone she didn't have to answer in a hurry came again. The driver drove silently without asking much. Hey, Shilan, why did you remember to call me so late? She asked in a gentle voice. She dislikes Wen Shilan more than Rong Dailai. Wen Shilan on the other end of the phone didn't know that she had been beaten in Mrs. Huo's heart. She held the phone and said worriedly, Aunt Luo, I just received a video. It's really. I don't know how to tell you. I'm really a little worried about brother shouting. Although Luo Zheng's face was unhappy, she didn't move. Although she was not a strong woman in business, she could also see some ways from the eyes of these juniors. She can know what Wen Shilai's intention is without guessing. What kind of video? I'm just about to go home, and it's not too late. Why don't you come out and have a drink? Wen Shilan was overjoyed when she heard it and immediately agreed. After hanging up the phone, Luo Zheng's face completely became cold. Although she didn't know what Rong Dai was doing, Wen Shilan had to get rid of it. In this way, she pestered her son, and the consequences were endless. After thinking about it, she dialed Huo Xiaoting's phone. Rong Dai was reading the script in front of the desk. Huo Xiaoting was still taking a shower in the bathroom and didn't come out. She heard the phone ringing on the table and looked up. When she saw the caller ID, her heart jumped wildly. The bell was still ringing crazily. Rong Dai couldn't help but feel nervous. She didn't know why her mother-in-law called Xiaoting so late. It seems that she must tell her mother-in-law about this matter early, lest it only get worse when she finds out. Xiaoting, Mom called you. I heard the water in the bathroom. The sound was gone, and there were already 3 callers on his mobile phone. Rong Dai couldn't help getting up and knocking on the bathroom door. As soon as she finished her words, the bathroom door was opened, and the man came out with only a bath towel. Rong Dai's eyes widened for a moment, and her fair pink neck immediately turned red. She quickly turned around and raised her hand to point to the mobile phone on the table awkwardly. Well, your phone rang, I just want to remind you. Will Huo Xiaoting misunderstand what she just did? She couldn't help thinking nonsense in her heart. After all, it was too embarrassing. Huo Xiaoting didn't think there was anything wrong with him at all. He looked at her hurried back, gave her a cold nasal sound, and walked to the balcony of the bedroom with his mobile phone. Rong Dai really wanted to hear what he said to his mother-in-law, but it seemed a little immoral to do so. Looking at the back of the man calling, she looked at the bathroom and quickly went into the bathroom to lock the door. While he is on the phone, she'd better take a shower quickly so that both of them will be embarrassed later. Although the future life is completely different from the previous life, these things are very comfortable. Although she was the queen in her previous life, she could not bathe every day. Because it was too tedious, there was a certain number. After being proficient during this period, she has been able to use these things very skillfully. She just took off her clothes and was about to throw them into the clothes, but she happened to see the clothes changed by Hua shouting, and inside. The trousers swayed and hung on one side. In my mind, I unconsciously thought of the man's strong figure just now, and there were drops of water hanging on his healthy complexion. Although his face was not as enchanting as the emperor, he was also handsome, especially his figure, which was really good. Damn it. Rong Dai, what are you thinking about? Suddenly coming to his senses, he found that when he was recalling Hua Xiaoting's figure, Rong Dai's face turned red. I didn't expect that my heart was like water for more than 10 years, and tonight I was almost rippling by a future student. She quickly turned on the shower, and the warm water drizzled on her skin, and then she stabilized her heartbeat. Because she thought that Hua Xiaoting was still in the bedroom, Rong Dai washed in a hurry. After drying the water, she quickly changed into her pajamas and walked out indifferently. She went out of the bathroom and saw Hua Xiaoting still standing on the balcony. By the yellowed light, she could see the man slightly frowning. And Hua Xiaoting also turned around and glanced at her at this time, and Rong Dai's heartbeat that had just calmed down was raised again. Isn't it true that my mother-in-law has seen that video? The alarm bell in her heart, last time the auction is like this. She just got home and didn't have time to explain. Her mother-in-law and sister-in-law already knew about it. She automatically made up hundreds of possibilities in her mind, but Hua Xiaoting's eyes just glanced at her indifferently and withdrew them, without giving her any hints. Rong Dai was ups and downs. When she heard a knock on the bedroom door, she had to open the door. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Hua Meishu's hands around her chest, and there was a sneer on her delicate face. Meishu, are you back? Your eldest brother is answering the phone. What's the matter with you? Before she finished, Hua Meishu interrupted her. I'm not here to find the eldest brother. I'm here to remind you. Don't embarrass the Hua family for such a shameful thing as a play. Die as soon as possible. Hearing her unceremonious words, Rong Dai sighed in her heart. This matter was indeed exposed. She underestimated the development of this information for future generations. Since my sister-in-law knows, I'm afraid my mother-in-law also knows. She smiled bitterly and turned her head to look at Hua Xiaoting's back. She was very helpless in her heart. The more the family was, the more important it was to regard the face and body of the family than anything else. Chapter 23 video leaked. Hua Meishu, you are really getting more and more uneducated. Rong Dai is your sister-in-law. How did you talk to her? Before Rong Dai could open her mouth, she heard Hua Xiaojie's scolding. She moved out slightly and saw Hua Xiaojie's handsome face showing anger. Hua Meishu's face was a little stiff. She didn't expect that her second brother would hear what she had just said. Actor, then she scolded the second brother together. Humph. Hua Meishu was unhappy and turned around to leave. Apologize to your sister-in-law. Hua Xiaojie grabbed her arm and pulled her, and his voice was gloomy with a sense of majesty. Rong Dai was stunned. What's the situation? Although Hua Meishu's words are excessive, she doesn't want to argue with a girl in her 20s. After all, she is older than her mother-in-law in 2 lifetimes. But she didn't expect that Hua Xiaojie would get angry and force Hua Meishu to apologize to her. Why should I apologize to her? Isn't what I said true? Hua Meishu was not willing to show weakness, and she was not afraid of Hua Xiaojie at all. While struggling, she looked up and glared at him. Rong Dai is afraid that the trouble will make the whole family restless, especially if it goes bad, it will be herself who is unlucky. After all, they are brothers and sisters. The bones are broken and the tendons are connected. They are just an outsider. Xiaoxie, I'm fine. You let Mei Shu go first. You hurt her. She quickly walked over and raised her hand to pull Hua Xiaojie's hand down. Hua Meishu's arm was indeed red. Don't pretend here. I, the Hua family, didn't feel sorry for you. You don't embarrass the Hua family. Hua Meishu snorted coldly, and her beautiful eyes looked very unkind. Hua Xiaojie suddenly had a headache and looked at Rong Dai helplessly. Sister-in-law, you will only get used to her and become more and more lawless. Rong Dai smiled. It was no longer lawless, just because she was an outsider. And she won't stay at Hua's house for a long time. It's only about a year. She doesn't need to add these troubles to herself. It's okay. She's just worried. Hua Xiaojie was helpless. He didn't expect that Rong Dai's audition in the audition studio today would be put on the internet. The network is developed, and even if he asks people to do public relations, it is too late. The main reason is that he and Luo Yi have put a lot of effort into this play. It has been rumored 2 years ago. There are many people in the industry who are looking forward to it. Of course, many people want to dig up the first-hand news. This is his carelessness. Is there something wrong with my audition today? I just saw that my mother called, shouting. Rong Dai asked him. Seeing Hua Xiaojie like this, he was obviously looking for him, otherwise he would not have been so coincidentally to see Hua Meisha blocking the door to warn himself. That's right. I also want to apologize to your sister-in-law about this matter. There has been a rumor in the drama industry for a long time. I should have taken more precautions today. I'm afraid it's too late to deal with it now. Sister-in-law, you may see a lot of untrue news these days. Don't pay attention to it. Rong Dai could hear the seriousness in his tone, although she couldn't know how much impact this matter would have. But she knows that if it brings negative news to the Hua family, I'm afraid she won't be able to succeed in this play. Even if the grandmother and shouting agree, it is impossible for the mother-in-law, or even other branches of the Hua family, to agree. Brother, I didn't deal with this matter well. Before she could speak, she saw Hua Xiaojie look up behind her. Rong Dai also turned around to look at him. The man had changed into a set of pure grey silk home clothes, which looked particularly indifferent. Well, I don't want to hear any bad rumors. He just responded faintly, and his eyes fell on Rong Dai. Rong Dai's scalp was cold, and the cells all over her body tightened again, with the illusion of facing a great enemy. Hua Xiaojie didn't notice what was wrong with her. He took Hua Xiaoting's words to heart. He knew his eldest brother very well. If this matter has any negative impact on the sister-in-law, I'm afraid the play he prepared will only die in the womb. Brother and sister-in-law, you should go to bed early. I'll go back to my room first. After Hua Xiaojie finished speaking, he turned around quickly. He went back to his room and quickly opened his Weibo. Before he could browse, Luo Yi called. Are you going to sleep in the corridor? Hua Xiaoting turned around and was about to enter the bedroom. When he found that Rong Dai was still there, he couldn't help frowning and looking at her, asking back in a cold tone. Rong Dai came back to her senses and walked over quickly. After closing the door, she looked at Hua Xiaoting's back and stopped talking. She actually wanted to know if her mother-in-law knew about it, although she thought it was already 8. 9 is not separated from 10. Shouting, should I call my mother to ask her opinion? She still couldn't help asking, but changed the way. Hua Xiaoting looked indifferent. He poured a small glass of red wine into the wine cabinet in the bedroom and took a small sip before looking at her. Is her opinion very important? Rong Dai's stagnation, can it not matter? Is she a mother-in-law? She didn't understand what he meant, but she still nodded. Then you can fight. The man ignored her and walked to the balcony with a wine glass, leaving her with an indifferent back. Rong Dai sighed in her heart. Grandma let the two of them live together. This idea was really not ordinary and terrible. I'm afraid this will bring him a lot of trouble, at least it's hard for Wen Shileng to explain. Although she became the queen at the beginning, she had to tolerate more and more concubines in the harem. Every time the emperor added one concubine, she couldn't sleep overnight until she suffered from a head disease. She knows the feeling of heart twisting like a knife. Wen Shileng is very hostile to her. If Hua Xiaoting can't explain it clearly, it will make their relationship worse. In case Hua Xiaoting gets angry with himself, he will be the unlucky one. It seems that the appointment with Wen Shileng can't be delayed any longer, otherwise the matter of her taking over the play has not been resolved, and Hua Xiaoting will be offended. Wouldn't that be more difficult? All kinds of thoughts flashed through her heart. She calmed down and took out her mobile phone to dial her mother-in-law Lu Zhou's phone. But the phone was busy. She had to wait for more than 20 minutes to dial, and Lu Zheng's gloomy voice was heard on the other side of the phone. Mom, when will you come back? Hearing the phone connection, Rong Dai immediately changed to a smile, and her voice was soft and gentle. On the other end of the phone, Lu Zheng's heart was a little annoyed, but her son's words were still hanging in her ears, and she could only suppress her dissatisfaction. You also know how to call me. I haven't been at home for a day, and you made such a shameful thing for me. Sure enough, I know. When Rong Dai heard her mother-in-law's voice, she sighed helplessly from the bottom of her heart. She didn't expect that her dignified queen would have fallen to this point in this afterlife. Chapter 24. A handsome man takes a bath. Mom, can you listen to my explanation about this matter? Rong Dai's tone was very gentle, without any dissatisfaction or anger. How can she be angry now? She eats and drinks at Hua's house. Since Xiaoting has agreed to this matter, I have nothing to say. But only this time, if it weren't for the supervision of Xiaojie, I wouldn't have agreed. Luo Zheng's tone was tough, and she felt bad at the thought of this daughter-in-law. Hearing her words, Rong Dai subconsciously glanced at Hua Xiaoting, who was standing on the balcony drinking. It turned out that he had just said this to his mother-in-law. In the bottom of my heart, my gratitude to this man inevitably increased a little more, and I also became more confident to contribute to the good things between him and Wen Shileng. Thank you, Mom. Since Hua Xiaoting had explained it, she didn't need to say more. She just said in a sweet and soft voice. Luo Zheng could hear her respect, and he was feeling better from the bottom of his heart. One point, you don't have to be in a hurry to thank me. If you make any scandals and affect Xiaoting, I won't be the first to forgive you. Rong Dai quickly answered and hung up the phone after repeatedly promising, as if she had fought a battle. Women in the afterlife are also difficult to deal with. This queen is not easy to be, and so are future women. She calmed down and saw that Huo Shouting was still standing on the balcony. After thinking about it, she still walked over and stood outside the glass door and said, "Thank you for explaining to your mother. Well, you sleep in bed and I sleep on the sofa. If I need to explain this matter to Miss Wen, you can call me at any time." Rong Dai felt that she still needed to mention this matter to him again. She didn't want to destroy Huo Shouting's feelings. Whether the original owner has feelings for Huo Shouting or not, what she can be sure of is that she has no idea about this man. And she didn't have the habit of taking love with a knife. In her previous life, she was kept in the dark and hurt her all her life. Huo Shouting was listening to her first half of the sentence. When he was about to speak, he heard the second half of the sentence, and his face immediately sank again. Will this woman die if she doesn't mention Wen Shilang? Is she blind? Which I saw what was wrong with Wen Shilang. Just as he was about to speak, the phone rang again. The caller ID happens to be Wen Shilang. When Rong Dai saw the name on the screen, she immediately said, "Then you answer the phone first and explain it to Miss Wen." After saying that, he didn't give Huo Shouting a chance to open his mouth. He went to the cabinet to take two thin blankets, took one of the pillows on the bed and put on the sofa. After simply laying it out, he fell asleep. When Huo Shouting answered the phone and came in, he saw that she had fallen asleep on the sofa, still with her back to him. Huo Shouting's heart was blocked, as if he had been punched. He really couldn't understand the woman, so he put down the wine glass and turned to bed in a daze. In fact, Rong Dai didn't fall asleep. She had always wanted to hear what Huo Shouting said to Wen Shilang, but the balcony was a distance from the sofa in the bedroom, and the glass door was so soundproof that she couldn't hear it at all. After hearing that Huo Shouting fell asleep, she had to close her eyes and sleep. In the early morning, the warm sun shines through the curtains, reflecting the room dimly. I don't know. With the noise of cicadas in summer, Rong Dai slowly woke up from her sleep. She was still confused. She closed her eyes and went into the bathroom, skillfully squeezing toothpaste and brushing her teeth. Looking at Rong Dai, who was brushing his teeth with his eyes closed at the washstand, Huo Shouting, who was taking a shower in the bathroom, was stunned. Is this woman so confused? A few seconds later, a joking smile suddenly flashed through his eyes. He turned off the shower, wrapped the bath towel around his waist, and quietly walked behind her to stand. Looking at Rong Dai, who even brushed her teeth with her eyes closed, the smile in the man's eyes became deeper and deeper. His eyes fell on her cheeks inch by inch. The woman was very beautiful and had not yet woken up. She was lazy and a little delicate. She couldn't help but ripple somewhere in his heart. Are you so sleepy? He leaned gently and leaned close to her ear. He asked her in a low and mellow voice, slightly playfully. The aroma of the shower gel on the man's body and the unique fresh breath on his body made Rong Dai, who was brushing his teeth, suddenly straightened his back. She suddenly opened her eyes, and her hazy sleepiness woke up in an instant. She stared at the man behind her in front of the mirror. There were drops of water hanging on his thin chest, and his hair was also wet. Obviously, he was taking a shower in the bathroom just now, and he broke in recklessly. Rong Dai was dumbfounded. She turned around stiffly and instinctively and looked at him blankly, and her head was numb and blank. This. How could she forget that she slept in the same room with Huo Shouting last night? Her blood froze all over her body, and her eyes stared wide. The toothbrush in her hand fell off, and she couldn't help swallowing the toothpaste in her mouth. The corners of mint went straight to her waist and abdomen. She was excited and woke up in an instant. Are you satisfied with it? In fact, Huo Shouting has been paying attention to her every move. When he saw her shocked look, the joke in his deep eyes deepened. He can't cure this woman if he doesn't believe it. I'm sorry. Rong Dai's face turned red, and she was so shocked that she even used the rules of salute in her previous life, and then rushed out of the bathroom like a whirlwind, like seeing a ghost. Bang! Huo Shouting looked at her embarrassed look at the sound of closing the door. He was in a good mood and didn't care about Rong Dai's strange apology just now. Rong Dai, who came out of the bathroom, couldn't wait to find a crack by herself. How could she do such a rude thing? And just now. She seems to have watched it for a long time. Rong Dai was ashamed and annoyed, and secretly scolded herself for being confused. She was such a rigorous person in her previous life, but she relaxed her vigilance in the next life, which led to such a dilemma. Huo Shouting came out of the bathroom in a short time, still wrapped in a bath towel. Yesterday, the light in the bedroom was dim, and Rong Dai only looked at his figure roughly. And now it's daytime. The strong and distinct lines of the waist and abdomen are extremely clear, and every inch is full of strength. The water drops roll down the line, and Rong Dai's mouth and tongue are dry for a while. I really didn't mean it just now. She panicked and apologized again, while Huo Shouting just pursed his thin lips and said nothing, which made the atmosphere in the bedroom even more awkward. I'm going to wash up first. After saying that, he hurried into the bathroom with his head down, closing the door quickly and locking it. The action is done in one go, without any delay. Huo Xiaoting looked at the tightly closed bathroom door with a smile on the corners of his mouth. He opened the wardrobe, put on his clothes, and went out of the bedroom and downstairs. Rong Dai was stunned in the bathroom for a long time. When she brushed her teeth again, she looked at the mirror in front of her and couldn't help but think of the picture just now, and her cheeks were very red. Even if she is a queen, she has never experienced such an embarrassing thing, especially her relationship with Huo Xiaoting, which is simply a shame. But it has already happened. She only hopes that Huo Xiaoting will forget about it quickly, otherwise she will not know how to get along with him under the same roof in the future. After washing her face with cold water, she calmed down and comforted herself as if she had only seen a beautiful painting of a handsome man taking a bath. Although she called her mother-in-law last night to talk about the take-up of the play, this kind of thing still needs to be said in person, and she doesn't have much time to think about those irrelevant things now. What she needs is to make money and survive. Chapter 25. Make an appointment with a rival. When Rong Dai was mentally prepared and went downstairs, she didn't see Huo Xiaoting. She quietly asked Wang's mother. She was relieved to learn that Huo Xiaoting had gone to the company. Sister-in-law. Huo Xiaojie also came down at this time, and Huo Meishu followed closely. Rong Dai responded and greeted the two of them, but Huo Meishu just sat down for breakfast with an arrogant face and didn't mean to pay attention to her. She didn't care either. When she was about to ask Wang's mother, she saw her mother-in-law coming down from upstairs. She immediately sat down and thought about how to open her mouth. Lu Zheng's face was still a little gloomy. The old lady usually had breakfast in her bedroom, so Rong Dai had to deal with her mother-in-law by herself. "Mom, please have some hot porridge." Rong Dai immediately served a bowl of porridge in front of Lu Zheng and said gently. Lu Zheng knew what she was going to do and didn't say anything. She sat down and drank porridge with a spoon. Huo Xiaojie looked at her gloomy face and saw Rong Dai's cautious appearance. He couldn't help saying, "Mom, the eldest brother and grandmother have promised the sister-in-law about this matter. Don't put pressure on the sister-in-law." When Rong Dai heard it, her head suddenly became bigger. Did this little uncle come to dig a hole for her? This matter is two different things in her mother-in-law's heart, okay? Sure enough, my mother-in-law's face was a little gloomy again, so she had to remedy it quickly. I didn't tell my grandmother and mother about this matter in advance, and it was my fault. You still know that it's your fault? I thought you didn't pay attention to the whole Huo family. What you didn't know was that you thought that our Huo family had to marry you and enter the door. Who did you show your bad face all day long? Huo Meishu said coldly and carelessly to squeeze her, put down her chopsticks heavily, and got up and left directly. Rong Dai was embarrassed in her heart. She didn't expect that the original owner was so hateful that even a girl in her 20s couldn't look at her. Lu Zheng knew the temper of his daughter. In the days when Rong Dai first entered the door, Huo Meishu also respected her very much, but she had a cold face from her several times. This girl is hot-tempered, and it's not surprising that she will wreck her now. Now that this matter has been said, let's not say it again. If you dare to do something out of the ordinary outside, don't blame me for not saying hello to you in advance. Lu Zheng's face was cold. He glanced at Rong Dai, took a spoon and took a sip of porridge. His eyes fell on Huo Xiaojie again. Those things on the internet should be settled as soon as possible, which will have a bad impact on your eldest brother. Huo Xiaojie didn't expect things to go so smoothly. He quickly helped to respond, and Rong Dai was relieved. Huo Xiaojie, look at what kind of stuff is written on the internet. The Huo family's face has been wiped clean by her. Mom, you still promised her to go to that kind of place? Just a few seconds after the dining room was quiet, Huo Meishu took the tablet with a gloomy face and put it heavily on the table. Now, Rong Dai has completely lost her appetite. Huo Meishu, do you still have some education? Shouting at the elders at home. Huo Xiaojie was also a little annoyed and stared at his sister sharply. All right, your second brother has to deal with these things by himself. What are you going to do when you come out? Prepare well for your going abroad. Although Lu Zheng was unhappy, she had promised her son about this matter, so she couldn't turn back. She stared at Huo Meishu and continued to drink porridge. Huo Meishu snorted coldly and left with the tablet. After having breakfast, Rong Dai took her mobile phone and clumsily checked the comments of netizens on the internet. The words were extremely vicious. The young grandmother of the Huo family was so depressed that she was forced to take over the acting camp. What's more hateful is that her sister-in-law is not to help her uncle, but there is something fishy between the two. Even this kind of nonsense came out. Rong Dai frowned and was very unhappy in her heart. Although she really wanted to fight back, she didn't understand the matter on the internet, so she could only wait for Huo Xiaojie to deal with it. She couldn't read the script, thinking that this matter might affect Huo Xiaoting, and of course it would also indirectly affect his relationship with Wen Shilan. Thinking that she still has time, she can ask Wen Shilan to come out to see her. By the way, she can help Huo Xiaoting explain clearly to avoid any misunderstanding between the two people, then she will really leave the Huo family. She looked through the address book in her mobile phone, but there was no Wen Shilan's phone number. She recalled the phone call Huo Xiaoting received last night, which also showed the number on it, and dialed the phone according to her memory. Excuse me, who are you? Wen Shila's voice came from the other end of the phone, which seemed to be a little aggrieved and choked. Is it because of the unpleasantness with Hua shouting? Rong Dai immediately became apprehensive and took a deep breath, trying to make her words sound gentle. Is this Miss Wen? I'm Rong Dai. Wen Shilan on this side of the phone heard it, and her eyes were about to spit out flames. This bitch. She still has the face to call herself. Are you here to laugh at her? Wen Shilan's face was a little ferocious, but she suppressed her emotions to calm down. What's the matter with you? Rong Dai listened to her unkind voice and sighed helplessly from the bottom of her heart. That's right. There are some things I want to tell you in person. I don't know if you are free now. How about we make an appointment to meet? Wen Shila's anger in her heart was nowhere to vent. Since the other party bumped into it herself, she had no reason not to accept it. She immediately smiled. Well, I also have something to say to you. She didn't expect that this inconspicuous Rong Dai had such a great ability to get shouting to fire him from the company. She made so much effort to stay by his side. Now, because this bitch fell into a bamboo basket to get water, how could she let this bitch go? Then she said a place name. After Rong Dai wrote it down, she went back to the bedroom to change her clothes. When she was about to go out, she remembered that she didn't have a penny on her. Since she wants to explain it to Wen Shilan, if she eats something, she can't let people pay for it, right? After thinking about it, she went upstairs to get 1,000 yen from Hua Xiaojie and recorded it in the mobile phone account book, and then went out to the destination. She arrived at the place in advance. This is her once she went out alone and looked at this bustling metropolis. Her heart was full of novelty and she yearned for the future. She waited for about half an hour, and when Shilan was late, she put a small box at the front desk, and Rong Dai didn't pay much attention. When Shilan followed the clerk over. When she saw her sitting in the car generously, her heart was blocked again. She didn't expect that a poor bitch could get the favor of the Hua family, and last night she used such a big wrist that the bitch was unharmed. When Shilan didn't know that her little skill had long been in Lu Zhao's eyes. Last night, when she talked to the Hof people, Lu Zhong turned on the phone and let Hua shouting hear their conversation throughout the whole process. Hua shouting is not those Mao children in their early 20s. He is fierce and decisive and wise. Of course, he understands what Lu Zhong means, so he fired people when he arrived at the company early in the morning. Chapter 26 To solve the problem. Miss Wen, please take a seat. If you want something to drink, please. When she saw someone coming, out of politeness, Rong Dai stood up and looked at the other party with a gentle smile on her face. She only hoped that the other party would not care about her previous recklessness, so as not to affect the agreement between her and Hua shouting. When Shilan saw her polite appearance, and doubts flashed in his eyes, but he didn't pay attention to her at all. He casually threw the $1 million bag in his hand on the card, looked at her contemptuously, and sat down with his hands around his chest. No need to drink. I, Wen Shilan, have not been depressed until you came to give alms. You have to rely on others to support yourself. Can you afford to hire me? The smile on Rong Dai's face did not restrain, and she was still as gentle and elegant as just now. Unfortunately, she couldn't see the value of the bag, otherwise she should have known that Wen Shilan was mocking her with her whole body. Since she has made an appointment with Wen Shilan, she is ready to be ridiculed by the other party. Who said that she offended people before she couldn't figure out the situation? Miss Wen laughed. Since that's the case, I'll get to the point. She also sat down, and her every move was extremely elegant and dignified, which was the temperament emanating from her bones. Wen Shilan did not hide her disgust at all and said disdainfully, "Say it, what do you want to say?" While talking, he also took out his mobile phone and pretended to look at it, but quietly turned on the recording. Although Rong Dai had a smile on her face, she also despised Wen Shilan in her heart. The original owner's feelings for Hua shouting are a mystery in her memory, and she is also sorry for this rebirth to teach the other party a lesson. But that's her instinct. Any woman will be dissatisfied and wary when facing her husband defending other women, right? She didn't think there was anything wrong with what she said at that time, but she didn't analyze the situation well and was so reckless that she was so passive now. Since Wen Shilan and Hua shouting are in love with each other, when Hua shouting agreed to marry the original owner, he must have discussed it with her. She has not carefully studied Wen Shilan's family background, but if she can hook up with a rich family like Hua, her life will definitely not be much worse. If she hadn't agreed at the beginning, Hua shouting's ability could definitely convince the old lady. 10,000 steps back, even if the old lady is persistent, but Hua shouting just doesn't marry, what can the old lady do? Now that you have agreed, don't be entangled. If you are clean, you can still be an innocent person. Such entanglement seems to be the original owner's fault. She not only despises Wen Shilan, but also Hua shouting. Although she was grateful to Hua shouting for his generous action to solve the problem for herself, it did not affect her judgment of this person. If she doesn't agree, why can't she work hard to fight for it? Now, he has forced himself into a desperate situation. While hiding the people of the Hua family, he has to act with Hua shouting and make a living. In this way, her 30-year-old queen is really in vain, and the means in the palace can be said to be useless here. What kind of Queen's Majesty? The Queen's body, put it here, is a psychopath. All kinds of helplessness and depression flashed through her heart. She sat down dignifiedly. Even if she wanted to make peace with Wen Shilang, there were some things that she could not lose confidence. Does Miss Wen like Mr. Huo very much? Her favorite thing when she speaks is to look into the other person's eyes. Because the eyes are a person's mind, even some subtle changes in the expression can distinguish some of the person's thoughts. And she knows her advantages. If her eyes look gentle, they can be romantic, but if they stare at people like this, it will give people great pressure. She made an appointment with Wen Shilang to help Huo Shouting solve the misunderstanding between them, but this does not mean that she will bow to Wen Shilang. She didn't bow her head to anyone when she fell into such a predicament in her previous life, let alone bow to a woman in later life now. This is absolutely impossible. Hearing this, Wen Shilang's eyes were a little angry, mixed with jealousy, and stared at her fiercely. Didn't you ask knowingly? I have been a childhood sweetheart with Brother Shouting since I was a child. If it hadn't been for your dead mother to save Grandma, do you think you could marry Brother Shouting? Looking at Wen Shilang, who had just said a word in front of her, Rong Dai's contempt in her heart was a little heavier. No wonder the old lady doesn't like this kind of education. As for her nature, if she were in the emperor's harem, she would definitely die 3 days after entering the palace. What Miss Wen said is indeed true. Rong Dai smiled lightly, spoke slowly, and her voice was very gentle and soft. But it can't all be blamed on me. Since Mr. Huo was willing to marry me at the beginning, Miss Wen should know. Since you like him so much, why don't you stop him? She asked the other party with a smile, and was not in a hurry to show the purpose of her appointment. In her previous life, she loved the emperor so deeply, but she had to choose stunning beauties to serve him one by one, because of her identity and because of the era she was in, which she was not allowed to dominate the emperor alone. However, this generation is different. Marriage pays attention to monogamy and monogamy, although there is a theory of divorce. But since they love each other, they can fight for each other. In her opinion, she doesn't fight for it, but she doesn't want to let go, and she still takes revenge on others in the image of a sufferer. It is not only stupid, but also vicious. Although she doesn't have much memory of inheriting the original owner, no woman has married and wants to live a good life. Huo Shouting and Wen Shilang can die silently in the hospital. Aren't Huo Shouting and Wen Shilang responsible? So in her opinion, all 3 people are at fault in this matter. One should not get married without knowing the situation, one should not be entangled, and one should not let go and torture. Rong Dai's questioning made Wen Shilang speechless, her face turned pale and gloomy, and her eyes looked at her very resentfully. Anyway, there are no outsiders here. She doesn't need to pretend to be this bitch here at all. She also thought that Shouting would marry her, but when she came back, he had already married this shameless man and even held a wedding. How did she stop it? So you used a good way to take Shouting while I was away. I was coerced to use Grandma as a shield. Don't you think you are shameless now? Wen Shilang sneered and looked at her with disgust, as if she was looking at the stinky meat in the rotten ditch. Rong Dai didn't expect that there were so many twists and turns, but she came here today not to entangle the past, but to solve the problem. So today, I'm here to solve the problem with Miss Wen. Wen Shilang looked at her confusedly. What problem to solve? Do you think I will really fulfill you? Have you been an unsightly junior? Rong Dai couldn't help laughing in her heart. Is there any difference between you and being a bad little third now? Chapter 27. There are no feelings. Wen Shilang looked at her indifferent appearance and was extremely annoyed. Rong Dai. Don't think that if you marry into the Huo family, you will be fearless. You didn't help Shouting at all. How long do you think you can stay in Huo's house? How much time does the old lady have to protect you? Don't measure yourself here. When she thought of her being fired by Huo Shouting today and what he said before, she hated Rong Dai more and more. Rong Dai can tolerate others ridicule and humiliate her. She can get these back sooner or later, but she can't tolerate others being rude to their relatives around her. The old lady is the only shelter and warmth for her to come to this strange world. Wen Shilang can accuse her in any way, but this is not good for the old lady. She looked at Wen Shilang's eyes and unconsciously became sharp. The cold and strong breath on her body was invisibly emitted, and her tone also became cold. Miss Wen, please pay attention to your words. Grandma Huo is in good health. If you have any complaints, you can come to me. I don't want to hear such words again in our next conversation, do you understand? Wen Shilang suddenly felt as if a pair of big hands were holding the back of her neck and head, and there was a sense of pressure that could not breathe. Especially after Rong Dai opened her mouth, this feeling made her very uncomfortable and wanted to resist, but this sense of oppression was invisible, and she was a little helpless. What a damn it. She was actually suppressed by this bitch. If you don't say anything, Miss Wen, I will assume that you are acquiesced. I came here today to solve the problem, and I don't want to cause more trouble because of it. Miss Wen, please also pay attention to your attitude. I came to meet you with sincerity. I won't give you this opportunity a second time. Because of Wen Shilang's words just now, although her momentum has converged, the words have always been strong and indifferent. Wen Shilang was annoyed in her heart, but as soon as she touched Rong Dai's sharp eyes, her back seemed to be pressed by something. The arrogant and contemptuous momentum just now was crushed into powder by the other party. You say? She is extremely depressed. Rong Dai looked at her like this and was a little satisfied. I live in the same room with Mr. Huo, which is to reassure Grandma Huo. Please don't misunderstand Mr. Huo. There is no emotion between me and him. We are just ordered to get married. She sorted out her words in her mind and thought about what to say to convince the other party in order to eliminate the misunderstanding between her and Huo Xiaotong. Wen Shilan was shocked, and then ecstatic. Although I am confused about why Rong Dai said such a thing to herself, does this prove that Xiaoting really has no feelings for this bitch? Did they really get married just because of the old lady? So did brother Xiaoting deliberately be so indifferent to himself because he was afraid of hurting her reputation? Rong Dai just said this sentence concisely, and she had automatically thought of countless pictures that were beneficial to herself in her heart. No matter what the reason was before, now I am married to Mr. Huo, and we are nominally husband and wife. Miss Wen, you are also from a good family background. You should understand the rules of the rich family. We can't divorce now. Seeing that Wen Shilan didn't say anything, she paused and continued to explain. She only hoped that Wen Shilan could be patient for a while. After a year passed, she divorced Huo Xiaoting. And they had nothing to do with her, or how much they made a fuss. So Mr. Huo and I both hope that during this year, Miss Wen can be wronged, and we can cooperate with each other and achieve each other. This is the best solution for the three of us at present. She speaks quietly, has no inferiority at all, and has a strong momentum. And Wen Shilan also understood what she meant, so did she misunderstand that she and Xiaoting were originally a couple? Moreover, she and Xiaoting will divorce in a year. In this year, they only maintain the superficial title of husband and wife. Is it just to maintain the face of the Huo family? The ecstasy in the bottom of his heart gushed out like a fountain, and Wen Shilan couldn't help but be ecstatic in the bottom of his heart. Xiaoting really likes her. She was almost so stupid that she really believed his words. Miss Wen, I'm also here to explain this matter to you today. Mr. Huo helped me, so I don't want to cause a distance between you and him for this reason, which will also affect my survival in the Huo family. She looked at Wen Shilan's happy face, and the ecstasy in the bottom of her heart could no longer be concealed. What else can Wen Shilan do? Of course I promised. This is a good way. Wen Shilan restrained her emotions a little, and she suddenly regained that confidence. How could she lose to a poor ghost with no background and no identity? No wonder I see Xiaoting's face is very bad today, but thank you for telling me this. Xiaoting and I will definitely have a good relationship. You don't have to worry about this. So you just need to do your job well. When you divorce Xiaoting, I will give you a generous compensation. Just think of hiring you to act in a play to make Grandma happy. Although Wen Shilan was happy, she still looked down on Rong Dai, and she was still mocking her in her words. Does acting a play make the old lady happy? Rong Dai smiled in her heart. She could only think of it as such, otherwise what else could she do? Now that you know Miss Wen, I also hope that Miss Wen can restrain your emotions in the future. Don't make noise and disturb the audience, which will also affect the relationship between you and Mr. Huo, and I don't want to disturb my life because of your affairs. This kind of explanation, I only have this time. She immediately stood up and pressed 200 ye on the table. Before leaving, she looked at Wen Shilan to remind her. She has to deal with her mother-in-law, Huo Xiaoting, and make a living. These things are enough for her to work hard. She doesn't want another irrelevant person to distract herself. Wen Shilan didn't like her to talk to herself in such a teaching tone, but when she thought of the surprise she brought her, she held back for the time being. Of course I understand. Then I'll say goodbye first. Miss Wen, it's up to you. Rong Dai nodded slightly and left. Wen Shilan didn't bother to pay attention to her arrogance. She happily put away her mobile phone and left with her bag. She must ask brother Xiaoting to come out and have a good talk. Rong Dai solved the thing in her mind and returned to Huo's house in a private car. When I got home, I happened to see the old lady dressed up fashionable and elegantly. There were also 3 old ladies in the house, all of whom were energetic and radiant. Grandma, where are you going? Dress up so energetically. The only person in this family who can make her talkative is the old lady. In order to live a better life this year and to repay the old lady's kindness, of course, she also needs to be better. Chapter 28 I Can Wait for You. They are all my old sisters. Grandma is old, so she goes on a trip while her legs and feet are still flexible. The old lady smiled and pulled her to introduce to the other 3 old ladies. Rong Dai was very well behaved, with a gentle smile on her face, and greeted the other old ladies in a sweet and soft voice. She has a sweet mouth. After a circle, several old ladies liked her very much and asked for her WeChat. Where is Grandma going to travel? How long will it take to come back? It's too long. I will miss you. Rong Dai watched Uncle Li load his luggage into the car and also admired the old lady's bones and temper. She said she would go. If she leaves, there will be no one to shelter her in the Huo family in the future, and her life will definitely be difficult. Grandma has a bodyguard around her, and the big brother has arranged the itinerary. You just came to ask this now. Don't you think it's a little late? Before the old lady replied to her, Hua Meishu came down from upstairs with a bag in her hand. Although she didn't know what it was, she had seen the Red Cross in the hospital. I guess it was some kind of medicine. She knows that Hua Meishu doesn't like her. Hua Xiaoting didn't tell her about this matter. Of course, she didn't know. Being ridiculed by Hua Meishu, she really couldn't refute it, so she could only laugh and watch. The old lady took the medicine box and told Hua Meishu to respect Rong Dai. Hearing the other 3 old ladies urging her in the car, she hurried to leave. Grandma, don't worry. Meishu cares about me very much. You must pay attention to safety and contact us at any time. When Rong Dai saw Hua Meishu's unhappy face, she quickly found a step for her, helping the old lady to get into the car and telling her with a smile. The old lady nodded and repeatedly told her and Hua Xiaoting to cultivate a good relationship. After sending the old lady away, Rong Dai felt sad. Humph. Fake. Hua Meishu looked at her unpleasantly, ridiculed her coldly and went upstairs. Rong Dai also had a headache, but she couldn't change the Hua family's impression of the original owner for a while. She couldn't say that she had been reborn through time, could she? Can't that be regarded as an alien? I'm afraid no one will believe this absurd theory. The living room was empty, and her mother-in-law and Hua Xiaojie were not at home, so she had to go upstairs to continue thinking about the script. As long as she has money in this play, the rest of the matter will be solved. When Shulan got the good news brought by Rong Dai, and her whole heart was in full bloom. She immediately booked a restaurant, calculated Hua Xiaoting's free time, and changed her private number to call. Seeing Wen Shila's call, Hua Xiaoting put down the cup in his hand, frowned slightly, and hung up without thinking about it. Wen Shila's face was stagnant, and he dialed 7 or 8 times in a row, all of which were hung up by Hua Xiaoting. It was not until the 10th day that Hua Xiaoting was so impatient that he answered her phone. Xiaoting, can I treat you to dinner tonight? I don't mean anything else. I just want to thank you for taking care of me during this period. In addition, I also have something to tell you about Rong Dai. Wen Shilan spoke first without waiting for him to speak, and also moved Rong Dai out. Although Rong Dai's words relieved her, she was not sure of Xiaoting's heart. It may be safer to say so. She was anxious. After waiting for almost 5 or 6 seconds, Hua Xiaoting's low voice came from the other side of the phone. Where is it? Wen Shilan was overjoyed. In the French restaurant we ate last time. The name of the restaurant. Hua Xiaoting was impatient, especially when he thought that Rong Dai misunderstood him 3 or 5 times because of her, which made him very uncomfortable. Wen Shilan's heart was cold, and the gentle smile on her face became a little stiff. She thought he remembered that he took him to that place. She didn't have time to think much and didn't dare to waste time. She quickly reported the place name. Hua Xiaoting answered coldly and hung up the phone. After the busy sound came from the mobile phone, Wen Shilan came back to her senses, and then calls holding the mobile phone turned white. At nightfall, Wen Shilan put on exquisite makeup, changed into a charming and elegant dress, and waited anxiously for Hua Xiaoting in the booked restaurant. President, you and Miss Wen have an appointment to have dinner together tonight. Seeing that he was going back from work, Zhang Tasuka quickly reminded him. Hua Xiaoting remembered that there was indeed such a thing, so he got into the car and rushed to the restaurant. Shengjing was very congested during the rush hour. In this gap, he received Hua Xiaojie's WeChat. That woman actually asked Hua Xiaojie to borrow money. Why does she want money? Hua Xiaojie, brother, my sister-in-law doesn't have a job. You don't even give your sister-in-law's expenses every month, do you? So what if she goes out to socialize and meet her friends? Isn't this a joke for others to watch her? Before Hua Xiaoting could figure out this problem, Hua Xiaojie's message came again, which made his face cold. When will he not spend it for her? Madam, have you crossed out this month's spare time? He took back his mobile phone and asked Zhang Tasuka, who was driving. It's over, President. Didn't you say that 1 million will be drawn from your private account at the beginning of every month? The finance department has made a statement every month, but it seems that the lady has not touched the card. Zhang Tasuka looked at him with a slightly gloomy face in the rearview mirror, and he was a little confused. I'm going to get 100,000 yen in cash and put it in the trunk. I'll take it back in the evening. Hua Xiaoting ordered indifferently, then got out of the car and walked towards the restaurant. Xiaoting, here? Wen Shilan waited for him for a long time. When she saw this man finally appear, she immediately smiled like a flower and called him with a little coquettish voice. Hua Xiaoting's face was indifferent. Although the two walked side by side, Wen Shilan did not dare to approach him easily, and he looked particularly strange. Xiaoting, what do you want to eat? I remember you last time. I didn't promise to come to dinner with you. Didn't you want to talk about Rong Dai? I'll give you 10 minutes. Hua Xiaoting sat down, his words were cold, and he also glanced at the watch in his hand, which was obviously calculating the time. Wen Shila's face turned pale for a while. How could it be like this? Rong Dai, the bitch, obviously said that Xiaoting was affectionate for her. Why is he still so indifferent? Xiaoting. I think I made it clear last time. Don't call me Xiaoting. You can call me Mr. Hua or Brother Hua. I can accept it. Only my family can use this name. Hearing her calling him again, Hua Xiaoting was irritable for no reason, and his face became a little colder. Wen Shilan's eyes turned red on the spot, and tears rolled in her eyes. She is aggrieved, unwilling, and painful. Can't he see that she loves him so much? She quickly grabbed the bag on the table, took out the mobile phone used to record Rong Dai's speech today, and clicked on the recording file. Shah. Brother Hua, I already know what's going on. Do you still want to treat me so indifferently? Brother Hua, I like you so much. I don't believe you and I don't feel anything. If it's because of Grandma and Rong Dai, I can wait for you. She was so wronged that she put her mobile phone on the table with red eyes. Rong Dai's recording came from the phone. The more Hua Xiaoting listened to it, the more his face became gloomy, and even an unknown anger arose from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 29. It won't be you. Brother Hua, I know you have me in your heart, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't be so good to me. We were childhood sweethearts and should have been together. Wen Shilan didn't see Hua Xiaoting's faintly unhappy face. She was still talking to herself, looking at him affectionately. Hua Xiaoting's heart was cold. That woman really said it out loud. Be ordered to get married. Very good. That's all she said. The man looked indifferent and looked up at Wen Shilan. Originally, Wen Shilan said she was about to be moved. Originally, she wanted to take advantage of the atmosphere to get closer to Hua Xiaoting, so that what she had prepared later could be done. She believes that as long as Hua Xiaoting gets her, she will be reluctant. She can now see that Xiaoting not only has no feelings for her, but also has no feelings for Rong Dai. Otherwise, how could Rong Dai say such a thing? Since that's the case, why can't you fight for it? But just as she was about to approach, she was stared at by Hua Xiaoting's eyes, and her body was mechanically stiff. She quickly picked up the mobile phone on the table, looked at him and said in a flattering tone, "Well, I've recorded it all." As she said, she looked through the recording file of her mobile phone, but she could only record what Rong Dai said, that we were just ordered to get married. Not a word was recorded in the rest of the words. Xiaoting, wait a minute, I really recorded it. Seeing Hua Xiaoting's impatient face, Wen Shilan was so nervous that her face turned pale. Her fingers trembled and she kept rummaging on her mobile phone, but she couldn't find it. Only then did she remember that when Rong Dai said these words, she was so excited that she seemed to touch her mobile phone. Didn't she turn off the recording at that time? Wen Shilan was both annoyed and helpless in her heart, and she was especially afraid that Hua Xiaoting would misunderstand her nonsense, and her eyes peeked at him cautiously from time to time. Hua Xiaoting's breath was cold, and his mind was full of Rong Dai's words in the recording. We don't have feelings, we can only get married by orders. Is that what that woman thinks? An unknown fire spread in Hua Xiaoting's heart. He really couldn't figure out what Rong Dai was thinking. Give it to me. Seeing Wen Shilan's flustered appearance, he looked a little impatient. Wen Shilan didn't dare to resist. She quickly handed over her mobile phone. Her voice was gentle. I've recorded it all. It's impossible not to have it. Xiaoting, I know you are also working hard. I really love you very much. I think we two are the most suitable. Grandma may be old and confused for a while. A year will pass soon. Xiaoting, I'm not afraid of hard work. I really want to be your wife, and I also hope we can have a happy family. She looked at Hua Xiaoting's cold side face, her eyes were full of obsession, and even her voice was full of coquettishness and longing. Xiaoting, I know you must be looking forward to it, right? I can face these things with you. You don't have to work so hard alone. I was ignorant before and didn't understand your hard work. Now I know. Can you forgive me? The more Wen Shilan said, the more energetic he became. He was so moved that his eyes were red. Unconsciously, he approached Hua Xiaoting and wanted to sit on his legs. Do you think so? Hua Xiaoting looked up at her while pulling her mobile phone and smelling the strong smell of perfume. It was still the kind of indifferent eyes. Wen Shilan's body stiffened and her feet seemed to be stuck with glue. She didn't dare to get half a step closer to him. Did I say something wrong? Xiaoting, I really want to have a perfect and warm family with you. I think it's okay for us. I can be your wife. Wen Shilan showed that touching appearance again, and her words were both gentle and delicate. Is there a backup? Hua Xiaoting asked patiently, and there was a faint anger in the depths of his deep eyes. Wen Shilan's tenderness was interrupted again. Although she was a little wronged, she must answer Hua Xiaoting's words. Less. Brother Hua, I'm not the kind of despicable person. This recording was also accidentally recorded, and I didn't back it up. When she touched his cold eyes, she had to change her name. How can she have time to back up? It took her a lot of time just to book a restaurant and pick herself up. She was happy to forget about it. That's good. Getting the answer he wanted, Hua Xiaoting stood up, which scared Wen Shilan to take 2 steps back. But Hua Xiaoting did not leave immediately, but pursed his thin lips and stared at her with his eyes. Wen Shilan's heart jumped wildly inexplicably, and she couldn't help but be happy. Xiaoting really liked her. She couldn't help fantasizing about what would happen to the two people next. 2 blushes climbed up on her cheeks unconsciously, and she was as shy as a bride in a big wedding. Xiaoting. She watched secretly. Taking a look at Huo Xiaoting, seeing that his face was still the same, he couldn't help but make an old habit. His voice was soft and crisp, and he raised his hand to pull his sleeve. Such a bold hint is already obvious, and the restaurant is in the form of a hotel. Behind the two people is a large heart-shaped bed with fiery red roses on it, which is the most suitable for couples. Wen Shilan specially arranged it here for convenient action. Huo Xiaoting put his hand in his trouser pocket at the right time, with indifferent eyes and cold words. Wen Shilan, I have no interest in you. I'm married, and I don't plan to get a divorce. I'm a family person. You'd better pay attention to your behavior and words. Also, I help you just because of your father's dying advice. I think I have done it. If you have any more fantasies, please erase those absurd ideas in your mind right now. Rong Dai is my Huo Xiaoting's wife, and she is getting married by my media. Last night, my husband and I had a little conflict because Miss We's deliberate behavior made my wife misunderstand. His words were cold, and every word seemed to hit Wen Shila's heart one by one. Her face was pale, and her cheeks were slightly numb because of this shock. So for the sake of my wife's feelings and for her to keep a happy mood, next time Miss Wen sees me, please take a detour. Otherwise, I, Huo Xiaoting, will not talk to you so politely again. What do you think? That's your business, but my family can only be owned by my wife. You are just the daughter of an old man, and I have no idea about you. And my future child, the future happy life, can only happen with my wife Rong Dai, not you. It wasn't you in the past, it won't be you now, and it won't be you in the future. Miss Wen, you'd better remember this clearly. If you offend me again, Huo's lawyers will be happy to talk to you. I will ask the assistant to buy a new mobile phone and return it to you. I don't want anything bad to affect the harmony between our husband and wife. Also, what you just said is here. In order to avoid your entanglement, Miss Wen, I advise you to do it yourself. Huo Xiaoting took out his mobile phone, played the recording, looked at her indifferently, and then left the room without looking back. Wen Shila's whole body seemed to be struck by lightning. She was stunned in the room and couldn't recover for a long time. Chapter 30. I have no idea about you. This is impossible. You are lying to me. When Wen Shilan came back to her senses, she shouted sharply and went out to chase Huo Xiaoting. She can't accept such an explanation. He is obviously willing to accept himself. He must have said that for his own good. Wen Shilan was still paralyzing herself. When she rushed to the door of the store and saw Huo Xiaoting getting on the car, she immediately rushed over and pulled the car door. She didn't care about anything gentle, cute, and touching. She burst into tears and painted her makeup carefully and immediately bloomed. Brother Huo, you lied to me, right? I know you are worried about my reputation, but I don't care about that. I only care about you. Do you know? Since I met you at the age of 7, I have vowed in my heart that I must be your bride, your wife and mother of your children. Brother Huo, you can't do this to me. I love you so much. Wen Shilan is about to collapse. She couldn't believe what she had just heard. How could he have no interest in himself? Is it just because of his father that he is good to himself? She can't accept this statement. President, this. Zhang Tasuka was stunned by Wen Shila's operation. He looked at Huo Xiaoting with a gloomy face in the rearview mirror in astonishment. Huo Xiaoting looked indifferent and looked up at Wen Shilan, who was pulling the car door like a madman. Grandma is right. This woman's character is not good. Miss Wen, I'll say it again, I have no interest in you. I have no meaning to you from beginning to end. I did this purely to not make my wife sad. Don't be sentimental here. He looked extremely disgusted and looked at Zhang Tasuka. Go and call the security guard and take the person away. Zhang Tasuka squeezed a cold sweat in his heart. Although the president is very charming and has a lot of money, he is the object of many unmarried women. Even if this situation has not decreased after the president got married, there is really no woman who dares to be so blatantly entangled. Because the woman who has entangled the president usually doesn't end up very well, and gradually no one dares to move forward. He quickly got out of the car to deal with it, but Wen Shilan seemed to have eaten a scale. She didn't have time to close the window, and her arm was clasped. President, this is too difficult for me. The security guard of the restaurant came to see this situation, and there was nothing she could do. Who dares to come forward to hug her? Zhang Tasuka also persuaded him several times, but Wen Shilan just didn't let go and howled and cried. Inform the Wen family to deal with it and send another car over. Huo Xiaoting glanced at his watch, and his patience with Wen Shilan had run out. Zhang Tasuka nodded and made a phone call to arrange things while guarding outside the car door. 10 minutes later, the car arrived. President, the car has arrived. Key. Huo Xiaoting's voice was cold, and Zhang Tasuka quickly handed over the car key to he, and then thought of the 100,000 yuan in cash. President, I put the 100,000 yuan in cash for his wife in the trunk. Huo Xiaoting didn't say anything, got into the car and galloped away. Shouting. Wen Shilan couldn't help shouting, no different from a shrew, but she was stopped by the security guard and could only watch him leave. Zhang Tasuka couldn't help shaking his head. When the Wen family rushed over, the farce was over. Huo Xiaoting was in a very bad mood. When he got home, he had missed the Huo family's dinner. Wang's mother happened to have something to do. After dinner, Rong Dai happened to study the script with Huo Xiaojie in the living room downstairs. He looked over with a gloomy face. Huo Xiaojie was covered in a sweat. Looking at his gloomy face, he felt that something was wrong. He immediately stood up holding the script. Sister-in-law, Luo Yi and I still have some details to finalize. Let's discuss it tomorrow. After saying that, he quickly went upstairs as if he had oiled his feet. Rong Dai didn't know why. She looked up at Huo Xiaoting, who didn't look very good, and asked carefully, "You're back, Did you go to see Wen Shilan today?" Before she finished her words, Huo Xiaoting opened his mouth and stared at her sharply. Rong Dai nodded and was still confused. Isn't her explanation clear enough? Did these two people have any conflict again? I was just worried about causing trouble between you and Miss Wen because of my reasons, so I specially asked her to explain. Doesn't Miss Wen believe it? Then I can ask her out again tomorrow, and I can explain it clearly. Looking at her speaking seriously and with an official appearance, Huo Xiaoting's heart was blocked and painful. How can this woman be so reasonable? Listen to it yourself. Huo Xiaoting took out Wen Shile's mobile phone and played the recording directly. Rong Dai also nodded particularly seriously. That's right, this is what I said. What's wrong? Huo Xiaojie sneaked upstairs and did not rush into the room, but listened to the corner. The living room is spacious and the sound transmission effect is good. Of course, he also heard the recorded content. Seeing that Rong Dai still nodded so seriously, and the eldest brother's face was so bad, he couldn't help but worry about Rong Dai's emotional intelligence. Huo Xiaoting looked at her with a sneer. What do you think is right? Seeing that he was faintly about to get angry, Rong Dai felt cold in her heart. Did she do it wrong? Isn't he going to kill himself? Xiaoting, listen to me, I didn't mean it. Since you went to find her, I'll make it clear to you today. Don't let this woman be suspicious. He doesn't like this kind of misunderstanding very much. First, I married you not because I was ordered to marry you, but I think you are the right person to marry me. Second, I don't have any feelings for Wen Shilan. I didn't have it before, and it won't be possible in the future. Third, no one can force me to do what I don't want to do. He looked at Rong Dai, who looked confused and cautious. The breath of anger in his heart could not be expressed. He could only be so angry that he was about to suppress his internal injury. Did you understand my explanation? He asked back coldly, with cold eyes mixed with anger. Rong Dai's brain went blank. The whole person is as dumb as a wooden chicken. So she is so busy and still has all kinds of ideas to set them up. Isn't it self-indulgent? So, am I self-indulgent? What do you think? Huo Xiaoting is not angry. He has no desire for marriage, because women are too troublesome and there are too many strange thoughts in his mind. Dealing with women is much more difficult than dealing with work. He doesn't want to find troubles for himself. But when he met Rong Dai, he was willing to get married, but he didn't expect that after the marriage, the gap would be too big. Rong Dai was suddenly embarrassed and panicked in her heart. She couldn't wait to find a crack to get in. But it can't be completely blamed on her, can it? Who made the two of them so close? I think you are so close to Miss Wen, so. She struggles to explain again. So you won't ask me as your husband, but speculate there by yourself? Huo Xiaoting sat on the sofa in a cold voice. Rong Dai stood in front of him and didn't dare to move, and her back was in a cold sweat. She never thought that things would be like this. Chapter 31, Cooking to Atonement. Rong Dai felt that she was really going to die unjustly. Why did she speculate there? Her eyes didn't grow on the top of her head. Wen Shilan looked at his eyes so gently that they could pinch water. Does this make everyone think they are fishy? And as soon as she woke up, she saw the two of them together. His wife is sick, and the husband brings another woman to visit her. She would like to ask Huo Xiaoting what kind of operation is this. Can she not doubt it? But she doesn't have the guts. She was afraid of annoying the other party, so she really had to roll up and leave. Especially now she is heavily in debt. This is not only her current parents, but also her creditor. Bear with it. When she earns money, she doesn't have to look at her face. Rong Dai lamented from the bottom of her heart that she had very little memory of inheriting the original owner. Although she searched for a lot of things with her mobile phone, the bank card password could not help her no matter how powerful Dunya was. And she didn't dare to ask. She now has 800 yen left on her body. What can these 800 yen do? After eating 2 meals and drinking a few bottles of water, I guess I will see the bottom. She took 2 deep breaths, with a gentle smile on her delicate face, and looked at Huo Xiaoting with a smile. Xiaoting, have you had dinner yet? This matter can be regarded as her self-indulgence. She can see that Huo Xiaoting is very annoyed. But this matter can't continue like this. She must take it over. Huo Xiaoting sat on the sofa and kept looking at her. Seeing her with such a bright smile, he was even more irritable. Can't this woman's official fake smile be more dedicated? It's my fault, but I just want to make you happy. Don't argue with me, okay? I can cook for you. Seeing that he not only didn't answer himself, his face became more gloomy. Roald Dai couldn't help jumping up and down. There was no landing point. A spiritual light flashed in her head and she quickly found an excuse. No one doesn't like to hear nice words, right? Her attitude has always been very upright. Judging from the previous incident, this man does not belong to the kind of pedantic person. Sure enough, Huo Xiaoting's deep eyes flew a wisp of satisfaction. Although he knows that what the woman said may not be true, he just likes to listen. Can you cook? He asked back. After all, except for the two of them who had met twice before marriage, they were like strangers after marriage, and they knew very little about each other. Roald Dai subconsciously glanced at the kitchen in the corner of her eyes. In order to please the emperor, she specially learned a few dishes from the best royal chef in the royal dining room. Now that I think about it, it's a joke that she worked so hard at the beginning. When she was in Ro's house, she didn't touch Yang Chou-shui. When she became his queen, she had to wash her hands and make soup in person. Even her parents had never eaten the food she cooked, which was simply pathetic. If you can't do it, don't. I'll do it. Roald Dai's thoughts drifted far away. When she heard Huo Xiaoting's faintly unhappy voice, she regained her mind, looked at him, and answered seriously. In her previous life, she only did it for the emperor. But this time, she just wants to obey her heart, do whatever she wants, and no longer be bound by anyone. Moreover, the Huo family is a rich family, and of course there are servants to take care of the affairs of the family. But if she leaves the Huo family, she may not be able to afford to hire a maid. I'm afraid she has to do the laundry and cook by herself. Now that she has the opportunity to contact, she should study and master the most basic skills. Huo Xiaoting was a little surprised that she suddenly became so serious. She didn't continue to say what she had not finished. She looked at her faintly, then I'll wait. Roald Dai didn't hesitate. After all, this was to calm down her parents' food and clothing, and she couldn't neglect it. She turned around and went into the kitchen. Huo Xiaoting's eyes fell on the script on the coffee table and picked it up, driven by curiosity. Huo Shiji, listening to the corner of the wall upstairs, I originally wanted to watch the play, but I didn't expect my sister-in-law to be so good at coaxing people, and she subdued his eldest brother in a few words. When he caught a glimpse of Huo Xiaoting picking up the script on the coffee table and reading it, his face turned pale on the spot. I'm going to die. Brother. He rushed down and almost rolled down the stairs. Huo Xiaoting raised his eyes, glanced at him indifferently, and then took it back. The contemptuous eyes of sentient beings made Huo Xiaojie's heart like ashes. There are quite a lot of kissing scenes. How do you repay your brother for me? His face was cold, and his voice was calm without any waves. However, it is his appearance that makes Huo Xiaojie's scalp cold. The calmer the eldest brother is, the more serious the consequences will be. This can be changed. He immediately raised his fingers and vowed to take 3 or 2 steps forward to take away all the scripts. Dun. The two brothers were talking when there was a big movement in the kitchen. Brother, go and see your sister-in-law. Maybe she needs you. I will definitely correct this script. You calm down your anger. Huo Xiaojie breathed a sigh of relief, showed a professional official fake smile, and ran away from the scene with the script in his arms. Huo Xiaoting didn't bother to pay attention to him. He looked at the direction of the kitchen with deep eyes, frowned slightly, hesitated for a second or two, and still got up and walked towards the kitchen. In the kitchen, Roald Dai was a little at a loss. These things. She didn't know about them, because Wang's mother usually cooks, and she has never seen these shiny and slippery metal bumps. And this stove, she doesn't even know how to light it. Just now, she just wanted to have noodles. After all, it's so late that it's not suitable for greasy food. Noodles are easy to digest, and it's not perfunctory with some delicious side dishes. But she overestimated her ability and was smashed in the head when she took a bowl of noodles. Huo Xiaoting saw her standing awkwardly in the middle of a pile of metal utensils, with a confused face, and the displeasant in his heart disappeared inexplicably. Obviously, he can't cook, but he has a hard mouth. These things are all customized by Huo Meishu from abroad. If she knew that she had fallen to such a place, wouldn't she be heartbroken? I'm sorry, I just wanted to make peace, but I didn't expect it to be like this. I'm really sorry. Roald Dai was a little discouraged. Everything here was different from everything she had encountered in her previous life. Whether it was food, clothing, housing, and transportation, or her speech and behavior, they were very different. She thought that she had worked hard on the internet during this period and had more or less mastered the basics. But now it seems that she has only mastered a little fur. Huo Xiaoting glanced at her indifferently and said nothing. He turned around and left the kitchen, taking off his suit jacket. Roald Dai wanted to cry in her heart but had no tears. She was depressed when she saw him go and come back. Get out, I'll do it. He bent down to pick up the utensils and ordered her in a cold voice. Only then did Roald Dai realize and quickly helped pick it up. I told you to go out. Didn't you hear me? Huo Xiaoting saw that she was clumsy and a little flustered. He couldn't help frowning, grabbed her wrist, and pulled the person out of it. When he held her slender wrist, his eyes looked gloomy. She was so thin. Chapter 32 Her uneasiness. How about you teach me? I'm just not very proficient in these things, and I haven't cooked for a long time. I'm a little skilled. Rong Dai was nervous from the bottom of her heart. The previous familiar sense of crisis appeared again, and her back was in a cold sweat. No matter how noble her identity was in her previous life, the world now is strange to her. Everything she has seen and heard is something she has never touched, and everything is unknown to her. She was optimistic before, so this sense of crisis only appeared for such a short moment, and she was confident that she could cope with it. But today she went into the kitchen and found that she knew very little about the world, and this panic surrounded her densely in an instant. She looked at the man in front of her with serious eyes and a little panic. No matter what she and Huo Shouting will be like after this year, at least for now, this man shelters her, and she must let herself learn, accept and change. It's not terrible to be humiliated now. What's terrible is that if she is blindly optimistic like this, the situation may be worse. Huo Shouting looked at her and always felt that her mood was a little strange today, but he couldn't confirm what was wrong. Looking at her restless eyes, he felt a little stuffy inexplicably. Just guide me on how to use it. In the past, I only used to use the kind of fire, and then my mother cooked all the time. I never went into the kitchen. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Rong Dai quickly lied to explain, but the explanation was very vague and difficult to convince people. Although Huo Shouting felt strange in his heart, he didn't ask her. After all, this woman was strange for more than a day or two. Okay. He responded faintly, and then Rong Dai breathed a sigh of relief. She is more willing to believe Huo Shouting than others. Perhaps it is because of his marital relationship with the original owner, and I am still his nominal wife, so there is a little instinct in this kind of trust. Rong Dai was a little flustered. Although she was willing to believe Huo Shouting, she didn't want to act too strange so as not to make him suspicious. Unexpectedly, all her deliberately concealed actions have long fallen into Huo Shouting's eyes. He is tall, nearly 1.9 meters tall. Even though the kitchen is very spacious, he is still very eye-catching when he stands there. Is that right? Rong Dai carefully obeyed his command, while handling the ingredients carefully, and from time to time, she also analyzed what Huo Shouting's subtle expression meant. After finally making a bowl of noodles, she was like fighting a battle, not only physically tired, but also psychologically. These metal bumps are very convenient, but she is not skilled. Fortunately, Huo Shouting is very patient. Even if she makes a mistake, she does not say a harsh sentence. Would you like to taste it? I haven't cooked for a long time. If I don't do a good job, please forgive me. Putting the hot egg noodles on the table, Rong Dai brought out 2 stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and her tone was polite. Huo Shouting looks at the simple noodles on the table, although it was not a delicacy of the mountains and the sea. For a moment, a ripple rose in his heart, which was as gentle as the spring breeze brushing his face. This is a word used on the internet, which seems to be called the silence of the years, right? It's just that when he touched the caution in Rong Dai's eyes, his face unconsciously tightened. Rong Dai usually doesn't show her thoughts in front of anyone easily, but today's experience in the kitchen made her feel uneasy. And this is not a deceitful harem. She is not as tight as sitting in the back seat, so she is very relaxed. This relaxation revealed my thoughts. Huo Shouting didn't say anything, but sat down to eat noodles. This is made by Rong Dai herself and noodles. The soup base is full of ingredients and the taste is also very full. The first bite of Huo Shouting came unexpectedly. He didn't expect that what the woman said was true. If he hadn't seen her at a loss in the kitchen, he wouldn't have believed that she would have cooked. It's very good. It would be better if we could not be so clumsy next time. He was not stingy with comments. Rong Dai had been looking at him nervously. Hearing his words, the breath stuck in his throat was immediately relieved. Thank you for tonight. I will study hard. A comfortable smile appeared on Rong Dai's face, and the uneasiness in her eyes dissipated. Huo Shouting faintly gave her a nasal sound, but he wondered what she was worried about. It's just a meal. How can she be so uneasy? Although he didn't break it at all, he could see the tension and uneasiness that Rong Dai inadvertently revealed when she was cooking in the kitchen. I don't want my wife to be so polite to me every moment. Although it's good to treat each other like guests, I don't need your politeness. You are my wife, and all your demands on me are reasonable. I hope you can keep this sentence in mind. Maybe her uneasiness is because of herself, so she should be able to understand what he said, right? Rong Dai didn't expect that he would say these words. For a moment, she couldn't turn her mind. She couldn't deeply understand what his words meant, so she had to nod her head in a daze. I'm going to clean up the kitchen. Thinking that the kitchen was made a mess by herself, since he was satisfied, she didn't need to watch him finish eating here. Huo Shouting originally wanted her to take a rest. The family invited a servant, and she didn't need to do these things at all. But Rong Dai's long legs walked so fast that she disappeared in a few steps. Rong Dai carefully cleaned up in the kitchen and vaguely set a plan for herself in her heart. She needed to come to this kitchen often, and she had to figure out these novel things clearly. Brother, why did you come back? Huo Mei Shaw came back from outside. When she passed by the dining room, she saw Huo Shouting and subconsciously asked, Is it strange that I came back? Huo Shaoting looked up at her and wondered for a while. How can they come back? It's strange to come back by themselves. Huo Meishu smiled, walked over and poured a glass of water and took a sip. Isn't it strange? You usually come back once in 10 days and half a month, but this month it has been 3 times. With that, her eyes fell on the noodles Huo Shaoting ate, and her face suddenly changed. When she heard something moving in the kitchen, she thought it was Wang's mother, so she immediately roared, "Wang's mother! How can you make noodles for the eldest brother?" Rong Dai, who was busy in the kitchen, heard the roar and shook her hands, and the porcelain bowl almost slipped out. "Brother, don't you know that you are allergic to food? Do you want to kill yourself? Don't eat." As Huo Meishu said, she was about to take away the bowl in front of Huo Shaoting. Rong Dai came out with sweat on her forehead and looked at the brother and sister with a puzzled face. Did something happen? Wang's mother went out. Chapter 33 Huo Meishu's resentment. Rong Dai, did you make noodles for my elder brother? Seeing Rong Dai coming out of the kitchen, Huo Meishu's face was cold and fierce, and her voice was sharp and clever. Rong Dai was shocked. Can she make her sister-in-law angry even if she cooks a meal? I did it. What's the matter? What's the matter? Huo Meishu was furious and looked at her eyes. Don't you know that my eldest brother will be hospitalized for 3 days if he eats noodles once? He has a bad stomach and can't eat noodles. No one in our family dares to make noodles to eat. You actually cook noodles for my eldest brother. Do you sincerely want to kill him? Rong Dai's face turned pale and looked at Huo Shaoting in astonishment. She only thinks that this noodle is easy to digest. It is not suitable to eat too much rice at night. It is best to eat some easy to digest and light food. But she doesn't know that Huo Shaoting can't eat noodles. Huo Meishu. Huo Shaoting's face became cold. His eyes were unhappy. He looked at Huo Meishu sharply, and his voice was also extremely cold. Shaoting, shall we go to the hospital quickly? Or do you have any emetic medicine at home? You just ate it, and it should be too late to absorb it. Rong Dai was so scared that her hands and feet felt cold. She didn't care about Huo Meishu's attitude, but looked at him with anxious and worried eyes. She just wanted to coax him for a meal, and then let him misunderstand him and go to see Wen Shilan in private. But I didn't expect it to be like this. If Huo Shaoting eats something wrong, can this grandmother just go out and let her go? This little sister-in-law's violent temper alone makes her angry enough. I'm all right. Huo Shaoting looked at her careful and humble appearance, and his heart suddenly felt like it had been stabbed by a needle. This is the wife he recognized and approved by the state and officially married. He thought that the Huo family could make her worry-free, and he and she could be a good husband and wife. He was still thinking about what would make her so uneasy. Now, he knows the reason. He put down his chopsticks, stood up, stretched out his hand to pull Rong Dai behind him, and looked at Huo Meishu with condescending and sharp eyes. Huo Meishu, Rong Dai is your sister-in-law. She is my wife and my wife Huo Shaoting. I earn every penny for food and clothing in this family. If you are not satisfied, you can get out of this house. I don't care who indulges your young lady's temper. I don't care if you like to shout at others. You are an adult now. This is your freedom. But this is my wife. I ask you to show some respect. If I know that you yell at my wife like this next time, you don't have to come back to this family. You can live wherever you like. This family will not have half an inch of space for you. Are my words clear enough? Huo Shaoting's attitude is tough, and his tone is dignified and cold. Not only Huo Meishu, but also Rong Dai was scared. Huo Meishu was shocked that although the eldest brother was often not at home, she knew that the family was supported by the eldest brother, so she respected the eldest brother very much. So after he got married, her respect was also given to Rong Dai. Unfortunately, Rong Dai was not grateful, especially when she saw that Rong Dai was not cold to her eldest brother, as if the Huo family owed her. She was annoyed. Her eldest brother is so excellent, what kind of woman can't marry? How dare she ignore her eldest brother? But now it's this woman who is doing the wrong thing. She is worried about the health of the eldest brother. Why does he blame herself? Huo Meishu couldn't figure it out. She felt aggrieved, and her eyes were red on the spot. If Rong Dai is kind to her eldest brother, forget it. But she is obviously not good to the eldest brother. Can't she say a few words? Rong Dai was also very shocked. There is something wrong with Huo Shaoting tonight. How did he say these words? He obviously has no feelings for himself. Why did he suddenly defend himself like this? But before she could figure out this problem, she was shocked to see Huo Meishu's aggrieved face. This is a bad thing. She was trying her best to win the favor of her sister-in-law and her mother-in-law. His violent maintenance immediately distracted her efforts. Meishu, don't listen to what your eldest brother said. He was angry with me today and said something confusing. Don't take it to heart. I won't make noodles next time. Thank you for your reminder. Rong Dai quickly remedied, but even she didn't believe what she said. When Huo Shaoting said those words just now, his attitude was so strong. If Huo Meishu really quarreled with Huo Shaoting because of such a little thing, and even moved away, then her mother-in-law must have killed her. Shaoting, don't be so harsh. Mei Shu is just worried about your health. I don't know that you can't eat noodles, and she just has good intentions. After comforting Huo Mei Shu, she quickly explained to Huo Xiaoting. But when these two words were said, she suddenly felt that she was hit by anger. Brother, are you crazy? For her, you actually want to drive your own sister away. I have always respected you. After you got married, what did I not respect this woman? Huo Mei Shu pointed at Rong Dai in disgust, looked at Huo Xiaoting, and couldn't help complaining aggrievedly. This woman is shameless. If she doesn't want to get married, she should not have married in the first place. Does our Huo family still ask for her? You accuse me of not respecting her enough? Look at how she did it. Mom bought her a bird's nest and wormwood. The second brother brought her all kinds of local souvenirs. I bought her high-end luxury clothes and skincare products. What did she appreciate? Huo Mei Shu is also a quick-tempered person, especially after this breath has been backlogged for so long, it broke out on the spot. But what? What did she do? Turn around and sell all these things. He still has a sad face all day long, and he only smiles when he sees his grandmother. Do we owe her? You are not often at home, but I'm here. I know very well. Mom was so angry with her that she couldn't swallow it. What did we feel sorry for her? She doesn't know that you are allergic to noodles. Is her wife qualified? Why do you scold me? Huo Mei Shu was unwilling and wronged, and immediately cried out. Rong Dai listened to Huo Mei Shu's accusations, and her whole heart was cold. She really didn't expect that the original owner's behavior trajectory in the Huo family was so bad that he could make an unmarried girl in her 20s cry out of anger and accumulate so much resentment. She suddenly understood why the original owner would disappear in the hospital, but there was no one to accompany her. The original owner died, but he was relieved. But this hurt her. She inherited the original owner's memory with only a little sporadic fragment, and many things were unknown at all. If she knew that the original owner had done so much before, she would rather knock herself to death with a stick when she woke up and then return to the cold palace. Chapter 34 A Big Black Pot. What's the matter? What's the matter? Huo Xiaojie actually heard it clearly upstairs, and he didn't expect the eldest brother to blame the little sister so excessively. Huo Mei Shu has respected her brother since she was a child, and she is also most concerned about her brother, but what happened before Rong Dai was indeed a little difficult to understand. Mei Shu, speak well, don't be so big or small. Huo Xiaojie didn't really want to blame Huo Mei Shu, but the eldest brother's face was already indescribable. If Huo Mei Shu continues to say it, the eldest brother will really turn his back. Why didn't I talk properly? She is the one who should speak well and be a person. Huo Mei Shu's voice was sharp and angry. She raised her finger to look at Rong Dai, her eyes were scarlet, and her eyes were full of grievances. After saying that, she turned her head and ran upstairs with her face hidden. Brother, although the younger sister's words are not so nice. Huo Xiaojie's face was also a little cold, and he subconsciously glanced at Rong Dai, but you shouldn't talk to the little sister like that. In this family, the little sister respects you the most. After he finished, he ignored Rong Dai and turned around and went upstairs. Hearing the sky-shattering sound of the door coming from upstairs, Rong Dai's heart trembled. What on earth did she go through just now? She just made a bowl of noodles, which triggered this terrible thing. My sister-in-law and uncle have all been offended. And what happened to Huo Xiaoting tonight? Why do you have to say those words? Isn't this stimulating, Huo Mei Shu? Xiaoting, I'll accompany you to the hospital first. I'll explain to her when Mei Shu comes back. What do you think? She can't afford to offend one or both of them, so she can only be a wall-headed grass to save her life. But after she finished speaking, she didn't get Huo Xiaoting's answer. She turned her head and saw that he continued to eat noodles with chopsticks as if nothing had happened. Rong Dai was stunned. Huo Mei Shu was crying. How could he still eat it? And can't he eat noodles? Xiaoting, this noodle. I just can't eat noodles made by machines. It doesn't matter if the noodles are purely handmade. Huo Xiaoting's voice was light. He actually likes noodles very much, but he has a stomachache once he eats mechanical noodles, but the noodles made by hand are fine, which is really strange. Rong Dai. Are there such strange people in the world? Then I'll go up to see Mei Shu. She. Actually, I don't care, you just said that. Although I'm glad that you can protect me, it will hurt Mei Shu. Rong Dai breathed a sigh of relief. She offended both of them at once. When her mother-in-law came back later, she probably couldn't avoid it. If she doesn't say nice words to stabilize Huo Xiaoting, she will really not be far from rolling the cover. If you go up now, she will only get angry with you. Don't worry about this matter. Huo Xiaoting even drank all the soup base, and he didn't miss 2 seasonal vegetables. But, don't you want to read your script? Or don't you want to pick it up? Rong Dai also wanted to explain that Huo Xiaoting had got up and put the dishes into the kitchen, leaving only an indifferent back for her. After a while, the sound of washing dishes came from the kitchen. Rong Dai had a lot of thoughts in her heart, and countless doubts were blocked in her heart. She couldn't understand Huo Xiaoting tonight, but she didn't figure out how to comfort Huo Mei Shu, nor did she come up with any good way to solve this matter. The original owner's previous actions are deeply rooted, although she really doesn't know how much the original owner has done before. But no matter how much Huo Meishu says, she is also an educated lady. The Huo family will definitely not be stingy in training family members. Huo Meishu will only be disgusted when she sees herself and will speak with thorns. It can be imagined that the original owner was very annoying before. Although she was not the original owner, she had to bear the blame. Thinking about her, she felt wronged. Rong Dai was very upset. She was just trying to live a good life. Why is it so difficult? Madam, what's the matter with you? Who is in the kitchen? Wang's mother came back at this time. When she saw her in a daze in the dining room, her face seemed to be very bad, so she asked. Rong Dai came back to her senses and looked at Wang's mother in a daze, and suddenly had an idea in her heart. This bell is still a bell man. It's all because the original owner got married and became like this, so he is now the master of this body. In order to survive, she still needs to understand some things clearly. Mama Wang, are you free now? Wang's mother nodded. She wanted to go to the kitchen to have a look, but she pulled her to sit under the vine shelf in the garden. Mama Wang, can I ask you something? She hesitated for a moment and decided to speak. She wanted to make sure what the original owner had done before, which could make the Huo family so disgusted with her. Huo Meishu's attitude tonight surprised her. Although she didn't want to cause trouble, she would spend the whole year at Huo's house. If this problem is not solved, let alone a year, it is estimated that she will not be able to live in half a year. Wang's mother looked at her and suddenly became a little reserved. Madam, you said? Huo shouting came out of the kitchen and didn't see Rong Dai. He thought she was upstairs, so he went to the bedroom to take a look, but he didn't see her shadow. He suddenly frowned and went downstairs to look for her. When he heard someone talking in the garden, he walked over. Well, is my relationship with shouting really bad? Rong Dai asked with difficulty, although after listening to Huo Meishu's accusation, she knew that these things were almost inseparable. But she didn't expect the original owner to be so bad. She took the things given to her by her sister-in-law and uncle, her grandmother, and her mother-in-law. And he also rented a house outside, so the original owner went to the hospital. Only the Huo family didn't know. Rong Dai's scalp was cold, and she couldn't understand what the original owner wanted to do. Wang's mother looked at her confusedly. Madam, these things. Don't you know it best? These things were done by my wife herself. Why did she ask herself instead? Rong Dai had already found a word and immediately explained with a wry smile, I just want to know if I'm really that bad. Isn't this introspection? So I want to ask Wang's mother. Now it seems that what I did before was really wrong and too much. The mess thrown to her by the original owner is too big. She didn't even know who the original owner had contact with except the Huo family during his lifetime. Thinking of this, Rong Dai's hands and feet felt cold for a while. Huo shouting stood in a dark corner, and he heard the conversation between Rong Dai and Wang's mother clearly. What's the matter with this woman? She did these things herself. How can she ask Wang's mother in turn? Chapter 35 The Original Owner's Lover. Thank you, Wao Ma, could you please don't mention this matter to others? Although Rong Dai still wanted to ask something, she asked too much at once, and it was still her own business. In case of a flaw, the trouble would be greater. Wang's mother nodded and looked at Rong Dai's politeness. She hesitated for a moment and told her solemnly, Madam, in the eyes of outsiders, the Huo family lacks nothing. But the Huo family once had a hard time. The young master had a hard time from taking over the company to being able to stand alone now. Sometimes the young master may not be so considerate. Since you are his wife, please be more tolerant. In fact, these 3 children were all raised by me. When the young master was young, he followed the old lady to learn how to manage the company. Such an old child, others are playing, and he has to learn those things in the company. Wang's mother sighed. She had been at Huo's house for many years, and Huo shouting was the most distressed. Mama Wang, I will. Thank you for reminding me. Rong Dai also nodded. She said this sentence purely to be polite. Although Huo shouting and Wen Shilan are no longer possible, the 2 of them will still divorce in a year. If you care about Huo shouting's affairs, you should naturally leave it to his future wife, which has nothing to do with him. At present, the most important thing is that she needs to figure out some things. Why did the original owner sell those things and rent a house outside? Did anything else happen to the original owner before his death? This unknown thing is always the most terrible, especially the series of operations of the original owner, which is simply tongue-in-cheeking. If ordinary people can marry into a rich family, they can either give birth to children to consolidate their status, or they can change their ways to please their mother-in-laws. The original owner has offended the mother-in-law's family. When Huo shouting heard them finish speaking, he turned around and went back. Rong Dai went back to the bedroom anxiously and didn't notice that Huo shouting had been looking at her. She has always been thinking about what Huo Meishu and Wang's mother said. The original owner sold those things, but what about the money? Where did the money go? What did you say to Wang's mother? He suddenly opened his mouth. Rong Dai had something in her heart. When Leng Bo heard his voice, she was suddenly shocked and her face turned a little pale. It's nothing. It's just a little thing. Although she was inexplicably uneasy, she still had been the queen for 30 years, and she would not be cheated out by him in a word. Why don't you take a shower first? She changed the topic and didn't want to say too much to Huo Xiaoting. She needed time to sort out her thoughts. Huo Xiaoting looked at her and knew that she was changing the topic. Looking at the woman in front of him, he had an illusion that the one in front of him and the former one were completely two people. He didn't know how he had such an absurd idea. This feeling became stronger after hearing her ask Wang's mother about herself just now. He didn't embarrass her. Anyway, the future is long. No matter what secrets she has, he has the patience to dig slowly. Looking at Huo Xiaoting entering the bathroom, the sound of water came in a short time. Rong Dai touched her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. When she was just about to calm down the messy thoughts in her heart, the sound of her mobile phone vibrating came from the drawer of the desk. She walked over and opened the drawer. The mobile phone in the drawer was pink, very small, and the style was also very old. Huo Xiaoting will definitely not use this mobile phone in their bedroom. The color of ignorance can only be the original owner. Seeing that the mobile phone was still vibrating, she had to pick it up and saw several messages sent from the screen. She looked carefully one by one and saw a layer of cold sweat on her forehead at the end. The messages are all sent by the same person, and the words and tone of the messages are very ambiguous. It is obviously related to the original owner. Honey, I'm coming back from Bali soon. Do you miss me? I brought you a gift. I just took out all the money on the card. Honey, I really miss you. I really want to lie in your arms and touch you. Do you miss me? Honey, how long will we have to wait to leave? This money is enough for us to spend. Have you divorced him? I really can't be without you. Bang. Rong Dai looked at this shocking message, and her whole brain buzzed, as if countless bees had come in. She felt that her blood was cold and almost solidified. Did the original owner promise to marry Huo Xiaoting just to get his money? Who is this person? What is his relationship with the original owner? Countless questions hovered in Rong Dai's mind, and her heart almost jumped out of her throat. If Huo Xiaoting knew about this matter, no, even if it was just a person from the Huo family, she would definitely be dooted. Not to mention sweeping the house, if the Huo family is annoyed and sues her for marriage fraud and extortion, wouldn't she be doomed? She was thinking about something when she heard the bathroom door open, which scared her to grab her mobile phone and put it in her pocket. Have you washed it? Then I'll wash it. Rong Dai completely forgot the embarrassment of the previous two people and almost ran into the bathroom. She locked the door sharply and sat on the toilet to study the mobile phone. There are nearly 200 pieces of information in total. She didn't have the courage to read more than a dozen messages. It doesn't matter what the reason is. With this information alone, the Huo family can put her to death. She never thought that the original owner would be so bold to deceive Huo Xiaoting. How many lives dare to play like this? She was worried at the bottom of her heart. Looking at the message on her mobile phone, she hesitated for a moment and sent a moderate message to go back. The content is very simple: I'm going to bed. Let's talk about anything tomorrow. I don't want to disturb my family's sleep. After waiting for nearly 2 minutes, no news came back. When she was about to take off her clothes and take a bath, a message came in. She frowned when she saw the content of the message. Why did this tone seem to be very annoying and ordering her? Before she could figure out the problem, the phone came in. Rong Dai hesitated for a moment, subconsciously glanced at the bathroom door, turned on the shower, and then carefully connected the phone. Xiao Dai, what do you mean by that? Did you go back to Huo's house? The phone was connected. Before Rong Dai could speak, a female voice with a little vague anger came from the other end. Female? Hearing this sound, Rong Dai's heart, which was scared to death, calmed down a little. The original owner really cheated her. What's the name of this? It's just that what she doesn't understand is why the two women speak so vaguely. Ambiguous? She looks like a lover. Chapter 36. Give birth to a baby quickly. Rong Dai took a deep breath and calmed down. Fortunately, she was a woman. If she was a man, she really didn't know how to deal with this matter. Something happened recently, and it was inconvenient to say on the phone. Let's meet and talk about this matter when you come back. Even if the other party is a woman, she can't take it lightly. Because judging from the information just now, every time the little sister-in-law and brother-in-law gave something to the original owner would take away all the things, which should be handed over to this woman for sale. Especially the words said in the message are simply unimaginable. What does the original owner think? During this period of contact with her, although she was a little scared, she could feel that the Huo family was well educated. If you want to blame, you can only blame the original owner for too many problems, which made the Huo family lose trust and patience with her. Although those things are not worth much in the eyes of the Huo family, they are a concern for them. However, the original owner not only did not pay attention to this intention, but also trampled on it wantonly, which would disgust anyone, right? Okay, I'll come back and listen to your explanation. At the other end of the phone, the woman's tone suddenly turned 180 degrees, and she became a little domineering. Rong Dai was puzzled in her heart, but she didn't have time to analyze it. She hung up the phone in a hurry. Just in case, she turned off her mobile phone directly. When she came out of the shower, Huo Xiaoting was wearing home clothes and leaned on the bed to read a book. The man wore a pair of silver-rimmed glasses. His facial features were like knives, masculine but cold. His freshly washed hair had not yet dried, and a few strands fell on his forehead. His quiet appearance is particularly charming. Rong Dai was stunned for a moment and quickly wrapped her home clothes tightly. She was not used to the underwear worn by women in this era, so she only wore a homewear. When she came out, she remembered that there was another man in the bedroom. Well, I'd better sleep on the sofa, and you should go to bed early. When Rong Dai saw him looking up, she immediately withdrew her gaze and said in a low voice that she was about to walk towards the sofa. Come here. Huo Xiaoting glanced at her indifferently, then picked up his mobile phone from the bedside table, turned out the old lady's WeChat and handed it to her. Grandma wants to video chat with us. Do you want her to see that we are husband and wife like this? Rong Dai was speechless and hesitated for a moment and walked over. Huo Xiaoting took the opportunity to move in, with an indifferent expression on his face. Seeing that he was so cold, Rong Dai was a little angry with herself. If he really lacked women, more women would pounce on him. What is he holding on here? It's not that I haven't experienced it. Thinking about it, the burden and distance in my heart dissipated. Huo Xiaoting was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that she would cooperate so much and stretched out a hand for her to lean on. Although the two were husband and wife, it was the first time they had such close contact. For a moment, their breathing was a little stagnant. As soon as the video was opened, I saw that the old lady was still energetic, and several little old ladies gathered together to enjoy delicious food. Grandma. Under pressure, Rong Dai leaned her head slightly on his shoulder and greeted the old lady in a sweet and soft voice. Although both of them are wearing home clothes, they are both silk with a thin layer, so that they can still feel each other's temperature. Rong Dai was embarrassed. Her whole body was tight, and half of her legs were faintly numb. But the old lady was very happy. Looking at the two of them leaning together, her eyes were shining. Xiaoting, you are not young. While Rongrong is young, you should have a child quickly, so that Rongrong's health can recover as soon as possible. I just want to see my great-grandson before I die. Xiaoxie has no quality. I can't count on him. Grandma just depends on you too. In the face of the old lady's inducement, Rong Dai was embarrassed for a while. She only focused on talking to the old lady, but forgot that she was only wearing such a single dress as home clothes. Her slender pink neck is white and delicate, and her chest is also snow-white, exuding temptation. Huo Xiaoting's eyes did not look at his mobile phone, but looked down at her. When he saw this dazzling Snow White, his throat tightened, and he felt dry mouth for no reason, and even reacted somewhere. Rong Dai didn't notice it. After talking to the old lady, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief, forgetting that she had been tightening her body, and half of her body was numb. As soon as she moved like this, her whole body pressed towards Huo Xiaoting without warning. Two incredible soft balls pressed against his firm chest, and both of them were stunned for an instant. Rong Dai was embarrassed. Because of the embarrassment, her cheeks were slightly red. Under the warm yellow light, she was particularly seductive. It's like a red rose with buds about to bloom, waiting for the predestined person to pick it. She wanted to get up, but her body was numb for a long time, and the more she struggled, the more embarrassed she became. Huo Xiaoting was also a little overwhelmed by this sudden accident, and the strong reaction of his body made him very uncomfortable. I didn't mean it. I just felt a little numb. Seeing him frown, Rong Dai thought he was unhappy and quickly explained. Bang! As soon as she finished her words, the bedroom door was suddenly opened. Rong Dai was shocked and turned her head to look over. Huo Xiaoting's eyes sank and he raised his hand to pull her head over. Mom, what do you want to do so late? Huo Xiaoting looked indifferently at Lu Zheng, who was standing at the door of the room with an angry and stunned face, and his tone was cold. Lu Zheng didn't expect that the two of them were there, and his old face suddenly couldn't hold on. Although he was very annoyed, he still suppressed his anger and said in a low voice, "Go on, let's talk about it tomorrow." After saying that, he opened the door with a bang. The bedroom was very quiet, and Rong Dai's face was embarrassed. She was not a little girl who didn't know the world. She is now so close to Huo Xiaoting, and she would think about that aspect when she saw her. While she was about to stench her body, she wanted to pull herself out, but the numbness of her body did not listen to her at all. Her head hit Huo Xiaoting's chest, and she was stunned. Yes, I'm sorry, Rong Dai can't wait to dig a hole and bury herself. This man's figure is first class, and his clear breath is even a little fascinating. She can even clearly hear his strong heartbeat. You sleep in bed. Huo Xiaoting secretly took several deep breaths, and the screams of his body almost made him explode, which he had never experienced. Especially Rong Dai struggled several times, and this kind of intimacy with only a thin layer of clothing was even more crazy. He did not doubt his determination, but the strong reaction of this physiological level was beyond his control. Rong Dai only felt that the soft and sunken bed was light, and her head leaned on the pillow. Huo Shaoting got up and got out of bed and walked towards the sofa. Chapter 37 Mother-in-law's attitude. Ruo Dai looked at Huo Shaoting's back. Her tall body was lying on the sofa, which looked a little crowded. She moved her body, and her numb body eased for a while and felt much better. She originally wanted Huo Shaoting to come back to sleep on the bed. She went back to sleep on the sofa, but Huo Shaoting turned his back to her and obviously didn't want to talk. She sighed softly and turned around to sleep. There was still something to deal with tomorrow. My mother-in-law was obviously very annoyed just now. She didn't know what kind of war she would face when she got up early tomorrow morning. She had to recuperate. That night, because Ruo Dai didn't sleep on the sofa, she slept particularly comfortably. She almost had no dreams all night and woke up naturally in the early morning. This time, she didn't forget that there was still Huo Shaoting in the bedroom. She turned around and looked at the sofa. Sure enough, she saw that Huo Shaoting was no longer on it. There was no sound of water in the bathroom. I guess she got up very early. She glanced at the alarm clock on the bedside table. It was only more than 6 o'clock, less than 7 o'clock. She thought about it for a moment. What happened last night was very serious. Although it was Huo Shaoting who made people cry, the culprit was the original owner, that is, himself now. Huo Shaoting is their eldest brother. No matter how noisy they are all a family. For them, they are just an outsider. Whether Huo Shaoting was intentional or not yesterday, the matter has come up and she can only find a way to solve it. Thinking about these things in her mind, Ruo Dai got up from the bed, hurried to wash up, and then went downstairs into the kitchen. Mama Wang, what do you have for breakfast? When she saw Wang's mother making breakfast in the kitchen, she asked, thinking that she would also make some of it herself. After all, this is a soft mouth. No matter what happens, she must show her attitude. As for the things that the original owner had done before, she could only find ways to solve them one by one, and let's talk about it after the current situation. When Wang's mother saw that she got up so early, she answered her, Madam and young lady. Both like to drink millet porridge, and the second young master likes to drink soy milk. They are all simple breakfasts. There is a lot of smoke in the kitchen. Madam, please go out. Ruo Dai looked at Wang's mother skillfully operating the metal bumps in the kitchen. After thinking about it, she still asked for breakfast together. Wang's mother looked at her like this and thought of Lu Zhe's angry face when she came back upstairs last night. I guess something happened. Wang's mother didn't refuse either, and the two of them got busy in the kitchen. When Ruo Dai carefully prepared breakfast, she was already sweating profusely. Mom, Xiaojie, Mei Shu, you get up. When I walked out of the kitchen, I happened to see the mother and son coming down from upstairs. Huo Mei Shu looked haggard and her eyes were red and swollen. Obviously, she really cried sadly last night. Luo Zheng's face was gloomy, and Huo Xiaojie's face was also pale. Seeing the expressions of the mother and son, Ruo Dai's scalp couldn't help but feel numb, and her cells couldn't help but tense. Humph, I can't afford to be your mother. Luo Zheng looked at her coldly, and his voice was still mixed with anger. Mom, what are you talking about? Everyone, come and have breakfast first. I'm not very good at craftsmanship, and I don't know if it suits your taste. Ruo Dai quickly laughed, went forward to pull away the chair, and looked at Luo Zheng eagerly. Wang's mother also agreed on the side. Yes, my wife got up early in the morning to make breakfast in the kitchen. It was very hard. Huo Mei Shu looked at Ruo Dai with disgust. Since she doesn't know whether it suits her taste, don't do it. She is so perfunctory. The smile on Ruo Dai's face was a little uncomfortable. How much resentment does this little sister-in-law have against the original owner? Her craft was learned from the royal chef, and of course she knows how the craft is. She said so, but it was just polite. I didn't expect that this could also become a way for her to fight with herself. Mei Shu, I know you were wronged last night, but can you give me a chance to explain? Huo Mei Shu put her hands around her chest and looked at her with contempt and mockery. Explanation, right? Then I'll give you this opportunity today. Please explain it carefully. Ruo Dai was stunned and felt weak in her heart. If she could explain it clearly now, she would not have let that kind of thing happen last night. Let's have breakfast first, which is also the sister-in-law's intention. Seeing that she was embarrassed, Huo Xiaojie quickly played the round. Intention? Her heart is heart, and our heart is garbage, right? Such a good heart, you eat it, I won't eat it. Huo Mei Shu snorted coldly, turned upstairs, and didn't give her any affection. Ruo Dai is a little at a loss. This little sister-in-law is difficult to deal with. It's not that she has no means, but that she hasn't figured out everything yet, so she dares not move easily. Mom, Xiaojie, eat a little. I'll go upstairs to see her. Huo Xiaojie took a look at her. Although he knew everything about last night, he also knew what his sister-in-law had done before. And what the eldest brother said last night was also too much. But now when he saw Ruo Dai's promise to please Huo Mei Shu, he suddenly felt that they were a little too much. Mom, sit down and have dinner first. Don't interfere in these things. Huo Xiaojie sat down and looked at Luo Zhen with obvious signals. Although Luo Zhen only knows a general idea, can she not be annoyed when her daughter has been wronged? But looking at Rong Dai's appearance, she was a little unbearable. She is not the kind of tricky and unreasonable mother-in-law. She just wants her daughter-in-law to be nice to her son. Of these 3 children, she owes the eldest son the most. So even if she didn't like Rong Dai at the beginning, her son agreed, and she didn't object. After Rong Dai entered the door, she also played the role of a mother-in-law and did not interfere in their affairs. But she didn't expect that the 2 of them slept in separate rooms as soon as they got married, and what Rong Dai did was really chilling. But in the past few days, I don't know whether her conscience has found out that something has changed, and last night, thinking of the scene when she ran into their bedroom, she didn't want to make things too complicated, so she just sat down to prepare for breakfast. Rong Dai, I hope you understand that since you have married into this family, you are a member of this family. The Huo family has no precedent for divorce. I just hope you and my son can be good. As for these things, I won't interfere with you, but if you don't handle it well, even if I offend the whole Huo family, I won't keep you in this family. Luo Zhong sat down and saw that Rong Dai was still standing there. After thinking about it, he still made his words clear. Huo Xiaojie frowned and looked up at her. Luo Zhen had to stop talking and bowed his head for breakfast. When Rong Dai heard these words, the big stone in her heart finally fell to the ground. As long as my mother-in-law doesn't get angry, everything else can be discussed. I remember it, Mom. She nodded and answered very seriously. Chapter 38, Make an appointment with a lover. If you remember it, you have to do it. Luo Zheng paused. Although his face was still cold, it was better than full of anger. You can also sit down and eat. Mei Shu is angry, and you can only be ridiculed by her when you go up. She added another sentence. Rong Dai thought for a sip. Indeed, even if she wants to explain to the little sister-in-law and find a way to make the other party no longer care about this matter, she has to clarify the matter first, so that she can find a way to calm down the little sister-in-law. Okay, Mom. She nodded and sat down to have breakfast. The breakfast was a little dull. After she helped Wang's mother take the plates into the kitchen, she saw Huo Meishu coming down from upstairs with a suitcase, which seemed to mean to run away from home. Meishu, are you going far away? Rong Dai tried carefully. Does it have anything to do with you where to go? Huo Meishu glanced at her, and her attitude was still bad. Rong Dai was embarrassed for a while, thinking about when she was ridiculed like this in her previous life. It's really Huo Luopingyang who was bullied by a dog. She fell from the phoenix branch this time and lived worse than a sparrow. Meishu. Huo Xiaojie walked down from upstairs with the document. Seeing her talking like this again, he couldn't help frowning and shouting. Huo Meishu cut and dragged the suitcase outside. Xiaojie, where is Meishu going? If it's really a runaway, wouldn't it be serious? Huo Xiaojie looked at her in a gentle and comforting voice. Sister-in-law, don't take it to heart. That's her personality. There are still a few places to determine the location of the script, and I will take her out to relax. We are not at home these days. Nothing will happen when she comes back. When Rong Dai heard it, she was relieved a lot. Then pay attention to safety. Huo Xiaojie nodded, and then took out 2 business cards from the document bag and handed them to her. This is my and Luo Yi's business cards. When the legal department confirms it, Luo Yi may call you at that time. Sister-in-law, don't go out for the time being these days. Although the video of her audition has been exposed in the past few days, which has added a lot of hot spots to his new drama, it has also brought a lot of negative news to Rong Dai. Rong Dai also knew what he meant. She took the business card and nodded. After seeing the 2 leave, she turned around and went upstairs. Back in the bedroom, she turned on the pink mobile phone. She is not in the mood to pay attention to the news on the internet for the time being. Now is the information age, although some people have hyped her about this matter. But this matter will soon be covered up by other things. The most important thing for her now is to find out who the woman was last night. What is the relationship between the original owner and her? Why is the tone between the 2 so ambiguous? Thinking of what the woman said last night, she couldn't help getting goosebumps all over her body. She then changed into a more casual dress. The bright colors made her skin snow-white and bright, and her whole body was full of vitality. She packed up her things, and then sent a text message with her mobile phone. It didn't take long for a message to come over there. But there are only 3 simple words. What the hell is this old place? The original owner left her such a mess and didn't even give her a complete memory. How does she know where it is? She thought for a moment and went back. Please give me a specific location. As soon as her message was sent, the phone rang almost at the same time. Xiao Dai, what do you mean? We are together in a warm nest. How can you still ask me where I am? I just went to Bali for a few days. Do you have another new love? The woman on the other end of the phone was very unhappy, and there was even a faint sign of anger. I have a lot of things to do recently. What's wrong with you sending me a location? Rong Dai was already in a bad mood these 2 days. When she heard that the other party was still talking to her in such a domineering tone, she was also a little annoyed. She can't afford to offend the Huo family. Can't she be wronged in front of outsiders? If that's the case, then she is not Rong Dai. I got it. The woman on the other end of the phone had an extremely bad attitude. After saying that, she hung up her phone and sent a very specific address in a short time. Looking at the address above, she specially searched with another mobile phone. This is a very high-end residential community. The original owner rented a house in this place. With many questions in her mind, Rong Dai was extremely uneasy. She had to figure out what was going on. In order to avoid letting the Huo family know, she had to take a car there, which spent her little cash left. The security guard in this community obviously knew her. He greeted her with a smile and opened the door of the unit for her. Rong Dai thanked politely, but her heart was heavy. The terribleness of this matter is beyond her imagination, obviously. This is not the house that the original owner rented after marriage. It should have been rented a long time ago. Otherwise, could the security guard recognize her at a glance? She went upstairs and rang the doorbell. The doorbell rang for a long time before the door was opened. What came to his face was the strong and suffocating smell of perfume. Rong Dai's stomach turned upside down and almost spit it out. She still held back and looked at the woman in front of her. "Come in." The woman obviously just got out of the shower and was wiping her hair. When she saw Rong Dai coming over, her tone was very cold, as if she was angry and said something. Rong Dai didn't care and followed her into the room. The house is decorated very luxuriously. Although she doesn't know what the luxury goods of this era are, the most eye-catching thing about luxury goods is that people can see their texture at a glance. Everything in this house is not very luxurious. She didn't forget the purpose of her coming and looked at the woman in front of her, who was about 36 years old. But her figure is well maintained, graceful, and she is a very feminine woman. "Xiao Dai, what on earth do you mean? Didn't we agree that we would fly far away when I came back from Bali? Why do you have to go to the theater? You are not that material. Didn't you agree that we should keep a low profile?" Zhuo Ran saw that she was in a bad mood and had no reason to be annoyed in her heart. She didn't like the feeling that everything was out of her control. Rong Dai just looked at her and didn't say anything. She wanted to know what was going on. Why did the original owner have anything to do with such an old woman? When your mother entrusted you to me, wasn't I enough to do my duty? I have paid so much for your mother and daughter. I love you so much. I know it's wrong for you to marry a man, but our future life needs money. If you don't marry into the Huo family, what can you do? Seeing her quiet appearance, Zhuo Ran couldn't help but frown into a ball. Chapter 39. She is not allowed to like men. My mother entrusted me to you. Rong Dai grasped the point, looked straight into the other party's eyes and asked back. The memories left to her by the original owner are sporadic, and she has no impression of the original owner's mother at all. But from the population of the Huo family, what she knows is that the mother of the original owner saved the old lady's life. In order to repay the favor, the old lady agreed to the original owner's mother's request before her death to take good care of the original owner. And the old lady's understanding of the care is to let the original owner marry Huo Shouting, and the two got married. Although it sounds strange, compared with what the woman in front of her said, if the original owner is entrusted to her, why does the original owner's mother do more? In other words, if the woman in front of her is trustworthy, the mother of the original owner does not need to mention that to the old lady at all. If she directly asks for money as a reward, the Huo family will not give it. And with the financial resources of the Huo family, the remuneration must be high. Rong Dai analyzed things in her heart and was wary of this woman in her heart. Sure enough, she saw the fleeting sense of heart in Zhuo Ran's eyes. There is indeed something fishy in this matter. Xiao Dai, what do you mean by that? Don't you really love me? Do you choose to be with a man? Zhuo Ran seemed to be greatly stimulated, and his eyes looked at her closely, with a little obsession and a trace of possessiveness that was not obvious. Rong Dai frowned slightly. Do you love her? Does the original owner love a woman? Although she was shocked, she had seen the other party's eyes on Wen Shilan. When Wen Shilan looked at Huo Shouting, he looked at him with this kind of eyes, obsession, admiration, and strong possessiveness. Although the other party is very restrained, she has always been the best at analyzing subtle expressions. Otherwise, she can't sit firmly in the back for 30 years. Isn't it normal for me to choose to be with a man? I need a normal family life. Instead of answering directly, she asked the other party. She needed to know more details and what was going on. Rong Dai. What she didn't expect was that as soon as she said these words, the other party seemed to go crazy and rushed at her. Rong Dai was shocked and retreated quickly, but Zhuo Ran was very crazy. Seeing that he couldn't jump on her, he simply reached out to pull her hair, with a ferocious look on his face. What's wrong with us now? You tell me. Aren't we good? If you like children, let's adopt one. I won't allow you to like men, I absolutely won't. Zhuo Ran's eyes were fierce, and his voice was a little hysterical. Rong Dai was stunned. At the same time, it seems to understand something. Although she was ashamed to say this kind of thing, she didn't know it in her previous life. The maids in the palace are pitiful and want to be clean. Those palace maids are also lonely. Some are accompanied by the servants, and some are chosen to be with other palace maids. Although this is a taboo in the palace, as the queen, she naturally can't hide the things in the palace. It's just that she didn't pay much attention to this kind of thing at the beginning, and just regarded it as nonsense. This person has 7 emotions and 6 desires. Usually, men like women, and women also like men, which is a normal situation that most people think. But this lust is uncontrollable. What kind of person you like is just a personal preference, and others are not qualified to speak. But she never thought that the original owner was the orientation in this regard. I like women. This is simply a bolt from the blue for Rong Dai. Cough. You let go first. We have something to say. Rong Dai's hair was pulled by her, and her scalp almost seemed to be peeled off. You said you wouldn't leave me, and I won't let you leave. Rong Dai, you can only be mine in your life. Mine. Do you understand? Zuoran didn't seem to hear it. Her hand was surprisingly strong, and she attacked her when Rong Dai was unprepared. Rong Dai had no room to rattle for a moment, and she suddenly felt a chill in her chest. This woman is actually tearing her clothes. Rong Dai's whole face turned green. She was good in her previous life. At least she is also a general tiger girl. She is proficient in all kinds of horse riding and archery, and can also do a little punch and feet. She immediately punched Zuoran. Oh, Zuoran felt a burst of pain, and his whole body curled up into a ball, and immediately let go of his hand. Rong Dai didn't even think about it. She turned around and wanted to go out. She understands more or less about the matter. This woman is simply crazy. Judging from her words, the original owner doesn't seem to like women at all, otherwise why would the other party suddenly be stunned? Rong Dai's heart was pounding wildly. And her whole body was a little panicked. This was the first time she had encountered this kind of thing, whether in her previous life or in this life. No matter how calm she is, she can't resist the impact of this matter. Want to go? I won't let you go. I have always obeyed your heart, how dare you like a man? I'm going to get you today. As soon as she stretched out her hand to open the door, there was a sharp pain in the back of her head. The whole scalp was so tight that she could even clearly hear the sound of hair falling out one by one. Rong Dai was dragged to the ground, and Zuoran took the opportunity to ride on her, pressing her hands with his knees, looking at her crazy and stubborn eyes. She even took it off. The clothes show an extremely plump figure. Rong Dai's brain is buzzing. What has she experienced? She kicked her long legs fiercely and pulled the hamstring. Although it hurt, she successfully threw Zuoran off her body. She grabbed the bag and ran to one of the rooms, quickly locking it. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of smashing the door and the vibration of the distance made Rong Dai's back sweat coldly. She looked around and found that the room was full of countless photos of the original owner. These photos are very explicit. Her whole body he leaned against the door, his hand trembled a little and took out his mobile phone from the bag, and subconsciously called Huo Shouting. Huo Shouting, who was in a meeting, saw an incoming call from his mobile phone, frowned slightly, raised his hand to signal the meeting to be suspended, and connected her phone. Shouting. Are you free? I'm in trouble. Rong Dai's voice was full of panic. This matter was too scary. Huo Shouting was not deaf. He not only heard her panicked cry, but also heard a loud sound of smashing the door. His face suddenly became cold, and a fierceness floated between his eyebrows. He asked her in a low voice, "Where are you? This situation can't happen in the Huo family. I'm here. I'll send it to you." If it were normal, her memory would be very amazing, but today her whole head seems to be offline, and she is completely out of shape. She turned out the pink mobile phone in a panic and sent it to Huo Shouting according to the address above. After hanging up the phone, the door behind her was still being smashed. Again and again, the crazy woman shouted, and her hands did not stop. Rong Dai looked at her embarrassment and was shocked. Chapter 40. It's not a good bite. Open the door. Open the door for me. Zuoran's whole body seemed to go crazy, grabbing the chair and smashing it hard on the door. The voice is sharp and angry. Rong Dai hid in the room, her heart beating wildly with the rhythm of smashing the door, and her palms were full of sticky sweat. She never thought that the original owner would be controlled by such a crazy person. She called Huo Shouting, believing that he would come soon. But how will she explain it? Although this matter was done by the original owner and has nothing to do with her, she is now surviving against this skin. She is Rong Dai. Even she can't accept this matter. What will happen if Huo Shouting knows about it? This is a great impact for a man, isn't it? Rong Dai's back felt cold, and the original owner didn't give her much memory. She didn't have any sporadic memory about this crazy woman. At this point, just die. When she saw the table in the room, she hurriedly pushed it behind the door. Otherwise, the door would definitely not be blocked if it was smashed like this. She pushed the table in a hurry, and the drawer accidentally shook and slipped out, and the things inside were scattered all over the ground. Except for a few diaries, all of them are explicit photos of the original owner. From an angle, it seems that most of them are secretly taken. Not only that, she also saw the photo of the original owner's mother. The photo of the original owner's mother was much more terrible than the one taken by the original owner. She was nothing, and some of them can even be said to be very .it's hard to see. Rong Dai was shocked and her whole body was cold. It seems that her guess is not wrong. The original owner's mother just doesn't trust this crazy woman, otherwise she would not have entrusted the original owner to the old lady. The sound of smashing the door and roaring continued. Rong Dai leaned against the table and looked through the diaries with a little trembling hands. Judging from the contents of the diary, it is all from the hands of the crazy woman, which records everything the crazy woman has done in detail. Rong Dai looked at the content above and only felt shocked. She didn't expect that the original owner's mother agreed to such a crazy request by the crazy woman because she missed the momentary enthusiastic help of this crazy woman. With the ability of the original owner's mother, she can survive independently, and there is no need to be coerced by this crazy woman. Looking at these dense words, Rong Dai only felt her head buzzing, as if she had been gnawed by countless ants, and she was so numb that she couldn't think. The sound of smashing the door suddenly stopped. Rong Dai was not in the mood to continue reading. She hurriedly stuffed these diaries into her bag and listened to the movement outside with her ears up. Come here quickly. I want it now. Immediately. Immediately. This bitch. How dare you betray me? Zhuo Ran outside the door was also sweating profusely. He crossed his waist with one hand and was calling people with an angry face. Rong Dai's heart shivered when she heard it. The other party was obviously calling someone to smash the door. It seems that this matter is not so simple. If the original owner's mother could get rid of this woman, she should have gotten rid of it very early and would never drag on. But now it seems that it is obvious that this crazy woman has some handle of their mother and daughter. Rong Dai felt fierce in her heart and quickly forced herself to calm down. Before Huo Shaoting arrived, she must stabilize the situation first. She must never let the crazy woman get close to her. Zhuo Ran looked at the closed door with angry and crazy eyes. After hanging up the phone, there was a trace of fierceness at the corner of his mouth. She spent so much thought on the mother and daughter. How could she let them escape from her own hands? She wants them to be their own even if they die. Rong Dai was still thinking about things in the room when she suddenly heard an unusual sound from the door. She looked back and saw signs of loosening the door lock. Suddenly, she was shocked. When she saw the bed in the bedroom, she quickly moved the table away. In the most dangerous time, this person can always burst out with power that she absolutely never thought of. She worked hard to move the bed behind the door, and then stuffed the table to the end of the bed, which was just right for the wall. Bitch. Zhuo Ran pried the door lock with an electric drill, but she didn't expect Rong Dai to move so fast that she blocked the bed behind the door. What on earth do you want to do? Rong Dai couldn't help it any longer and asked her angrily. What are you doing? I want you to never want to leave me for the rest of your life. Zhuo Ran sneered and stared at her with an extremely crazy smile through the little hole. For a moment, Rong Dai felt that the roots of her hair stood up. This is not a woman. This is simply a madman. A complete madman. That's impossible. I'm married, how can I be with you? If I hadn't been coerced by you, I wouldn't have been willing to do these things at all. Although she knows that the other party is a madman, she is temporarily safe now. As long as she can keep the door, she will have a chance to hold on until Huo Shaoting comes. In a crazy situation, the easiest thing to tell is the truth. She must find out whether the original owner is good or not. If not, even if Huo Shaoting knows about this matter, it will not be too bad. If so, she must get rid of this as soon as possible. After all, she is not the original owner, and now this skin is hers. If this orientation is exposed, she can't imagine how to look at her from a secular perspective, and she is afraid that she can't even survive here. I have to say that the feeling of coming back to reason made Rong Dai feel confident again. So what? This is what your damn mother owes me. If she dies, you should repay her. If I can't get you, I will ruin you. Zhuo Ran responded crazily, and the strong possessiveness in his voice was very obvious. When she heard such words, Rong Dai couldn't help taking a breath of cold air, and at the same time, she felt much relieved from the bottom of her heart. Fortunately, things really didn't develop to the worst place. Fortunately, the original owner really didn't have a bias in orientation. No matter what the relationship between the original owner's mother and this crazy woman, she doesn't know this crazy woman. She must take this opportunity to get rid of the relationship with this crazy woman. Maybe Huo Shaoting knows that this matter is not necessarily a bad thing. After all, with her current ability, she can't handle it. She didn't bother to pay attention to Zhuo Ran's madness anymore, but took something to block the small hole in the door lock. She took out her mobile phone and took a picture of everything in the room. If this matter is to be solved, it can only be solved through legal means. When she checked the marriage law before, she checked some basic laws and regulations. This crazy woman had violated her by doing so. Then he turned out the diary and found the one that recorded the original owner. This is an excellent evidence. Every time I meet the original owner and do something, the other party remembers it clearly. After reading the diary, she knew that the crazy woman's name was Zhuo Ran. Chapter 41 set her to death. Rong Dai just flipped through a few pages casually. Although she knew the origin of the matter, her heart still couldn't help shaking, and she was still sweating coldly all over. No wonder the original owner has such a personality, which has been completely controlled by this crazy woman, just like a puppet. Let this crazy woman send. She didn't know what the original owner thought about marrying Hua Xiaoting, but she guessed that the original owner also wanted to escape from such a life dilemma at the beginning, right? Although he is well-dressed and well-fed, his spirit and body must be coerced. Although Zhuoran, the crazy woman, has not had time to poison, this is undoubtedly imprisoning everything of the original owner. Rong Dai's heart trembled for a while, which was simply crazy. However, fortunately, Zhuoran's psychology was distorted and he wanted to cultivate the original owner's slave, so he didn't do it. This is also a comforting thing for her, otherwise she really can't accept that this body has been destroyed by a crazy woman. A message suddenly came in from her mobile phone. She opened it and found that it was Hua Xiaoting's message. The other party was already on his way. Rong Dai quickly replied and asked him to bring a few reliable policemen. Even if it's a shame today, even if Hua Xiaoting will divorce her immediately, she must solve this matter cleanly today. Otherwise, if it drags on like this, there will definitely be endless consequences. She believes that even if Hua Xiaoting is annoyed, he will take his own face into account and help her deal with this matter. Although she is a little calculating, with her current ability, this matter is really powerless. Fortunately, this matter was discovered early, otherwise she would have found out when she divorced Hua Xiaoting in the future, and she would definitely be unlucky. When Hua Xiaoting saw her reply, the fierceness between his eyebrows not only did not disappear, but became stronger. What on earth happened to this woman? 10 minutes have passed since he received her call. Of course, he would not be so stupid. He went alone, but took half of the security personnel in the company. But this woman actually said she wanted to be a policeman. Rong Dai didn't get his reply for a long time, and there was no movement outside the door, which made her more worried. It's not necessarily a good thing without any noise. She thought for a moment and quickly wrote back the message by hand. I need to collect evidence, and I will explain it to you slowly later. Please believe me. Up to now, she can only try her best to win Hua Xiaoting's trust. In Hua's family, her mother-in-law can't be relied on, the old lady is not at home now, and the little brother-in-law and sister-in-law can't be relied on her. So the only thing she can count on is Hua Xiaoting, her nominal husband. Hua Xiaoting sat in the car and saw her message, and his eyebrows almost became a lump. He hesitated for a few seconds, but he still dialed a phone and replied to her with a good past. Seeing such a simple reply, Rong Dai was relieved. As soon as she put her mobile phone in her bag, she smelled a smell of smoke on the tip of her nose. She suddenly looked back and saw blue smoke floating through the crack of the door. This woman is really crazy. Is this to burn her to death? Zhuoran. You madman, you won't get anything if you burn me. Rong Dai couldn't help roaring and quickly thought of a way to burn it like this. Before the door was opened, she was choked to death by the thick smoke. So what? You are dead, and I just went down to accompany your mother and daughter. Zhuoran's crazy and scary words came from outside the door. No matter how well-educated Rong Dai is, she can't help but want to curse. I said that neither of you nor your mother can betray me. You are mine. I can only be alone forever. Zhuoran laughed in the living room, and the laughter was particularly scary. Sister, if you let your neighbors find out and then call the police, won't you be doomed? Just as Rong Dai was thinking about how to deal with the matter, she heard several people coming in outside. A man spoke, and then she heard the sound of someone extinguishing the fire with water. The heart she was carrying was a little relieved, but before she could breathe down, her heart jumped wildly again. Because it's a man who came this time, and there are several more. How can this door be blocked? Rong Dai really didn't expect that her rebirth was so bumpy. Not only did the relationship between husband and wife not go well, but she also met such a terrible madman. Bang! 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 The sound of smashing the door this time is very different from that of Zhuoran smashing the door. The power is obviously much greater. It seems that he should have used a hammer or an axe or something. There was a lot of noise of smashing the door. In order to cover people's ears and eyes, music was played in the living room. Rong Dai was so nervous that her face turned white. Even in her previous life, she had never been so desperate and scared at the present. This is a place more than 10 floors high, and she can't jump down. She looked at the room. For safety's sake, she quickly walked to the balcony and closed the floor-to-ceiling glass door. This is a high-end residential community. She looked down at the bottom. Her legs were weak at this height, and her heart felt cold. Is her bumpy rebirth just a flash in the flash? Rong Dai felt a burst of despair in her heart, and her face was almost transparent. Even in the bright sun, she couldn't feel a little heat in such a hot weather, but her whole body was getting colder and colder. Hua Xiaoting had arrived downstairs with people. More than a dozen people quickly went upstairs. Rong Dai saw clearly on the balcony and almost burst into tears. She quickly squatted in the corner of the wall, took out her mobile phone and quickly took a few photos to send them, and then roughly told the situation in the room. Due to excessive fright, Rong Dai didn't notice that she had also sent several photos taken in the room for evidence. When Hua Xiaoting saw these photos, a cold color appeared in his eyes. When Zhang Tasuka stood behind him and felt the cold breath, he couldn't help feeling a chill in his heart. Go to the property manager of the community and save people from the balcony. Although there was a lot of doubts hidden in his heart, Huo Shaoting still ordered very calmly. The door can't be blocked for a long time. Although his people can subdue the people in the room, it takes time for the other party to open the door, and it also takes time to uniform. If they continue to consume like this and let the other party break in and catch her, then they can only be passive. Zhang Tusuke didn't dare to hesitate and immediately turned around and went out to deal with it. Shouting, "What's going on with you?" Luo Hong asked him that he had just returned from the police at noon. Before he could even drink saliva, he received a call from him and rushed over with a few people, but he still hasn't figured out what's going on. Chapter 42 Save Her. Huo Shaoting's eyes were full of coldness. He took out his mobile phone and turned out the photos and handed them to him. Save people and solve things.it. Simple and clear, which makes Luo Hong speechless. Luo Hong looked at the picture in his mobile phone, and his face was also solemn. At the same time, he realized that the situation was serious. Saving people from the balcony is indeed the safest way, but there are no protective measures, and it will take a little time for me to move. Huo Shaoting looked up and looked outside. After thinking about it, he could only save people from the upper floor because the distance between the two households on the first floor was too far. But until Luo Hong transferred people, the door could not be blocked for too long. It's too late. Let someone go to the property to find a safety rope. Once I succeed, you will immediately control the people in the room. I don't want this matter to make a big deal. He said in a cold voice that the property manager of the community soon rushed over. Seeing this battle, he also knew that something was wrong. After all, this is one of the best people in Shengjing. Huo Shaoting is unknown to everyone in Shengjing. Of course, Luo Hong knew that this matter could not be made a big deal and then hurried to order those colleagues. Huo Shaoting took the security in the company and found a safety rope to go upstairs. Although this is a high-end residential community, the occupancy rate is not very high. This floor has not been sold for the time being, so it did not take much time to enter. The security guards quickly arranged the safety ropes. Huo Shaoting walked to the balcony and leaned down. Wrong Dai. Wrong Dai squatted in the corner of the wall and shrank into a ball. Her eyes had been staring at the situation in the room in the floor-to-ceiling window. The door had been smashed out of a large hole. She could clearly see Suora's inevitable appearance. Suora's crazy gaze made her hands and feet cold. And there are also 7 or 8 strong men with muscles and knots in the room, with flower arms tattooed on their arms. At first glance, they are people on the road. If this falls into their hands, she will definitely live than die. She couldn't imagine what would have happened if she hadn't asked Huo Shaoting for help so decisively just now. Suddenly hearing Huo Shaoting's voice, she had an illusion of being in another world, and tears immediately rushed down. Huo Shaoting, here you are. She quickly stood up and looked up at him. When she was just reborn, she only felt that the man was indifferent. Now that he saw him, she only felt that his heart was full of security and incomparable warmth. Are you all right? How's the situation in the room? It was the first time for Huo Shaoting to see her panic like this. Her face full of pear blossoms and tears. There was a pain somewhere in the bottom of his heart, and the anger between his eyebrows was even more. But his tone was still very gentle, just like coaxing a child, for fear of scaring her. Roll Dai shook her head quickly, and tears gushed out as if the embankment had been braked. I'm fine. They have smashed a big hole in the door. Her voice couldn't help shaking. Although the harem in her previous life was dark and dangerous, she had never encountered such a dangerous situation. No matter how calm and wise she was still afraid. Huo Shaoting's eyes were very deep. Looking at her panicking like this, his body was in a mess, especially with a blood red on the clothes on his back. The anger in his heart kept surging. Don't panic. I will save you and you will be safe. Now listen to me and put the rope on your body according to the security instructions. Huo Shaoting looked at her with a very gentle voice. The security guards around her also put down the prepared safety rope. When Rong Dai nodded and reached out to pull the safety rope over, she saw the scenery below and only felt dizzy and staggered. Huo Shaoting saw clearly above. He frowned and turned around to ask about the security around him. There is no problem for 2 people, but hurry up, or they will be dragged and cause big trouble. Security answer. President, I'm going down. Zhang Tusuke saw what he meant and said, after all, he was a well-known security guard in the industry before he became the assistant president. Huo Shaoting ignored him, raised his hand to unbutton his button and threw his suit jacket to him. President, this is too dangerous. We are your security personnel, but we can't let you be in danger. We will rescue your wife safely. When the security personnel on one side saw this, they also stopped him immediately. Huo Shaoting loosened his tie, took off his leather shoes, and glanced at them sharply. Do what you have to do. Then he put the rope around himself. When the security personnel wanted to say anything more, Zhang Tusuke immediately signaled him not to say anything more. He just realized that it was a lady. No matter how professional they were, the president would not feel at ease. Moreover, the president has also received very systematic training in this regard, which is not questionable at all. Huo Xiaoting quickly went up and down from the balcony. Rong Dai didn't expect him to come down. When she smelled the familiar clear breath on him, she didn't care about any reserve and pounced on him. Leaning tightly in his arms, she didn't say anything. This down-to-earth feeling made her feel safe. It's all right. Huo Xiaoting didn't expect that she would take the initiative to rush over. Her bare feet were stepped on by her shoes. He couldn't help frowning, and his warm palm gently stroked her hair. After this touch, he found that her head had been smashed and her blood had just solidified. He looked back at the situation in the room coldly, and naturally saw the photos on the wall. Get out of here first. He opened his mouth in a low voice and squatted down. The lower body put the safety rope on her body, and a big hand tightly imprisoned her slender waist. Rong Dai was also close to his chest and dared not open her eyes to look down. When Zuoran saw this scene in the room, he was suddenly furious. The strong men kicked the broken door wildly, and the whole door was kicked open. Zuoran rushed in like crazy and roared, "Rong Dai! You bitch! How dare you hook up with a man?" While roaring, he stretched out his hand to pull Rong Dai's feet. Rong Dai was shocked and almost reflexively kicked her on the forehead and even kicked her shoes away. "Hurry up!" Zhang Tusorka was also shocked to see it. These security personnel were professionally trained and soon pulled the two up. "You bitch! Wait for me! I fucking killed you!" Zuoran covered his bleeding forehead and sprayed his eyes. He glared at the two of them, then turned around and left the balcony angrily. "President, give me your hand." Zhang Tusorka was also scared to death and quickly reached out to pull the person up. "Pull your wife up first." Huo Xiaoting said calmly that he didn't go up until he sent Rong Dai up. When the soles of her feet stepped on the ground, Rong Dai suddenly came back to her senses. She was saved. Thinking of the scene just now, her legs couldn't help feeling weak. Huo Xiaoting quickly helped the person. "It's okay. Someone will deal with it here. Don't worry about everything." Despite his doubts, he still chose to believe Rong Dai, who had a very gentle voice. Rong Dai's eyes were full of tears. She leaned against his arm and nodded. She only felt dizzy and fainted. Chapter 43. He is so angry. "Stop the car. Park the car for me." Huo Xiaoting just took Rong Dai, who had passed out in a coma, into the car and left the community to go to the hospital, and happened to pass by Wenshila's car. Huo Xiaoting was all about Rong Dai. Of course, he would not notice her, but Wenshila remembered all the license plates of his private car and immediately let the driver stop the car. Xiaoting. Xiaoting. Since being hit hard in the restaurant that day, Wenshilan has been depressed at home these days. She still doesn't want to believe that those words came from Huo Xiaoting's mouth. There is a house for her in this community. The first reaction in my heart is not what happened to Huo Xiaoting here, but whether he came to find him. But she chased out more than 200 meters, and Huo Xiaoting's car did not stop. She gasped and watched his car disappear with a little despair. "Miss." The driver got out of the car and walked towards her. When he saw her squatting on the ground, he couldn't help shouting at her. There was an extremely complicated look hidden in the depths of his eyes, like heartache and obsession. When Shilan squatted on the ground until her legs were a little numb before she stood up. She lost her former anger, and her whole body was wrapped in anger. She raised her hand and patted the driver Yang Ye's outstretched hand fiercely. "You'd better remember your identity to me." She glared at Yang Ye with disgust. Yang Ye's heart tightened, and a trace of loss flashed in his eyes. His attitude became respectful. "Yes, miss." When Shilan looked bad and limped back to the car, he ordered him in a tone like the Empress Dowager, "Go and find out for me what happened to Huo Xiaoting here today. I must know everything. Otherwise, I will fire you. Don't think I don't know what you care about when you came to be my driver." Yang Yu drove the car steadily, and his face agreed to her with a calm expression, but his heart was so painful that he couldn't breathe. After Huo Xiaoting left, the rest of the matter was left to Lu Hong to solve. When Zuoran was taken away, she still looked fierce and unwilling. She couldn't even believe that Rong Dai would call the police. Unexpectedly, he told Huo Xiaoting about them. Isn't that bitch afraid that he will make her mother's affairs public? Isn't she afraid that she will be fingered by the world? She has always relied on this to firmly control their mother and daughter in the palm of her hand, but it was not until she was sitting in the police station that she realized what was going on. Of course, those strong men are no exception. There are so many security guards, and the colleagues brought by Lu Hong are all elites. How can they slip away from under their own eyes? As a result, I checked it in the bureau, good man. They are all people with criminal records, and they have also committed crimes recently, which happened to be closed to education. Zuoran, I advise you to be honest and explain everything clearly. Don't play with your scoundrel's ability here. You are already suspected of committing a crime, don't you know? It's no good for you to resist stubbornly. In the game, several policemen took turns to fight but couldn't pry open Zuorai's mouth. The woman's mouth was simply too tight. Crime. Do you have any evidence? Take it out if there is evidence. Zuoran sneered. Of course, she knows what she has done, but this kind of thing is up to you. Which relevant law stipulates that it is a crime for her to like a woman? Several policemen were so angry that they almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. If there was enough evidence, would they still talk nonsense with her here? Let people come out first and don't judge for the time being. She is a madman. Be careful not to let her self-harm. Luo Hong spoke outside the interrogation room, then turned around and left to call Hua Xiaoting to explain the situation here. Hua Xiaoting was still in the hospital at this time. He was holding the diaries that Rong Dai brought back from Zuora's room. His face was gloomy and indifferent, and even his tone was very cold. Stick to it first. Brother, if she has no evidence, she will have to be detained for 24 hours at most and have to release her. Luo Hong has a big head. Release people 24 hours a day? She is suspected of illegally detaining my wife, beating and intimidating. You told me to release her 24 hours a day. Hua Xiaoting's voice suddenly became dangerous. Luo Hong's heart was cold when he heard it. What about the injury test report of his sister-in-law? If there is an injury examination report and on-site evidence collection, I can detain you for 7 days. If you file a lawsuit, it depends on the sentence of the court. However, if the injury of the sister-in-law is not very serious and does not cause any substantial damage, I'm afraid the sentence will be a little difficult. Hua Xiaoting's eyes looked gloomy, and his nose turned white when he pinched the diary. How could he not be angry? This woman is so angry with him. The injury test report will be sent to you later. Is it a substantial loss and property fraud? He asked coldly. Luo Hong was stunned. The amount of information today is a little large. It's amazing to see this sister-in-law and wife. If there is evidence, of course it will be counted. You just have to be optimistic about the person, and I will figure out the evidence. Hua Xiaoting said indifferently, and then hung up the phone. Not long after he hung up the phone, Zhang Tusulka came in with Rong Dai's injury test report. President, this is your wife's injury test report. The injury is not serious, and she can be discharged from the hospital when she wakes up. Not heavy? Hua Xiaoting's voice was raised, and his eyebrows were almost knotted. He was cold all over his body. Zhang Tusulka was so shocked that his palms were sweating. He immediately thought of something. The person detained in this situation also had to be evidence, otherwise there would be no substantial evidence after 24 hours, and the person would have to be released. President, I get it. Zhang Tusulka said quickly and ran away immediately with the report. Hua Xiaoting looked at Rong Dai, who was sleeping soundly in the hospital bed, with a deep expression in his eyes. After Zhang Tusulka brought a satisfactory report again. You have to investigate a few things, such as Dwora's account problem and his wife's account. In addition, you have to count the luxury goods that have flowed out of your hands. I need to figure out all of these. Zhang Tusulka didn't dare to hesitate and immediately went down to do it. Today's incident happened so suddenly that it was too surprising. In the private ward, Rong Dai's injury was actually not very serious. In the evening, she still had a high fever, kept talking and her eyebrows locked. Hua Xiaoting, who was sitting on the sofa and doing the work, heard it. He came over and saw that her cheeks were burning red, so he immediately called the doctor. The doctor prescribed a little antipyretic medicine, told him some precautions and then left. The ward was very quiet, and there was no pungent smell of disinfectant here. Rong Dai felt that her whole body was like floating in the clouds, without a solid landing point. Chapter 44. There is no problem with my orientation. Rong Dai felt in a daze that she seemed to drift back to the cold palace, where something seemed to strongly attract her and pull her back. She couldn't help resisting. She killed Rongfu. The emperor took advantage of her and despised her. She didn't want to go back to that place. She felt as if her soul had come out of control. After struggling for a long time, she still returned to the cold and dark palace. It's just that she saw an incredible scene, and she was still alive. Rong Dai's body doesn't listen to her, but her mind is extremely clear. He seemed to see her and suddenly showed a bright smile at her. I don't want to go back to that place. I like it. He said to her by himself. Rong Dai only felt like she had been shocked and her hair stood on end. She looked at herself in horror, and a bold guess emerged in her mind. Are you Rong Dai? She found that she could make a sound. Rong Dai nodded, and then motioned her to sit down. She looked at the gloomy scenery outside the cold palace, and her eyes were not desperate, but bright. Tell me a little about yourself, and I'll tell you about mine. After that, we will not owe each other in the future. I will live a good life for you here, and you will also live a good life for me over there. How about it? Rong Dai asked her with a smile. She was very horrified and felt ridiculous, but her mind was particularly clear. She had even experienced such a strange thing as rebirth. What else was absurd? She suddenly thought of Zhuorang, those photos, those thick diaries. She wants to live in a different way. Obviously, she and Rong Dai have no way to exchange back. They can only live well instead of each other. She nodded and sat beside Rong Dai. The two didn't know each other. Obviously, they were two people in time and space, but there seemed to be some special connection between them. From the beginning of the two people's memories, the people, things, and things they have come into contact with have been explained to each other in detail. Huo Xiaoting, who was guarding her in the ward, didn't know what she had experienced in her dream. From time to time, he just wiped her mouth with a cotton swab dipped in water. It was not until dawn that her body temperature dropped that he leaned on the sofa and squinted for a while. Rong Dai was awakened by thirst. When she opened her eyes and saw herself in the ward, she thought of yesterday. When she fought with Zhuoran, the madman, she seemed to be injured and scared too much, and then she fell into a coma. As soon as she turned her head, she saw Huo Xiaoting sleeping quietly on the sofa. The man was not so enchanting, but every angle of his face was particularly good-looking. Thinking of all the thrilling situations yesterday, Rong Dai also squeezed a cold sweat in her heart. Thinking back on everything she had experienced in her dream, she still felt absurd, but she had to believe it. In the past, because she didn't know the situation, she was trembling every word she said. Now, she can be down to earth. But this down-to-earthness has a great price to pay. It is possible that her marriage with Huo Xiaoting will soon come to an end and last for less than a year. Huo Xiaoting is very sharp. Even when he is sleeping, his vigilance is not relaxed. So when he noticed that Rong Dai's eyes had been falling on his face, he had already woken up. Seeing Huo Xiaoting's eyes open, Rong Dai's heart was raised. She hadn't decided how to explain these things to him. Although she was also depressed about the mess left to her by the original owner, her mood dissipated in an instant when she thought of the original owner who also survived in the cold palace instead of her. Huo Xiaoting sat on the sofa without moving. His deep eyes kept looking at her. Even his expressionless face could put a lot of pressure on people. At least Rong Dai felt that she was like a mount tie on her body now. She struggled to sit up and leaned behind her with a pillow. She took 2 deep breaths and calmed down those messy thoughts in her heart before she turned her eyes to Huo Xiaoting. This matter. No, about everything, if you want to know anything, just ask, I won't hide it. After saying that, she looked away, and her whole body was a little drooping. I don't know if it was because of a high fever. After meeting the original owner in her dream and telling each other about each other's experiences, she knew how hard the original owner lived. Because their mother and daughter have always lived under Zhuoran's control. Zhuoran is not only extremely controlling, but also favors normal people in some aspects. And Rong Dai's mother and daughter have nothing else, but this beauty is one of the best. What Zhuoran likes is the beauty of their mother and daughter. The original owner didn't know much about his mother's private affairs, but according to her memory, the original owner knew that his mother had become a victim of persecution from gratitude. This kind of injury also affects the original owner, and another thing is that the original owner's mother died strangely. But she doesn't have the energy to think about these things now. She just wants to confess to Huo Xiaoting as soon as possible, and the end can only be left to fate. How do you want to deal with this matter? Or what kind of result do you want? Huo Xiaoting was silent for a while before speaking, but he did not ask about her and Zhuoran, but asked her what kind of result she wanted in this matter. Rong Dai was stunned for a moment and didn't quite understand what he meant. Isn't he curious about this matter at all? Even she can't accept this kind of thing. He is her nominal husband. Once this kind of thing is exposed, it will damage not only his face, but also the Huo family. If Huo Xiaoting divorces her for the sake of the face of the Huo family, she has nothing to do. She had already prepared for the worst, but she didn't expect that he would ask. What are you thinking about? Seeing that she didn't answer for a long time, he couldn't help frowning. Rong Dai came back to her senses and shook her head quickly. I thought you would propose to divorce me now. I know this matter may have a great impact. Huo Xiaoting frowned more tightly. Am I the kind of person who takes advantage of others' danger? Or do you want a divorce? If you have a problem with your orientation, I will allow you to divorce. His voice was indifferent, but in fact he was very annoyed, but looking at the white gauze wrapped around her head, he couldn't get angry, but could only restrain himself. Rong Dai looked embarrassed and quickly denied, my orientation is very normal, and I have no problem. Thinking of Zhuoran's madness, her back is still cold. Then leave this matter to me to deal with. Do you have any comments? Or is there anything you need to remind me? Huo Xiaoting looked at her and saw that her mouth was a little dry, so he asked and poured her a glass of warm water. Thank you. Carefully taking the warm water he handed over, Rong Dai didn't dare to look at him, and her eyes were focused on the glass of water. Chapter 45 Zhuoran was released on bail. She sorted out the information given to her by the original owner in her mind. She took out the pink mobile phone and diary from her bag, and found several documents in the mobile phone and handed them to him together. These. I have saved them all, maybe they will be useful. This kind of thing is simply tricky, especially when she realizes the power of the information in the world. If she hadn't called Huo Xiaoting in time at that time, according to Zhuoran's battle yesterday, it was likely that it would have been exposed on the internet. Huo Xiaoting took the thing with a deep expression in his eyes. Just as he was about to speak, his mobile phone rang. I want to sleep a little longer. Rong Dai quickly found an excuse. She didn't expect the matter to be so serious, and if the Huo family knew about it, her situation would be more difficult. She was in a mess and had no energy to think about any countermeasures. Huo Xiaoting didn't break her mind and turned around to answer the phone. Of course, Rong Dai couldn't sleep leaning on the bed. Huo Xiaoting didn't answer the phone for long and came in after a while. She found that his face became more gloomy. Did something happen? She felt guilty and didn't even have the confidence to speak. From her rebirth to now, she has caused him a lot of trouble. Huo Xiaoting looked at her with deep eyes and his voice was deep. Zuoran was bailed away in the morning. This is Luo Ho's negligence, because Huo Xiaoting told him not to make a fuss before this matter, so not many people in the bureau knew about it. Before Luo Hong arrived at the bureau this morning, someone took advantage of his absence to bail Zuoran. What does this mean? Rong Dai was so shocked that she quickly sat down, and her hands and feet felt cold. That is, she is free now. He explained indifferently, and the doubts in his heart were even more. The woman seemed to be unable to understand many words. Rong Dai was stunned. With Zuora's madness, if she was free, she would definitely take revenge on her. She couldn't imagine how much impact Zuoran would have if the information in her hand was exposed. Before, she just went to audition. Although the news on the internet has been suppressed by other news, she really feels the horror of the information age. There is almost no privacy, and he is like an invisible person in front of all sentient beings. The reason why her audition was exposed as a hot topic is because of the fame of Huo Xiaojie and Lu Yi, and also because she is Mrs. Huo's identity. But after all, what she suffered was only questioning, and there were not too many other negative things. After all, there was no evidence. No matter how much she made up, Huo Xiaojie's ability could definitely handle it. But this time is different. Zuoran has a large number of explicit photos of the original owner. Once it is put on the internet, she can't imagine the consequences. Leave the hospital first. You stay at home. It will take time to deal with this matter. Seeing that her face was pale, he couldn't bear to blame her. Now that the matter has happened, we must solve it first, and the rest will be discussed later. But she also has a backup in her hand. The things inside. Rong Dai is anxious, and this kind of thing is simply difficult to say. Rong Dai felt cowardly and depressed. At this time, all her means could not be used, but could only rely on Huo Xiaoting for help. I know. His voice was cold. He could guess this kind of thing without her. He was discharged from the hospital and went home first. Rong Dai can only nod. Now, it's useless for her to be in a hurry, and she doesn't like hospitals very much. Then he went through the discharge procedures and returned to Huo's house smoothly. Huo Xiaoting still has something to deal with. She is now begging for help and dares not say anything. After seeing him off, she turned back to Huo's house. Wang's mother was shocked to see her coming back wrapped in gauze on her head. Wang's mother, I'm fine. I just accidentally knocked it. She reluctantly squeezed out a smile. Zuora's incident made her a little physically and mentally exhausted. Then I'll make some soup for my wife, and you can go up and rest for a while, Wang's mother said. Rong Dai nodded and went upstairs to take a shower first. Then she nestled in the soft quilt and thought about things. But after thinking for a long time, she couldn't think of anything to do, so she fell asleep in a daze. She didn't see Huo Xiaoting come back in the past 2 days. Instead, she saw her mother-in-law twice. She politely said hello and went back to her room, constantly looking through the hot news on Weibo. There is no negative news about her. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I guess it was Huo Xiaoting who had used some means to deal with the matter. She was thinking about something when a strange phone call came in. She was so scared that her heart beat wildly. Looking at the number on it, she recalled the business card that Huo Xiaojie had given her before, which seemed to be Luo Yi's. She pressed the connection, and Luo Yi's enthusiastic voice immediately came from the other side of the phone. Does it have to be today? Luo Yi really asked her to sign the contract, but she thought that Zuoran was still wandering outside, thinking of her madness before, and felt that it was wisest to stay in Huo's house. Luo Yi was stunned for a moment. Thinking of her identity, he immediately changed his words. Well, I can go to Huo's house, but there are still some people in this investment. They all want to see you. Forget it, these are all small things. When Rong Dai heard what he said, she felt that she was too pretentious. She was just going to sign a contract, and she didn't go out alone. And this opportunity is not easy to come by. She can't let them cooperate with her time because of her identity as Mrs. Huo and some habits developed in her previous life. No, give me an address and I'll go there now. Luo Yi couldn't help it. Although he was a little annoyed by the rumors on the internet during this period, he was still very happy to dig up such a precious lump to be the heroine of his play. After seeing the address sent by Luo Yi, she got up and washed up, changed her clothes, and took a private car to her destination. This is a very high-end restaurant. Luo Yi invited several partners to come over. When he saw Rong Dai come in, several of them were stunned. Because Luo Yi informed them of Rong Dai's identity in advance, no one dared to make a second time. They all greeted politely and left the process after being polite. Luo Yi is actually Lord Zheng's nephew. Of course, it is unlikely to cheat his own, so the contract was signed smoothly, and then several people had dinner together. Director Lu, you guys talk first. I'll go to the bathroom. Look at them and say this in some professional terms in the industry. Rondai was a little embarrassed and afraid that her flaws would be seen, so she found an excuse to get up and go out for a short time. Out of the bathroom, Rondai washed her hands on the washstand. Suddenly, she noticed someone behind her and subconsciously looked up at the mirror. Suddenly, a person who covered herself tightly stood behind her. Of course, she would never forget those eyes. Who is this, Zuoran? You are so bold. You betrayed me, and you still want me to go to jail. You bitch. Zuoran's eyes were fierce, and Rongdai's heart was alarming. She suddenly pushed her away and was about to leave, but Zuoran had already prepared to raise her hand to pull her hair again. Rongdai was suddenly pulled and staggered. She was almost angry to death. Before she could react, she saw Zuoran take something and spray on her mouth and nose several times. Chapter 46 Go far and fly high. Contain. It was too late for Dai to shut her breath. She only felt weak all over her body, and then her body softened, but her head was particularly clear. She looked at Zuoran's fierce eyes and wanted to shout for help, but she found that there was no sound at all, and her whole body was like a soul. Rongdai watched Zuoran take her away, but she had no resistance at all. She was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. Thinking of Zuoran's madness, Rongdai felt cold all over, but her body movements were not controlled by her. This sense of powerlessness made her even more panic. This is really going to die. If she falls into the hands of this crazy woman, she will never have a good end. There was a burst of sadness and despair in Rongdai's heart. She looked at Zuoran with a smug smile on her face. Her eyes were very sad, as if she had won a trophy. I owe you a favor this time, and I will pay you back. Have you got all the tickets I want? Zuoran sat in the car, pulling Rongdai's arm with one hand, and took out his mobile phone and didn't know who to call. Rongdai's body was numb and soft, but she couldn't forget it. Although the voice on the phone was not loud, she always felt a little familiar. She must have heard this voice somewhere. After hanging up the phone, Zuoran looked down at her with a crazy and stubborn smile on her face. Xiaodai, don't worry, we can go far away soon, and we can be together forever. There was an almost obsessed look on her face, and her brightly painted nails gently stroked her face, and Rongdai's heart felt cold. This is simply crazy. She has nothing to do now. She can only hope that Luo Yi or the driver will find out that she is missing as soon as possible, and then inform Hua Shouting to come to save her. She is powerless to resist now. She just hopes that Zuoran will not do such crazy to her as before. Although she was in a panic, Rongdai tried her best to keep herself calm and not to provoke Zuoran, otherwise she would be unlucky. Along the way, Zuoran kept chattering in her ears. Rongdai closed her eyes and listened carefully. She wanted to know who dared to be so bold to bail Zuoran out. She thought that she could know who the other party was from Zuoran's mouth, but Zuoran's mouth was too tight, and it was all about his admiration for their mother and daughter. Rongdai was sweating coldly when she heard it. She estimated the time in her mind. They walked for about 30 minutes, and the car stopped. Then Zuoran poured something into her mouth. Her head sank and her whole body fainted. When Rongdai woke up, she found that she had been taken on the plane. Although she knows that people in this world can go to heaven now, which is very novel to her. Although she also wants to have a try, she definitely can't go to heaven in this case. Are you awake? Drink some water and look at the sky outside. Is it very blue? Is the sun very beautiful? Our future life will definitely be as beautiful as this. When Zuoran saw that she woke up, he took a bottle of water and handed it to her. He looked at the white clouds outside the plane and spoke very gently. Rongdai got goosebumps all over her body, and her back was cold. I don't want to have any good life with you at all, okay? I don't know if Luo Yi and Hua Shouting have found that she is missing. Except for the time when she was in a coma, at least several hours had passed. And where did Zuoran get such a great ability? Can you take her on the plane? According to the original owner, Zuoran was a lost woman who was hanging out on the road before, without any background. Even if she cheated a lot of money from the original owner, even if she had money, she may not be able to take her on the plane without knowing it, right? Rongdai's mind is full of questions. She is very unfamiliar with the world, and she has nothing on her now. No money and no mobile phone. Even if she gets off the plane, she may not be able to run away. Where are we going? She took a sip of water and didn't know what Zuoran had poured for her before, which made her mouth dry. Zuoran smiled brightly and reached out to hold her. Rongdai endured the nausea and did not pull her hand back. Go to a place where no one else can ever find us, Xiaodai. I will give you a wonderful wedding. I will always be good to you. As long as you don't leave me, I can promise you whatever you say. Zuoran seemed to return to normal, whispering as if he was taking care of the baby. Rongdai's face was indifferent, and she was afraid of Zuoran's madness in her heart. But she can't let her emotions leak out, otherwise it will stimulate Zuoran even more. Once she goes crazy, she is now called heaven and earth, and she doesn't want to end with this kind of person. Really? Didn't you say you would never hurt me? You know, I hate hospitals, but you have to force me to go to the hospital. Do you know how scared I am? How afraid are you? She turned her head to look at Zuoran, and her eyes suddenly turned red, and her face looked as aggrieved as she was. For today's plan, she can only wait. She must believe in Huo Xiaoting, and she can only believe in Huo Xiaoting. Therefore, when Huo Xiaoting comes over, she must ensure her own safety and not have any conflict with Zuoran. When Zuoran saw her like this, his heart suddenly softened and looked at her apologetically. I'm sorry, I'm just too afraid of losing you. Xiao Dai, promise me never to leave me, okay? Rong Dai was so shocked that there was a gust of wind and clouds in her heart, and there were layers of goosebumps on her arms. But is there anything else she can do but promise? She nodded. I promise you, but I want to rest now, okay? She can't talk to this crazy woman any longer, or she will be disgusted to death. You can sleep at ease. Only when you get enough sleep can you be a good bride. Zuoran smiled with satisfaction and looked at her with extremely obsessed eyes. Rong Dai quickly closed her eyes, but how could she fall asleep? Zuoran is obviously crazy. Luo Yi accompanied several partners to dinner and drank all at once. When he woke up, he didn't know that Rong Dai was gone. Luo Hong, what's the situation? Why did you call it missing? Luo Yi's head hurt. Seeing so many missed calls, he saw the call from his brother Luo Hong before he could dial them. Luo Hong's voice was very bad. Hearing the news of Rong Dai's disappearance, Luo Yi was so shocked that his hair stood up. This is impossible. We had dinner in the restaurant, and then she said she went to the bathroom. I waited for a long time and didn't see her come back. The waiter in the store came over and told me that she had gone back first. I also texted her to ask her. If you don't believe me, I'll give you a screenshot, and she also replied to me. Luo Yi's head suddenly became big. This person is missing. She is still Huo Xiaoting's wife. The key is that you don't see it when you go to see yourself. Luo Yi only felt that his life was gloomy, and he even saw the end of the world. Chapter 47. She can't do it. Don't say this yet. Come here first. Xiaoting is very bad. Something happened in the past few days. A person was released from my bureau. I guess she kidnapped her sister-in-law and wife. Luo Hong also has a headache. Zuoran didn't eat softly when he was in the game. He was just a few minutes late, and the man left. For this matter, he has been careful these days, helping Huo Xiaoting check the details of Zuoran. I don't know if I don't check it. I'm shocked when I check it. This Zuoran is a recidivist at all. Her real name is not Zuoran, but Wang Chenghua, a woman who lost her footing. She followed a man ashore and lived a stable life, but she liked women more than men. The girl also found out about her, so she dumped her, and lost a lot of money for it. With this money, Wang Chenghua, who changed her name, lived a prosperous life. She also found a lot of one after another, and many little girls who didn't know the world suffered. However, this kind of thing is difficult to say, and no one has reported the crime at all. If it hadn't happened this time, this little girl would have been hurt by Zuoran. But what I didn't expect was that Rong Dai's mother, and Fei Ya, didn't know how to hook up with her, and still involved Rong Dai. Luo Hong hung up the phone and looked at Huo Xiaoting's gloomy face that could almost be used as an ink, and his heart couldn't help shaking. This is the most difficult thing he has encountered in his current career. President, according to your intention, the bank has been notified that Zuoran's account has been frozen. Zhang Tsuka is also a big-headed for a while. In the past few days, it has really been a wave after another, and things have happened again and again. Xiaoting, Zuoran's account cannot be frozen for the time being, although the source of funds has been clarified. But if you freeze her account now, you will see the situation that day. She is such a crazy person. If she knows that the account has been frozen, can't she go crazy? Especially the sister-in-law is very likely to be with her now. If she gets angry with her sister-in-law and hurts her, wouldn't it be worse? When Luo Hong heard it, he quickly reminded him. Huo Xiaoting's face was extremely indifferent. Hearing Luo Hong's words, his eyes were deep, and then he signaled Zhang Tsuka to do as Luo Hong said. I have asked someone to track her account. Once her account changes, they can be tracked immediately. Zuoran doesn't have a passport, so it's impossible for them to go abroad. They should still be in China. Luo Hong quickly analyzed, and then ordered to assign people to do things. Shouting, don't worry, there will be no problem with your sister-in-law. But there is one thing that you may need to use your own connections to investigate. My identity can only be exposed to so much. Luo Hong's expression suddenly became solemn. The other party was prepared for the bail, because the matter required to be kept secret, and not many people in the bureau knew about it. The other party obviously knows this very well, so he can bail Zuoran out soon. I checked that lawyer. He is a famous gold medal lawyer in Shengjing. There must be something in Shengjing who can afford to hire a person like him. And the last things, the other party has planned very carefully, and we have completely missed all the best rescue times. You have to check these by yourself. Huo Xiaoting glanced at him indifferently. He didn't need him to teach these things at all. As soon as the matter came out, he had already asked someone to investigate. After Zhang Tsuka came back from the phone call, his face was very gloomy. President, I found it. Say. Huo Xiaoting's voice was cold, and his deep eyes were sharp. He wanted to see who was so bold that he dared to fight against him. It's Miss Wen. Zhang Tusuka said in a low voice, and he didn't expect the result to be like this. Wen Shilan. Luo Hong was shocked and subconsciously looked at him. He saw Hua Xiaoting's brows tightly and his face was terribly cold. After a long time, 3 women are singing together. Ask the Wen family to send her over. Where is my computer? The more indifferent Hua Xiaoting was, the more frightening he became. Zhang Tusuka hurried to do it. Luo Hong watched from the side, and it didn't take long for Luo Yi to arrive. What on earth happened? Where is Rong Dai? She was fine when she had dinner with me at noon. How could she say that she wouldn't? Brother Xiaoting. Luo Yi's words stopped abruptly. When he saw Hua Xiaoting's gloomy face, he shivered from the bottom of his heart. This is a big deal. Luo Hong looked at him sympathetically. The air pressure in the huge office was very low. Luo Yi was so scared that he didn't even dare to breathe. He stood straight, just like a standard soldier. He took his mobile phone and sent a text message to Hua Xiaojie. Hua Xiaojie took Hua Meishaw out to take a scene. After seeing Luo Yi's news, he clicked on it. Meishaw, let's pack up right away and get ready to go back. Hua Xiaojie's face suddenly became cold. While collecting the equipment, he ordered that he was still in. The photo taken by Hua Meishaw. Haven't you only been here for a few days? Your distracted mind is too perfunctory. Hua Meishaw looked at him dissatisfiedly and sat still without moving. My sister-in-law was kidnapped. The eldest brother has to manage the company alone, and Luo Yi still has to prepare a new play. Only Luo Hong can help, and I have to rush back. After Hua Xiaojie packed up, he pulled her with his bag and walked towards the car. Was she kidnapped? I don't know if I'm short of money. I made up and acted to cheat my brother's money, right? That's all right. This trick is really endless, and I can also enjoy it. Hua Meishaw, who was forcibly stuffed into the car, was very dissatisfied. She took her mobile phone and posted on Weibo, while sneering at Rong Dai. Hua Xiaojie ignored her sarcasm and drove back to the hotel in a hurry. On Shengjing's side, Wen Shilan thought she had done a seamless job, but she didn't expect to be found out by Hua Xiaoting so soon. Xiaoting, I didn't. You have to believe me. Why should I help others kidnap Rong Dai? This matter has nothing to do with me. Facing Hua Xiaoting's gloomy eyes, Wen Shilan didn't recognize it, and her face looked extremely aggrieved. These days, I have been reflecting on myself at home. I admit that I am jealous of her, but I just like you so much. But this is illegal. Why should I do this? Wen Shilan immediately burst into tears and looked at the man she missed day and night to scold herself like this. Her heart was twisted like a knife, and her hatred for Rong Dai had penetrated deep into her bone marrow. Brother Hua, do you think there is any misunderstanding in the middle? Shilan is a little wayward, which may have hindered you, but she is not the kind of cruel girl, and she will definitely not do this kind of thing. When Rongling saw his sister crying so aggrievedly, although he knew that she was indeed too much before, this was his sister, and he had to protect her. Chapter 48. Hua Xiaoting was cheated. And he didn't think that Rong Dai was worthy of his sister risking the law to target her, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he received Hua Xiaoting's very cold eyes. Zhang Tusuka understood at a glance and put a recorder on the table, which was the confession of the gold medal lawyer. Wen Shilan's face stiffened for a while, and her heart jumped wildly. Looking at Hua Xiaoting's gloomy face, she quickly explained, Young brother Hua, listen to my explanation. He must have slandered me. This recording is definitely not mine. I have no reason to hurt Rong Dai. Why is this lawyer so stupid? How dare you say such words? Didn't you intend to kill her? Hua Xiaoting looked at her indifferently and said coldly, Is there no reason? Do you like me? Wen Shilan was suddenly speechless, and her delicate cheeks turned red. I like you, but, do you need me to release the recording of that day? Or do you want to say that the recording that day was also fake? Wen Shilan touched his cold eyes. Thinking of the recording that day, she felt a chill in her heart, and at the same time, there was a faint unwillingness. But how can that be involved in this matter? I like you, but I have no reason to do such a thing. Brother Hua, that's how you think of me, right? She suddenly felt wronged again, her eyes squeezed, and tears rolled down again. Hua Xiaoting was unhappy, send it for appraisal. When Zhang Tusuka nodded and was about to reach out to get the recording pen, Wen Shilan took the lead in grabbing the recording pen, and then threw the recording pen on the ground as if he was extremely angry and stepped on it with his foot. Zhang Tusuka was stunned. After she calmed down, he looked at Wen Shilan and said calmly, Miss Wen, if your feet don't hurt, I have also prepared a box. With that, he took out an identical recorder from his arms, and the content of the recording was exactly the same. Wen Shilan was stiff all over, and her face turned green with anger. Wen Rongling also saw at this time that this matter was really related to his sister. He knew very well how obsessed his sister was with Hua Xiaoting. He pulled Wen Shilan aside. Shilan, tell me, have you done this or not? Brother. Why don't you even believe me? She is a stinky woman who can't compare with me. I broke the law because of her. Am I in the water? Wen Rongling looked into her eyes and saw that she was talking seriously. The suspicion that had just surged in her heart was pinched again. Of course I believe you. You know, brother Hua's temper. If you do, admit it quickly. He won't get angry. If he finds out by himself, the consequences will be different. When Shilin was guilty, and a layer of sticky sweat stains appeared on her palm, she only hoped that Zuoran, the bitch, could move faster and solve the little bitch Rong Dai. In this way, even if Brother Huan knew that she was involved in this matter afterwards, he would be angry with her because of it, and she could find a way to coax her. She just wants Rong Dai, the bitch, to disappear in Shenjing forever. Of course, she won't miss such a good opportunity when she accidentally encountered it that day. Since Rong Dai likes Zuoran so much, don't come to steal shouting from her anymore. Don't they want to stay and fly? Then complete them by yourself. If Rong Dai hadn't died by herself, she wouldn't have got such a big handle. Shouting, there is news on the internet, and now it is on the headlines of the hot search. Luo Hong came in from outside and handed Hua Shouting a look with his mobile phone in his hand. The breaking news above is shocking, and even the title is shocking. The president of Hua's Green, Hua Shouting's wife is Lily, Hua Shouting's wife's new drama, and so on. These hot search headlines dominate the entire Weibo. At first, some people thought it was hype, but when photos were posted anonymously, the whole Weibo exploded. Even paralyzed at one time. Because of Hua Shouting's extraordinary influence in Shenjing, the previous secret low-key marriage has made people outside curious. As soon as the news came out, it was simply a thunderbolt. And Rong Dai, who was kidnapped by Zuoran, didn't know that what she was most worried about had happened. She was forced to wear a wedding dress by Zuoran, and her hands and feet were tied to the chair. Zuoran himself changed into a suit and decorated the room very well. The rich aroma of flowers, candles and cakes were pervasive. Rong Dai's scalp tingled when she saw it, but reason forced her to stay calm. Xiao Dai, don't worry, we will be together forever, and Hua Shouting can't separate us. Zuoran looked at her and suddenly grinned, pushing her chair close to the dining table. Only then did Rong Dai see that there were a lot of things for the dead on the table. Suddenly, her hair stood on end. Does this madman really want to pull himself to be martyred with her? What on earth do you want to do? She looked up at Zuoran, and her voice trembled faintly. Zuoran smiled, took a look at her, and took out the mobile phone holder to record the video for the two of them. I said I would be with you forever. Of course, the soul will be with you forever. Only when we die together and sign a contract can we be together forever. Looking at the sinister smile on Zuoran's face, Rong Dai only felt that her head was going to explode. Zuoran sat opposite her with a smile, looked up and stroked her cheek. The obsession in her eyes made Rong Dai's heart surge, and she was forced to look at the mobile phone in the video. Xiao Dai, it will hurt a little. Don't be afraid. I will be very gentle, and I will come down to accompany you soon. Zuoran said very gently, as if he was coaxing a child. Rong Dai's heart was beating wildly. This madman obviously wanted to kill himself. She took 2 deep breaths secretly, suppressing the horror in her heart. I'm not afraid, but I'm hungry now. I want to eat something first. She must buy time for herself, and she must also find a way to free her hands and feet. I'll feed you. Zuoran served her very gently. Rong Dai endured the nausea in her heart, ate 1 bite at a time, and asked for water from time to time. I finished eating. Rong Dai ate a lot. Although it was disgusting, she needed to save her physical strength. This woman is a madman. She is penniless and unfamiliar with this place. Without complete certainty, she can't act rashly. I want to take a shower. Do you want to join me? Since we are going to be together forever, I think I will regret some things if I don't give them to you now. Rong Dai said stubbornly that she was so sick that she wanted to slap her in the face. I didn't expect that after she became a dignified country, she was coerced to this point. Just thinking about it makes me feel suffocated. Zuoran's eyes lit up, looked at her in surprise, and couldn't help reaching out and stroking her cheek obsessively. Are you really willing? Rong Dai's cheeks blushed and nodded very seriously. Chapter 49 Martyrdom. You wait first. Zuoran stood up happily and held the mobile phone in the video in his hand. He didn't know what he had clicked on the screen. A few minutes later, he put the mobile phone on the table. Rong Dai saw her every move. At this time, she became more and more calm. She must find a way to contact Hua Shouting and tell them her location, otherwise this crazy woman will really kill herself when she goes crazy. Well, we can enjoy the next time. Xiao Dai, believe me, no one in the world is better than I treat you. Zuoran walked to her side, stroked her cheek lovingly, and kissed her forehead obsessively. Rong Dai's goosebumps all over her body ran crazily. The nausea in her heart was uncontrollable, but she had to calm down. Let's go to the bathroom, and I will be very gentle. Zuoran smiled gently, but only loosened her legs from the chair, and the rope in her hand was still not untied. Rong Dai was not in a hurry. After entering the bathroom, Zuoran tied her legs up again. She looked at the bathtub and moved her hand. Fortunately, the knot she tied was not very dead. I want to take a bath, and I need a lot of that kind of bubble. She looked at Zuoran with sincere eyes and a slightly coquettish tone. Zuoran was as obedient to her as she said. But Rong Dai knew very well that this was just the calm side of this woman. Even she could do it herself when she went crazy. And they were martyred together, thanks to her for thinking about it. Why don't you say let's go to see Buddha together? She stood at the door of the bathroom and watched Zhuorang carefully scrub the bathtub, put water into the bathtub, and fill it with bubbles. Her face didn't move, like a lamb to be slaughtered. She was allowed to peel off her wedding dress, but this taste was so heavy that she didn't strip it all for her. This made Rong Dai feel a little relieved. Originally, she was already prepared to be stripped clean. Xiao Dai, slow down. Zhuorang carefully waited for her to lie down in the bathtub, looking at her white and tender milk muscles, and the bottom of his eyes couldn't help but light up. Rong Dai's heart was hairy. In her previous life, as a queen, she had someone to serve her, let alone bathe. But she has never been so awkward and disgusting as she is now, and even hates Zhuorang's touch. But in order to survive, she must endure it. Wait for me. I'll get something. Zhuorang saw her. Without any resistance, he reached out and touched the rope on her body. After saying a word, he left the bathroom with peace of mind. Rong Dai looked at her and breathed a sigh of relief after going out. Sitting in the warm water, she couldn't feel the warmth, but the bone-chilling cold. Taking advantage of this opportunity, she quickly bit the rope in her hand and untied the rope on her hand and feet as quickly as possible. In her previous life, her father and brother took her to the barracks several times. This method of tying ropes was too simple. Others may not be able to untie it, but she could. After unteething the rope, she did not leave the bathtub immediately, but wiped off the foam on her face, took the rope in her hand, and waited for Zhuorang to come back again. Hearing Zhuorang's footsteps approaching, her heart also beat wildly. Xiao Dai, tonight is your first time, and I will make you unforgettable. The Leftran held a pile of strange things in her hand, and she herself had peeled it dry, wearing only a thin silk bathrobe. Looking at the dazzling body in front of her, Rong Dai felt nauseous. She smiled and pretended to be shy. I listen to you. At the same time, she estimated the door of the bathroom in the corner of her eye and practiced several times in her mind what she was going to do next. Seeing that she was so well behaved, Zhuorang also let down his guard and sat on the edge of the bathtub, his eyes full of obsession. He reached out and touched her cheek and walked down her slender pink neck. Rong Dai's heart was up to her throat, and she felt sick and nervous at the bottom of her heart. Don't be nervous. I'm very experienced. You will definitely like it. Zhuorang thought she was nervous, so he leaned over to her ear and said something that he thought was very tempting. She responded tremblingly and watched Zhuorang turn around. She swallowed her saliva, and her heart almost jumped out of her mouth. It's now. There was a voice shouting in the bottom of her heart. Rong Dai's beautiful eyes burst out with fierce light, and the rope in her hand suddenly strangled Zhuorang's neck. Hit her neck and back waist with her elbows and knees at the same time. Oh, Zhuorang screamed in pain. Rong Dai was scared to death. She had no mercy. She almost exhausted all her strength and directly dragged Zhuorang into the bathtub. But she didn't want to kill Zhuorang. She just needs time to leave here. Zhuorang didn't expect that she would do it. He roared angrily and stretched out his hand and wanted to pull her hair. Rong Dai was already prepared for her move. After dragging the person into the bathtub, she rushed over and pressed her into the bathtub. Zhuorang choked a few mouthfuls, and her eyes were full of bubbles. Rong Dai was so fast and cruel that she didn't have time to react at all. You bitch. You are the bitch. Shameless old thing. You old is delusional. Rong Dai was afraid and hated. Thinking of her previous intimidation, she couldn't help pressing it several times. Before she could react, she immediately climbed out of the bathtub. Bang! But she was covered with bubbles all over her body, and her whole body felt dizzy with the soles of her feet. She didn't have time to think about it, and almost rolled and crawled up quickly. Rong Dai was very tense. She rushed out of the bathroom to quickly close the door, wrapped the doorknob with a rope, and wrapped it around the handle of the wardrobe outside the door. This series of plans was all in her calculations. She only pulled out her bathrobe and put it on her body, grabbed the mobile phone on the table and ran out. You bitch. In the bathroom, Zhuorang had crawled out of the bathtub. Through the glass window of the bathroom, she stared at Rong Dai fiercely and resentfully. Zhuorang was full of anger, his eyes were gloomy, his neck was red, his face was pale, his forehead was also broken, and the blood trickled down the drops of water. She stood there as if she were a female ghost. Rong Dai was so shocked that she took a cold breath, and her whole scalp, neck and back were numb and cold. Click! Zhuorang was about to pull open the bathroom door crazily. Rong Dai was so shocked that her hands trembled a little. It was obviously a hot summer, and she was as cold as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Dung dung. Zhuorang actually smashed the glass window of the bathroom. Looking at the glass fragments splashed out, Rong Dai was so anxious that her forehead broke out in a cold sweat. Why can't this damn door be opened? Looking at Zhuorang covered with water, she stepped out of the glass barefoot. The long string of blood and water, her whole heavenly spirit cover was cold, as if a cold air was blowing at her. Where is this a person? It's obviously an evil ghost crawling out of hell. Rong Dai was so anxious that she was about to cry. Click. The door was finally opened. Rong Dai was overjoyed and ran out as soon as she opened the door. I killed you, bitch. How dare you betray me? Zhuo Ran roared with red eyes, and his voice was sharp and harsh. He rushed to the table and grabbed the dagger she had prepared for a long time. He ran to Rong Dai. Rong Dai's face was bloodless, but the soles of her feet slipped again, and she rushed out of the corridor, and her ankle suddenly hurt. She was stabbed. Chapter 50. Let the Wen family go bankrupt. The ankle was in great pain. Looking at the blood coming out, Rong Dai was so shocked that her blood flowed back. Seeing Zhuo Ran nearby, she instinctively kicked Zhuo Ran's forehead. Zhuo Ran was also injured. He was kicked several times by Rong Dai, and his head was covered with blood. For a moment, my mind was in a trance. I lay on the ground and struggled several times but couldn't get up. Seeing that Zhuo Ran couldn't get up, Rong Dai quickly covered her bathrobe tightly. He climbed up with the door frame and limped out with his injured leg. When she finally got downstairs, she thought she could ask for help. But there is not even a shadow at the front desk. Thinking that no one paid attention to such a big noise they made, Rong Dai's heart was half cold, which was obviously planned by Zhuo Ran. Zhuo Ran's angry roar came from the corridor. Rong Dai swallowed her saliva, tore off the belt on her bathrobe, quickly tied up the bleeding wound, and walked out quickly with severe pain. Rong Dai thought that she should be able to meet people outside, but she was dumbfounded as soon as she went out. There is no one here, only this homestay. It is adjacent to the sea, and you can clearly hear the sound of the waves rolling. Where the hell did this madman take himself? Rong Dai was extremely desperate in her heart, but her reason was still there. Now she must stay as far away from Zhuo Ran, the madman. She took out the mobile phone used by Zhuo Ran to record video, quickly took a few photos around her, identified the direction, and dragged her injured leg into the night. Bitch. Not long after Rong Dai left, Zhuo Ran rushed out of the homestay with a sharp dagger in her hand and a ferocious face. He kept cursing. Shongjing, in the conference room of the police hall, the air pressure is extremely low. Huo Shaoting sat in a chair with a computer in front of him. He glanced at his watch, and it was almost 9 o'clock in the evening. He looked at the Wen brothers and sisters indifferently and said in a cold tone, I'll give you 2 choices. First, be honest and clear. Second, wait for the Wen family to go bankrupt. When Wen Ronglin looked at the data and information displayed on his computer screen, his face suddenly changed greatly. This is the Wen family's overseas asset. What does he want to do? Sniping at the assets of the Wen family? He looked at Huo Shaoting, who had a cold face, in shock and a little annoyed, and saw that Huo Shaoting began to tap the keyboard. Wen Ronglin instinctively rushed over to stop him, but was stopped by the bodyguard behind him. Start now. Huo Shaoting's voice was cold, and he looked at his watch again. Even if Rong Dai is at fault, the person was married back by him personally. How to train him is his business. No one is qualified to talk ill, let alone bully her. Brother Huo, you have to believe Shilan. Even if she did something wrong before, she would never dare to do such an illegal thing. When Ronglin was anxious and explained with his mouth open, completely ignoring how things have developed to this point. Looking at Huo Shaoting's slender fingers flying on the keyboard, his heart was about to jump out. Huo Shaoting ignored him and did not stop the movement of his hand. When Ronglin looked at those values and was so scared that he ran out in cold sweat on his back. His mobile phone rang soon. It was an assistant's call. When Ronglin quickly answered. After hearing what the assistant said, his face turned pale as frost. When Shilan was dumbfounded. She didn't even have time to be happy about the video she had just received. This was the video sent to her by Zhuo Ran. Looking at her eldest brother's pale face. She knew that Huo Shaoting was not joking. How can he do this to himself? Is he going to bankrupt her family just for a Rong Dai? When Shilan is unwilling, angry and wronged from the bottom of her heart. She couldn't figure out what was wrong with her liking him. Shilan. Only then did Wen Ronglin react and quickly held her mobile phone and staggered towards her. Tell Brother Huo quickly that this matter has nothing to do with you. Say it quickly. Hurry up and admit your mistake to Brother Huo. Otherwise, our Wen family will be ruined. When Shilan looked at the ever-changing numbers in his mobile phone, her hands and feet were cold, and her heart was so cold that she staggered back. He is really serious. But why is this? In order to be worthy of him, she suffered so much and did the job she didn't like. She tried so hard to make herself excellent and perfect for him. Why doesn't he understand? Why do you have to claw that bitch and not let go? Miss Wen, you really hurt me. When the Wen brothers and sisters were in the conference room, the lawyer who came out on bail ran in sweat. Seeing Wen Shila's eyes, I couldn't wait to eat her. Mr. Huo, I did something wrong this time, and I asked you to raise your hand high. He didn't care about settling with Wen Shilan, and quickly begged Huo Shaoting for mercy like his grandson. Have you ever seen me raise my hand high? Huo Shaoting's face was cold, and he didn't even give alms to the lawyer. He just took the lawyer's assets together by the way, and so far he has only lost millions. Can't calm down so soon. Didn't you think about the investigation when you took over the case? It's late now. Huo Xiaoting's voice was cold. Han Shuqing was so shocked that he couldn't say anything with his mouth open. Half a minute later, he came back to his senses and quickly took out a pack of information from his briefcase and put it on the table respectfully. He glanced at Wen Shilan angrily, bowed down, and said to Huo Xiaoting very respectfully, "This time I was ignorant and offended Mrs. Zung. This information is what I can find, and I hope it can help Mr. Huo." Huo Xiaoting glanced at him indifferently, didn't even read the information, and his voice was cold. "Take garbage to fool me." Han Shuqing's face turned pale. At this time, Zhang's special assistant came in again and took the mobile phone and handed it to Huo Xiaoting. "It has exploded on Weibo. President, this video has just been released. Just a few minutes ago, I had the technician check it. It was sent from Miss Wi's mobile phone." Zhang Tsuke did not shy away and glanced at Wen Shila's report. Huo Xiaoting looked at the video in his mobile phone, and his eyes became extremely gloomy. "Bring her mobile phone here." Huo Xiaoting ordered that the two security guards immediately came forward to do it. Wen Shilan was so scared that she stepped back and resisted with a pale face. "This is my personal belonging. You have no right." Before you finished speaking, the mobile phone had been taken away. Luo Hong looked at himself as blind. Zhang Tsuke looked through her mobile phone with gloves and saw that it was empty inside. He couldn't help being a little shocked. "President, there is nothing here." Wen Shilan breathed a sigh of relief. She was not so stupid and would keep the evidence. Her face suddenly showed a grievance and weakness, and she cried, "Brother Huo, let the technician recover." Huo Xiaoting's face was cold, and he didn't even give alms to Wen Shilan and ordered him to go down in a low voice. "That woman, she must be scared now, right?" Chapter 51 ending together. Wen Shilan was stunned. She couldn't believe her ears. Is he really going to send himself to prison? "Mr. Wen, you still have time to think about it. Do you still think your sister is innocent? My wife's disappearance is all thanks to her." Huo Xiaoting's voice was cold and hard, and his eyes looked at Wen Ronling extremely coldly. Wen Rongling's mobile phone has not been stopped since just now. In just a few minutes, he received more than a dozen calls. Hearing his words, Wen Rongling's eyes fell on the video leaked on Weibo. This account. He saw his younger sister use it at home a few days ago. For a moment, Wen Rongling's unspeakable anger and disappointment in his heart. But it's more anxious. His eyes suddenly became very cold and looked at Wen Shilan. "I reminded you not to be too delusional about people who don't belong to you. This time, you not only lied to me, but also caused the family to suffer such a heavy blow. Do you know that if you do this, you will not only kill yourself, but also make the Wen family doomed? Wen Shilan, the Wen family is gone. Do you think you can get what you want? I'm really disappointed in you. I can't help you this time. You should bear the responsibility by yourself." Wen Shilan's face suddenly turned pale, and she looked at Wen Ronling in disbelievably. "Brother, how can you say that?" Wen Ronling took a deep look at her and took a deep breath. "I won't care about this matter anymore. Since you were a child, someone has been responsible for your trouble, so you are not afraid. But this time, you messed with someone you shouldn't have messed with." He looked at Huo Xiaoting again. "Brother Huo, this time it was Wen's fault. But Wen Shilan is Wen Shilan, and the Wen family is the Wen family. The Wen family has lost so much now, and it should be able to make up for the sister-in-law. As for how you want to hold Wen Shilan accountable, we, the Wen family, will never ask again." Wen Rongling made a decision on the spot. After saying that, he bowed to Huo Xiaoting, turned his head and left the conference room. Wen Shilan looked shocked, looked at Wen Runling and left without looking back, and suddenly sat down on the ground. She looked at Huo Xiaoting and suddenly covered her face and cried, "Why? Why don't you just like me? What on earth did I do wrong? You are going to deal with me like this?" Huo Xiaoting was unhappy. At this time, his mobile phone on the table rang, which was a strange phone call. He frowned slightly and answered. "Xiaoting." Rong Dai's voice came from the other end of the phone. "It's me." Huo Xiaoting was shocked all over and quickly answered her while comparing Lu Hong. "Track the signal quickly." When Lu Hong saw him gesture, he immediately ordered the technicians present. "Xiaoting, come and save me. Zuo Ran is crazy. She wants to kill me." Rong Dai heard his voice, as if she had caught a savior. Beg him with tears. Hearing her panic and choking voice, Huo Xiaoting's heart seemed to be pulled into a ball. "Where are you?" I don't know either. It's very dark here. It's the seaside. There is only one homestay, and there is no one. The past I sent you photos, my mobile phone was about to run power." Rong Dai was hiding in the cracks of the rock. Although she was scared, she had not lost her mind. After saying that, he quickly sent him the photos he had just taken. Huo Xiaoting soon received the photo. When he called again, the other party had turned off the phone. Although Wen Shilan was crying, Huo Xiaoting turned on his mobile phone to be hands-free in order to cooperate with Lu He's tracking. She can hear what Rong Dai said. "Is this Zuo Ran a fool? Does it take so long to be martyred? President, the data has been restored. At this time, Zhang Tasuka came in with Wen Shilan's mobile phone and found the account that Wen Shilan used to reveal the news. I found that the hot news about Rong Dai on Weibo in the past few days were all revealed from this account, and today's hot news is also from this account. Hua Xiaoting asked him to search through the communication and information records, and compared the phone number of Rong Dai just now, which was exactly the same. Lawyer Han, it's not without a chance for me to raise my hand. You take over this case to the extent that I am satisfied. I can talk about anything. Hua Xiaoting threw Wen Shilan's mobile phone to Han Shijing, and glanced at Wen Shilan coldly from the corner of his eyes. Han Shijing, who had been present and had not left, trembled in his heart. He didn't expect to get into such a big trouble for a moment. But can he not agree? Brother Hua, what did you say? Wen Shilan looked at him in disbelief, and his heart jumped wildly in panic. Han Shijing has already implemented it. He would rather offend the Wen family than the Hua family. The horizontal and vertical Wen family is going to be finished now. Tracked. But if you go there now, it will take at least 6 hours. This is a small fish port. Now, it is a fishing season, and there are almost no people in that area. I have asked people to contact the local police department. Luo Hong asked the technician to show the computer to Hua Xiaoting, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's up to you to deal with it, and someone will be released on bail. Absolutely not. Luo Hong quickly clasped his palms to guarantee. Hua Xiaoting immediately got up, Zhang Tasuka closed his computer, and several people left the police hall in a hurry. Luo Hong looked at Wen Shilan, who was sitting on the ground with a shocked and unwilling face. It's not good to offend anyone, but to offend Hua Xiaoting. He is cruel, but his relatives don't recognize her, and it's impossible to let her go because of Uncle We's little promotion. At this time, Rong Dai, who was far away from Xiaoyu Port, was hiding in the crevices of the rock peaks by the sea. Her ankle injury hurts a lot, blowing the sea breeze. Even in such weather, she is still shivering with cold. What's more, it started to rain now. The rain fell on her, and it was so cold that she was covered with layers of chicken skin. I think she hasn't been so embarrassed in her previous life. It's probably because she lived too well in her last life and made wrongful too bad, so God is punishing her. Rong Dai tried to keep herself awake. But after being highly nervous, this person is easily tired. She leaned against the crevice of the rock and fell asleep unconsciously. Zuora's crazy and ferocious face always appeared in her dreams. Her whole body seemed to have fallen into a quagmire, and could not wake up for a long time. It was not until she heard the sound of the dog barking, which was really noisy, that she slowly opened her eyes. In the bright sky, she looked for the sound source everywhere. Suddenly, I saw Zuora's ferocious and crazy face less than 3 meters away from her. Rong Dai was so scared that her heart almost jumped out. She saw a wolf dog barking standing under the beach. No wonder Zuoran could find it so quickly. Bitch. You are quite good at running. When Zuoran saw her wake up, he opened his mouth and cursed. Rong Dai's heart jumped, and a bean-sized cold sweat came out in an instant. Her body was cold and hot, and a huge panic enveloped her. This woman is simply crazy. She has a wound on her leg now, and she can't climb up or down. Are you going to end up with this crazy woman like this? She looked at the sand below. She didn't know how she had the courage to climb up last night. If you fall down, you will be disabled even if you don't die. Chapter 52 The Death of Anfeya. Looking at Zuoran, who was close at hand and with a ferocious face, Rong Dai's scalp was numb for a while. She looked at the height, nearly 3 to 4 meters. She didn't know where the courage came from last night, but she actually climbed up. If it weren't for this wolf dog, it would be difficult for Zuoran to find himself. Looking at Zora's scarlet and crazy appearance, she shuddered from the bottom of her heart. This woman is a complete madman. She must not fall into her hands. She had contacted Hua Xiaoting last night. She must hold on and wait for him to save her. Rong Dai tried to move her numb and stiff body. Her left ankle was stabbed last night, and now the pain made her a little numb. Bitch, I've already said that you can't escape my palm. How dare you lie to me? The price of deceiving me is to die. Zuoran stared at her fiercely, saying every word extremely cruelly. Rong Dai's heart jumped wildly, and she suddenly thought of the death of the original owner's mother, that is, Anfeya. Anfeya has a very good job. With her ability, it is no problem to survive in Shenxing. How can she be entangled with an extreme woman like Zuora? And according to the original owner, Anfeya died in a car accident. She was rescued in the hospital for more than a month and finally left. Before leaving, I entrusted the original owner to the old lady in one breath, which led to the following series of things. But after she began to contact Zuoran, she found that this person was not only psychologically distorted, but also had a strong desire to control. What Zuoran had said these days flashed through her mind, and she couldn't help but be secretly shocked in her heart. Maybe Zuora's death with Anfeya was inseparable. It's just that the relationship between Anfeya and Zuoran is not tolerated in the world, although she doesn't understand why a woman with no deviation in orientation suddenly establishes such a relationship with Zuoran. But Anfeya has such a decent job, and she must be able to detect Zworan's abnormality. That's why she wanted to escape from Zworan, but failed. After Anfeya's death, Zworan not only did not digest the evil spirit, but also transferred it to the original owner. That is, I am suffering for myself now. All kinds of thoughts flashed through her mind, and she immediately calmed down. Even if she jumped down without dying or crippling, her foot was seriously injured, and she would definitely not be able to run away. It is safest to delay and wait for Huo shouting to come. Is my mother's car accident related to you? Facing Dai suddenly asked. Zworan was stunned for a moment, and then she deliberately avoided Dai's direct gaze as if she felt guilty. Sure enough, it has something to do with it. Dai is good at discerning words and colors, and Zworan's guilty eyes have explained many problems. Did you kill my mother? When Dai saw that she was silent, the fierceness on her body seemed to have withered a lot. The momentum of her when she was in the country spontaneously erupted in an instant. Zworan is a crazy person. Only if you are more cruel than her will she be afraid. I'm asking you something. Did you kill my mother? She almost roared, and the momentum was very strong. And she likes to look directly into the other person's eyes, which will put a lot of pressure on the other party in mental and visual shock. No wonder my mother would rather entrust me to someone else than you before she died. My mother didn't testify you. It's your greatest kindness to let you go to jail. You are still harming me now. Where is your conscience? Dai scolded her angrily, and at the same time, she admired her performance ability and did it when she thought about it. Fart. She has no evidence to prove that it is me. Zworan subconsciously refuted, looking at her fiercely and angry, without a trace of guilt. Sure enough? This sentence instantly made Dai understand that Anfeya's death was not an accident, but caused by Zworan. This is her murder. Sure enough, you killed my mother. What other face do you have to disturb my life? If you have a problem with yourself, do you want to take our mother and daughter to the funeral? Dai scolded angrily, and her whole body was also very excited. Zworan's momentum was completely suppressed by her, but the madness in her eyes still did not disappear. That's her betrayal of me first. It's obviously you who control my mother. My mother is a normal woman, otherwise where did I come from? Don't tell me that my mother gave birth with you. Dai also roared loudly. Anyway, it's right to be stronger than her. As long as you can suppress this madman, 1 second more. Besides, my mother has a decent job, and you don't know what you used to do. Zworan, you are a selfish madman. You killed my mother, causing me to have no mother, and now you still want to harm me. Do you think my mother will forgive you when you go to hell? That's impossible. You killed her, and you still want her to forgive her. If I don't agree, my mother won't agree either. Dai looked at Zworan with more fierce eyes than her. I didn't want to kill her. I just want to scare her. She didn't fight for it herself. What does it have to do with me? Zworan was also a little confused by her roars, and he retorted angrily with his neck. Then my mother is still dead, it was you who killed her. I won't forgive you. I won't be your puppet. If you dare to force me, even if I die, you won't get anything. My soul will not be yours after death. Dai looked down at her and scolded her angrily, but her heart was getting calmer and calmer. She estimated the distance. She couldn't die if she fell down here, but at least she could hurt Zworan. She can't let this crazy woman get close to her, or she will die. Xiao Dai, listen to my explanation. I really don't want to kill your mother. Don't you still have me? I can take care of you and love you forever, but I won't abandon you. Zworan was indeed greatly stimulated. Seeing Dai's big mood, he panicked inexplicably and couldn't help climbing up again. Wow, bang, bang. The wolf, dog and dog standing on the beach barked more and more, staring at the two, as if they were very anxious. I don't love you. I'm a normal person. What I need is a normal family and a normal life. There is no problem with my orientation. Don't try to destroy me. Dai also roared like crazy, but she didn't ignore Zworan's small movements. Looking at her approaching her, she suddenly raised her right foot and kicked her on the shoulder. Obviously, Zworan didn't expect that she would still do it, but it was almost an instinctive reaction. She grabbed Dai's right ankle in an instant. Dai's face changed greatly. Before he could exclaim, his whole body was pulled out and fell madly. Bang! She only heard a loud noise in her ear. Her body seemed to roll a few times, and then she was unconscious, and she didn't even have time to see how Zworan was doing. Chapter 53, Let's go to hell together. Wow, bang, bang. Dai, also I don't know how long she has been in a coma. The barking of the wolf dog in her ear was so loud that she had to struggle to open her eyes. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw that Zworan, who was less than 2 meters away from her, also woke up, and her breathing was stagnant. Subconsciously want to distance himself first. But there was a sharp pain in her chest, the wound in her ankle was torn again, and the warm blood kept pouring out. The sharp pain spread all over her limbs and skeletons, making her sweat constantly. Xiao Dai, I said that no one can take you away. You are mine. Zworan struggled to get up from the ground. She spit out a mouthful of blood from her mouth, and one leg was also broken. She held the fruit knife that fell on the ground and limped towards her, with a crazy and sinister smile on her face. Rong Dai felt that her blood was about to freeze all over her body, and kept retreating. She touched the smooth pebbles in her hand, and her heart calmed down a little. "I won't be with you," she said very firmly to Zuoran. Zuoran dragged his injured leg to her, and his eyes looked crazy. "Then we will die together, go to hell together to find your mother, and our family can be reunited, ha ha ha." She holds a dagger with a smile on her face like a devil. Rong Dai's heart touched her throat, and her scalp was numb and cold. She could even clearly feel the trace of every cold sweat falling. Looking at the knife coming down, she suddenly staggered her body. The fruit knife was inserted into the ground she had just sat on. In the yellow sand, the handle of the knife almost didn't fit. Rong Dai was scared when she saw it. Zuoran used all her strength with this knife. She didn't expect that Rong Dai would hide so fast. She lost her center of gravity and fell to the ground. Rong Dai didn't care about anything else. She grabbed the pebbles and greeted her. Zuoran was beaten and screamed, and Rong Dai did it quickly and fiercely. She was afraid of breaking Zuoran's brain, so she simply hit her injured leg. Zuoran's scream spread far away on the beach. The wolf dog saw that Rong Dai's combat effectiveness was so terrible that it only dared to bark in the distance. Rong Dai looked at Zuoran's gradual loss of resistance, and she was also weak. She pulled the pebbles in her hand down from Zuoran's body. She pulled out the fruit knife and limped to the bottom of the rock peak, maintaining a distance of about 10 meters from Zuoran. The sun in early August was still hot even in the morning. In the golden sunshine, Rong Dai looked at Zuoran, who was lying on her back, with a small ups and downs in her chest, and was relieved from the bottom of her heart. After she relaxed all over, she also found that her injuries were very serious. She had just fallen from the cracks in the rock, causing a lot of damage to them. She didn't expect Zuoran to react so quickly that she still had time to scratch her ankle. Wow, bang, bang. The wolf dog was still barking. Rong Dai was upset and roared at it. "What's your name? I can't tell the difference between good and bad people. Shut up. If you quarrel again, I will eat you." The wolf dog didn't know if he really understood. After making a very aggrieved sound, he found a shady corner and looked at the two of them on their stomachs. Rong Dai was physically and mentally tired. She really wanted to close her eyes and rest for a while, but she didn't dare. She didn't know when Zuoran would get up again. She could only stare at the boss and stare at Zuoran closely. Wow, bang, bang. The dog barked anxiously again, and kept running around, kept wagging its tail to look at Rong Dai, and let out that low aggrieved cry. "You dog." Rong Dai smiled bitterly, and she didn't even have the strength to speak. The wolf dog ran away at once, and Rong Dai didn't bother to pay attention to it. Her eyes never left Zuoran. It's really bad luck. How can she toss like this? It's been a long time since she came here, and the whole house has made a mess. You agreed to take me to distract yourself, but you used me as a human navigator and asked me to find someone. Hua Xiaojie, can't you be more reliable in doing things? This is the voice of the little sister-in-law, Hua Meishu. Rong Dai's drowsy head suddenly hit an excitement. She was overjoyed and looked around to find someone with her wounds all over her body. I'm here. Her voice was hoarse. She just roared so much with Zuoran that her throat was split. Rong Dai was so focused on this sound that she didn't notice that the focus in Zuoran's eyes became clear. Zuoran turned over with difficulty. Her legs were very heavy, because she would not die. She hit her head, and she was worried that she would kill her. A burst of piercing pain struck, and Zuoran seemed to be numb. She scraped in the yellow sand and found a pebble, lying on the beach towards Rong Dai. Rong Dai's injured ankle was hit hard, and the sharp suffocating pain attacked her. She screamed in pain, her whole body slanted forward, and she sweated layer after layer. "You bitch. If you want to die, let's die together." Zuoran went crazy and took advantage of Rong Dai's pain. He grabbed her leg and climbed onto her. He raised the pebbles and beat Rong Dai wildly. Rong Dai quickly protected her head. The sharp pain in her ankle made her brain unable to think for a short time, and she was beaten several times at once. The smell of blood permeated his mouth, and Rong Dai's eyes turned black, but there was a voice in her heart that kept calling her to hold on. Looking at Zuoran's ears shaking in front of him, Rong Dai's eyes showed a fierce light and opened her mouth to bite. Zuoran also screamed, and the pebbles in his hand were suddenly thrown out, and his hands broke Rong Dai's mouth hard. But Rong Dai didn't know where the huge strength came from, and she didn't let go. "There is a sound over there." Hua Xiaojie ignored Hua Meishu's nagging. When he heard Zuoran's extremely tragic cry, he took the police who came with them to the sound source. When the wolf dog saw them, it immediately lowered its body and barked wildly, while constantly running back and forth, obviously trying to lead them over. "There are people over there. Let's have a look first." One of the policemen spoke, and several people immediately ran over with the wolf dog. So several people saw what a tragic picture. The two women were covered with scars and blood stains. One bit his ear and didn't let go, and the other slapped hard to pry open the other's mouth. "Sister-in-law." Huo Xiaojie was the first to react and immediately ran wildly. His heart beat wildly, and his eyes were full of shock. Huo Meishu was full of complaints just now. When she saw Rong Dai wrestling with Suoran and seriously injured, she couldn't believe her eyes. Separate people quickly. Huo Xiaojie was scared to death. If the eldest brother saw this, he would be heartbroken. When Rong Dai really saw Huo Xiaojie in front of her, her face, which was bruised and swollen by Suoran, was covered with half-dry blood. Tears suddenly gushed out, and she immediately let go of her mouth. The two policemen also moved. Zuo ran away very quickly. Huo Meishu's hand holding the mobile phone trembled so much that she immediately dialed Huo shouting. Chapter 54. Don't be afraid, I'm coming. Huo Xiaojie looked at Rong Dai, who was covered with scars, and couldn't do anything. After Huo Meishu made a phone call, she came over and took off her sunscreen and covered her. Thank you. Thank you. Rong Dai is extremely weak. Although her sister-in-law doesn't like her, she is still very happy to see her sister-in-law at this moment. Huo Meishu looked awkward. Who misses your thanks? Thinking about it, she didn't think it was right, especially when she saw Rong Dai's wound. Her voice softened. If you want to sleep, go to sleep. The eldest brother will be there soon. Rong Dai nodded, but she stubbornly did not close her eyes until the sound of a propeller came from the air. She saw the man walking towards her like a god. Her eyes were like a dam with an open gate, and tears rushed out crazily. She thought she was really going to die this time. Wife. Huo Xiaoting didn't call her Rong Dai, but called her wife, almost running wildly to in front of her. Regardless of the blood on the ground or his expensive suit, he knelt directly in front of her, bent down to her ear and shouted. Even in her previous life, Rong Dai had never been so desperate, and she had never looked forward to the appearance of a person. Her expectations have come true. Her face was broken and swollen, and there were only 2 slits left in her originally watery eyes. Shouting. She uttered these 2 words from her throat with difficulty, mixed with grievances, joy, and many complicated emotions. I'm coming. Don't be afraid. Huo Xiaoting looked at her gently, but he didn't dare to touch her for fear of causing secondary harm to her injury. If you are sleepy, go to sleep. I will always be by your side. Huo Xiaoting suppressed the head of the world in his heart. Angry, the tip of his heart trembled and thumped. Seeing that she had been staring at him, his slender fingers gently touched her cheek. Rong Dai was already exhausted. She blinked her eyes, and there was a buzzing noise left in her ear. She fell asleep in less than a few seconds. Huo Xiaojie and Huo Meishu looked at the gentle behavior of their eldest brother. They didn't expect that Rong Dai was so heavy in his heart. For a moment, all kinds of feelings surged up in their hearts. Rong Dai and Zuo Ran soon got on the helicopter. This is the scene, and someone must still need to be watching. Brother, you and Meishu are going to accompany your sister-in-law. I'm here. Huo Xiaojie made a decision on the spot that this matter could not be settled like this. This matter has had a great impact on Rong Dai, and now it has been on the internet. Although Huo's enterprise let public relations deal with it at the first time, Huo's enterprise has too much influence in Shengjing. What's more, those unscrupulous media of the title party make up nonsense with just a few words. If you want to deal with this matter, you must wait for the police to investigate the results. With the results, it will be much easier to deal with things on the internet. Huo Xiaoting nodded, Huo Meishu followed closely, and the two left with the helicopter. Because the injury could not be delayed, I went directly to the local hospital with the best medical conditions. I want to enter the operating room. Huo Xiaoting watched Rong Dai being pushed away. It was so cold there that she would be afraid. The doctor was suddenly embarrassed. If it were an ordinary family member, they would have refused, but this time it was different. Huo Meishu didn't expect Huo Xiaoting to make such a request, but it was important to save people. That's my sister-in-law. My eldest brother is worried that my sister-in-law will be afraid. He just watches from the side, and it won't affect your work. Several doctors didn't dare to say anything more. The dean of the hospital quickly came to deal with it and agreed to Huo Xiaoting to enter the operating room. After the whole body was disinfected, when Huo Xiaoting entered the operating room and looked at Rong Dai, who was lying in a coma under the shadowless lamp, he clenched his fists, and his joints turned white for a while. There was no bleeding in the patient's abdominal cavity. And 3 of the left ribs were broken. The most serious was the injury on the leg, and the rest were skin injuries. The doctor quickly made a diagnosis, and then carefully removed the bathrobe, which was all dyed red by blood. I only saw a wound of nearly 10 centimeters running through the ankle from the instep of the foot, and the bone was deeply visible. The flesh was rolling, and it was covered with yellow sand. Prepare for anesthesia. The doctor in the operating room handled it in an orderly manner. Because there was no problem with the abdominal cavity, the operation was completed quickly. Rong Dai was sent out of the operating room, and Huo Xiaoting also took off his protective clothing. Looking at Rong Dai, who was swollen like a pig's head on the hospital bed, Huo Xiaoting's eyes were gloomy. Brother, here. I'll take care of my sister-in-law. You still have to deal with some things. Huo Meishu looked at Rong Dai in the hospital bed and didn't have much resentment against her. She also read all the news on the internet in the past 2 days, but this resentment was dissipated by the shock. Huo Xiaoting nodded, turned around and walked out of the intensive care ward. How about the other person? When he saw Zhang Tsuka coming, he asked. He can't let that woman die. Death is a relief for her, and living is torture. The situation is not optimistic. The leg must be invalid. Judging from the on-site survey, she and her wife fell from the crevice at the same time. She was at the bottom, so there was a problem with her spleen. Zhang Tsuka quickly reported that he was really scared to death this time. Huo Xiaoting's face was cold, and he glanced sharply at the direction of the operating room. He told him in a low voice, send him to Shenjing and ask the best medical team to treat her. I want her to live. Zhang Tsuka couldn't help but mourn for Zhuoran in his heart. This offended the president, and he couldn't die even if he wanted to. Soon Zhuoran was arranged to be sent back to Shenjing, and Rong Dai slept in the hospital bed for 2 days. It was not until the afternoon of the 3rd day that she slowly opened her eyes. When she saw the snow-white ward, her hand moved and suddenly touched a soft mass. She looked over and saw that it was Huo Xiaoting who fell asleep on her hospital bed. She had never observed the man so closely, and the scene of him running towards her came to mind. Her dead heart slowly cracked several cracks, and a young shoot slowly broke out of the soil. This incident was too dangerous and terrible. Looking at the man in front of her, she felt extremely safe, and her trust was not disappointed. This man may not look like anyone else, but she feels the warmth of being cared for. This kind of thing is not tolerated by the world. If it were another man, he might have divorced immediately and wouldn't care about it at all. But he didn't ask why from the beginning to the end, but only confirmed whether there was any problem with her orientation, and there was no accusation. Huo Xiaoting, shall we not divorce after a year? She couldn't help muttering, and the color in her eyes was as dazzling as colorful glazed glass. In her previous life, she only blindly indulged her joy, and did not notice the emperor's kindness to her at all, and so did other concubines. The emperor said that he loved her and would protect her for the rest of his life, and exiled her whole clan in a blink of an eye. The rebirth of this life is still short, but she really felt the warmth of being cared for and loved. This man. She didn't want to miss it. Chapter 55. It's not easy to be my wife. In fact, Huo Xiaoting had already woken up when her hand touched his hair. He slept lightly, and a slight movement could wake him up. He heard Rong Dai's words, and his heart beat wildly. Of course, he didn't want to get a divorce. Although the two of them became strangers after marriage, the inexplicable changes in her during this period attracted him to get to know her. He wants to know her heart very much, and also wants to enter her world. In his Huo Xiaoting's world, there has never been anything he gave up before he tried. Before he could open his mouth, he heard Rong Dai talking again, so he simply closed his eyes and continued to listen. Rong Dai looked at the sun falling in the west outside the window, and the gorgeous light colored the white clouds in different colors. She looked gentle in her eyes, sighed softly, and her eyes fell back on Huo Xiaoting. In addition to my parents, brothers and sisters, even he treats me. But that's all. It's usually a common problem for men. But you let me see something different, but it seems that this kind of lucky thing will probably never happen to me again. The sin is too deep. Rong Dai's eyes suddenly darkened. She harmed her relatives so badly in her previous life, and she didn't have a good end. But she got God's mercy, perhaps because the punishment was more accurate. After all, when this man dies, everything will disappear, and only being alive is the most painful thing. Huo Xiaoting, I will be your wife this year, and thank you for giving me. She whispered, withdrew her hand, and her eyes fell on the sunset outside the window. Her eyes had no focal length, and her whole body was covered with a faint layer of sadness. Huo Xiaoting listened to her words word for word, and felt puzzled and confused. Why is what this woman said so strange? Isn't Anfeiya alone? There is only one daughter like her around her, and she hasn't even revealed who her father is, let alone what other brothers and sisters she has. And who is that? Is this woman sick? Although he thought so in his heart, Huo Xiaoting still wrote down this matter in his heart. She won't say such inexplicable things for no reason. Maybe he needs to check some things to figure out. Huo Xiaoting didn't wake up until he pretended to sleep for half an hour. As soon as he looked up, he saw that Rong Dai's whole body seemed to be out of his soul, staring blankly at the sunset outside the window. Brother, I brought some porridge to my sister-in-law. The doctor said she would wake up today, didn't she? I'll just take care of you here. You haven't had a good rest for 2 days. You. Huo Meishaw pushed the door with the insulated box and took off the bag as she said. When she looked up, she found that one of the couple was looking out of the window and the other was looking at her wife. Suddenly, Huo Meishaw felt that she was forcibly stuffed with a mouthful of dog food. Although this is the dog food of the eldest brother alone, excluding Rong Dai, she still feels sour. When Rong Dai heard her speak, she immediately came back to her senses. As soon as she turned her head, she happened to meet Huo Xiaoting's eyes. The sunset crossed the windowsill and fell on the two people, covered with a layer of golden afterglow, soft and gentle, with a kind of quiet beauty of time. Huo Meishaw couldn't help but have a sore tooth. It was too bad to come. She quietly stepped back and waited in the corridor. The afterglow was shining his eyes transparently, and she could even clearly see the color of his pupils. In an instant, the tips of Rong Dai's ears turned red, her cheeks also turned red, and her heartbeat accelerated involuntarily. She couldn't help raising her hand to cover her chest. The scab wound on her arm involved, which made her frown and exclaim, "You have a lot of wounds on your body. Don't move around casually." Huo Shaoting also came back to his senses. He quickly looked away awkwardly and got up to pour her a glass of warm water. "Thank you." Rong Dai didn't dare to look into his eyes. She took a sip slowly with a glass of water. Huo Shaoting looked at her hairy head condescendingly and wanted to reach out to touch her and tell her what was in her heart. But she was a little worried that she would be scared. This time, she was scared a lot. "Let's wait for a while. There are still several video conferences to be handled in the company. I'll go back to the hotel first, and Meishu will take care of you here. She won't embarrass you. If you think it's inconvenient for Meishu to take care of you, the nurse will arrive tomorrow." His voice was low and mellow, and the strong magnetic sound slowed down very gently. It sounded like a song. The blush on the tips of Rong Dai's ears had not subsided, and she did not dare to look at him. She held the cup and nodded gently. Huo Shaoting waited for a few seconds. Seeing that she didn't say anything, he felt a little sullen, but he still said something and left the ward. "Brother, don't worry. I won't embarrass my sister-in-law. It was my fault before. I will apologize to my sister-in-law." Seeing Huo Shaoting coming out, Huo Meishu leaned against the wall, shouted at him, and then hurriedly lowered her head to look at his gently kicking toes. This time, Rong Dai was also blessed by disaster, which made Huo Meishu untie the knot. The cause and effect of the matter have been investigated clearly. Although she can't understand Rong Dai's fear, she can understand Rong Dai's inferiority. Probably because of the existence of this matter, she felt sorry for the eldest brother and schemed with their Huo family. She felt guilty and thought that she was not worthy of the eldest brother, so she put an end to everyone's show. She often came to see Rong Dai in the past 2 days. Thinking that when she found her, she fought like that with Zuoran, she still felt shocked. Huo Shaoting looked down at her, and his handsome face was still as cold as before. "It's good if you can figure it out. I'll go back for a few video conferences. You don't go anywhere. She can't leave anyone." Huo Meishu instantly felt that a mouthful of old blood was stuck in her throat. She suddenly looked up at the big brother. She couldn't laugh or cry. This is really his own big brother, but he is really not polite at all. "I used to be good to you and protect you as my eldest brother. Now, you have grown up. Especially you, you'd better find someone to protect yourself quickly. What I want to protect now is my wife." Huo Shaoting thought for a term and added another sentence. "Huo Meishu. What did she do wrong today? How much dog food does the eldest brother want to give her? Rong Dai is my wife. I hope you can learn to respect her in the future. Thank you for your hard work and respecting me. But if my wife has anything to make you uncomfortable and unhappy, you can tell me, don't embarrass her. It's not easy for her to be the daughter-in-law of the Huo family, and it's even more difficult to be my wife. After getting married, she was kidnapped for a long time. Others kidnapped for money, and she was kidnapped because she was forced to die together. Isn't it difficult? Huo Meishu. I got it. She is here to be abused today." Chapter 56. Take the money and smash her. Olipay received 100,000 ye. As soon as Huo Meishu was about to speak, she heard a prompt from her mobile phone. She quickly took out her mobile phone and saw that it was a transfer from her brother in front of her. Huo Shaoting put away his mobile phone and still looked at her coldly. "This is the hard work you paid for taking care of your sister-in-law these days. When your sister-in-law is discharged from the hospital, I will go back to Shengjing. Let's talk about what you want." Huo Meishu. Sure enough, it's her own brother. He actually smashed her with money. It's not easy for your sister-in-law. Mom needs your help to say more good words. Haven't you always wanted to hold a concert? I'll give you the money. You can choose where to do it. Huo Shaoting thought about it and felt that it was not enough. What he said last time was also a little heavy, and although Rong Dai did so before for a reason, it was indeed hurt. Huo Meishu and her mother's heart, this compensation still needs to be given. Huo Meishu was speechless again. She had seen the true face of this big brother, and if she disagreed, she would bribe in all kinds of words. But she still eats this set. It's really a shame. What on earth did she do? Such a kiss on the stall. It's not enough to force the official to stuff her with dog food one by one, and you have to humiliate her with money. All right, I know, I will definitely say it. Just leave quickly. My sister-in-law is still hungry." Huo Meishu couldn't stand it anymore and quickly pushed him away. When Huo Shaoting saw her like this, he knew that she had accepted it, so he left the hospital with peace of mind. After waiting for someone to leave, Huo Meishu covered her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. A few seconds later, she pushed open the door of the ward and went in. "Sister-in-law, my brother has left." When she saw Rong Dai sitting on the hospital bed in a daze, holding a glass of water in her hand and a suspicious blush on her cheeks, she couldn't help looking at the sky. She is really self-inflicted. What kind of dog food do you want to eat when you have nothing to do? Rong Dai came back to her senses, looked up and saw her, and quickly put the water cup on the cabinet next to her. Mei Shu, thank you for your hard work. Huo Mei Shu shrugged her shoulders and opened the insulated box to serve porridge. She looked up and down at her. Although you finally hurt your leg, you are a patient now. That kind of thing. My brother and I are not in a hurry at this time. Rong Dai's face suddenly turned red and quickly explained, Mei Shu, it's not what you think. You are husband and wife. This is a life and death disaster, the relationship is heating up, and my brother has been a monk for so many years, which I can understand. But you can't be like this now. My brother can't control it. Don't let him do it. Rong Dai. Why is this more and more outrageous? The more you say it, the more unclear the explanation. Come on, this is in the hospital bed. After sleeping for 2 days, this nutrient solution can't be eaten as a meal. Drink some clear porridge first to cushion your stomach. When you get used to your appetite, I will make some soup and send it to you. Huo Mei Shu cooled the hot porridge and handed it to her. She pulled the chair and sat on the edge of the bed. Thank you. Rong Dai said thank you, and her stomach was indeed a little hungry. She scooped up the white porridge and ate it clean. You just woke up, and it's almost enough to eat. I'll make some pigeon soup for you at night, which is easy to make the wound recover. Huo Mei Shu took the bowl and told her carefully, completely without any quarreling before. On the contrary, Rong Dai herself remembered the incident, and such a serious thing had happened in less than half a month. She didn't need to think about it. She knew what the soldiers and horses had become like outside. This time, she must have harmed the Huo family, so she seemed a little reserved. Huo Mei Shu put her hands around her chest and leaned on the chair. Her slender legs overlapped, which was quite a bit of a scorpion. She stared at Rong Dai and asked her a few seconds later, tell me, what's going on with you and Zuoran? Although the truth has been investigated, I still want to hear you say it yourself. I can't let my eldest brother be cheated on by you. I want to make sure that you really have a normal orientation. Rong Dai was embarrassed for a while. This little sister-in-law really dared to ask. But think about it, she can't escape this matter. Sooner or later, she will have to explain it to the Huo family. Regardless of whether the original owner has any troubles or not, this kind of deception is difficult for even an ordinary family to tolerate, not to mention that the Huo family is not an ordinary family. She looked at Huo Mei Shu seriously and brewed a little in her heart before opening her mouth. I'm sorry for this matter. I hid it from you and planned the Huo family. Huo Mei Shu squeezed her mouth and didn't say anything, but looked at her calmly. Rong Dai didn't need to explain this. She already knew it. But there is nothing wrong with my orientation, otherwise I wouldn't have agreed to marry Xiaoting. At the beginning, my mother also wanted me to get rid of Zuore's control and live a normal life. After knowing that my grandmother was the old lady of the Huo family, she had to open her mouth, because a normal family had nothing to do with Zuoran. This is a fact. Huo Mei Shu nodded and felt terrible when she thought of Zuoran's crazy paranoia. Your elder brother is very good to me, but I hate myself. Rong Dai lied without blushing. Whether it's true that she met the original owner in her dream or not, the original owner is no longer here. Now, she is herself. She can only say that. Zuora's mind is distorted. She can do everything. Come out, I have wanted to escape more than once over the years, but once I want to leave, she will hurt my mother to punish me. Rong Dai's eyes were gloomy, helpless and afraid, and also mixed with a little anger. Her hobbies are very distorted. In order to avoid her hurting my body, I can only be at her mercy silently. I thought that if I married into the Huo family, she would be afraid and leave me. But I didn't expect her to be so crazy. At first, she said that she would leave me as long as she could get the money. At the beginning, I still had a little savings left by my mother, and I gave them all to her. I was so eager for a normal life. As she said, she unconsciously infected herself, and her eyes couldn't help turning red. If she hadn't experienced Thuora's experience, her feelings might not have been so profound, and she might not have been able to understand how desperate the original owner's heart was. But her appetite is getting bigger and bigger. I don't have any money, so I have to sell you, my mother, and grandma's things to me, and then give her money. I thought I could satisfy her in this way, but she was still not satisfied and threatened me. If I resisted, she would shouting and tell you that Rong Dai's tears fell, and the fear of being kidnapped by Zuoren hit her heart again, and she couldn't help shaking all over. The last time I went to see her, I wanted to make it clear to her. I know I'm sorry for shouting and your kindness to me, so. I wanted to go to the showdown, but I didn't expect her to be so crazy that she wanted to kill me. Chapter 57 The Help of the Little Sister-in-Law. Huo Mei Shu was also distressed when she heard it. Thinking that she didn't know anything before, she frowned coldly at her and felt guilty from the bottom of her heart. She stretched out her hand to draw a tissue and handed it to Rong Dai, and said in a guilty voice, "Sister-in-law, before I quarreled with you ignorantly. I'm sorry." Rong Dai didn't expect Huo Mei Shu to apologize to her, and she couldn't help sighing from the bottom of her heart. This educated person is different. On the whole, although she is the victim of this matter, and the original owner is also a victim, after all, it is the original owner's mother and daughter who take advantage of them first. But they can distinguish clearly, 1 yard belongs to 1 yard. This is the biggest difference in education. She wiped her tears, her eyes were still red and she shook her head. I should have said sorry. I'm sorry about this matter. My mother and I cheated you first, and now I'm tired of the Huo family. Huo Meishu thought that her eldest brother had been living for their family for so many years. Although Rong Dai's things are very incredible, as long as the eldest brother likes it and he doesn't give up on Rong Dai, she can certainly accept it. And I've never seen a big brother like this. It's a good thing to have one person who can make him live with joys and sorrows. For so many years, their family has tried to make the eldest brother happy. But the eldest brother has always been cold. Although there was an unpleasant relationship between them after marriage, after experiencing this incident, she felt the change of the eldest brother. She only hopes that the eldest brother is good. Since the eldest brother likes it, she will support her unconditionally. It's because you are too stupid. Since my brother chose you, he won't care so much about so many things. Unless you really have a problem with your orientation, it really hurt my brother. Huo Meishu looked at her with gentle eyes and a little hatred. If you had told us at the beginning, since my eldest brother recognized you, he would have handled this kind of thing for you. You don't know from you at the beginning of the accident, how terrible my eldest brother became. I know that he is so emotional because he cares about you. The whole company is scared to death. Your account is constantly hacked on the internet. Those unscrupulous media have probably received letters from lawyers in the past few days. The eldest brother not only freed up the company's legal group to deal with this matter for you, but also hired 3 gold medal lawyers in Shengjing to deal with it. At least more than 1,000 lawyers' letters have been sent out in the past few days. Rong Dai smacked her tongue when she heard it, but the ripples from the bottom of her heart couldn't help but spread. This man. If you confessed at the beginning, even if my brother would not choose you as his wife, for the sake of your mother who saved her grandmother, he would not stand by and watch this matter. Huo Meishu looked at her helplessly and shook her head. Seeing that Rong Dai's mood returned, she leaned on the chair again and looked at her with her hands around her chest. If you had said it at that time, this would not have happened. If you don't have the strength to resist Zhuoran, will she really pull you to die with her? Or did you really fall to your death? Since you know she is crazy, you should have said this kind of thing earlier. Rong Dai could only nod silently. What else could she say? She didn't know what the original owner thought at that time, or maybe the original owner was really too inferior, or maybe because he really liked Huo shouting. He really thought he was dirty and not worthy of Huo shouting, so he chose to hide it. And he just wanted to survive and didn't have any indiscriminate thoughts about Huo shouting, so he spoke out to anger Zhuoran, which led to the current situation. Although things are very bad, it is not bad for her. At least, she doesn't have to worry about such outrageous things happening in the future. This matter will be over. If the eldest brother and the second brother will deal with it for you, you can take care of your health at ease, and don't think too much about other things. I can respect you and treat you well, but only if you are good to my brother. Huo Meishu comforted her. Rong Dai couldn't laugh or cry at her comfort, but she knew Huo Meishu's psychology. In her previous life, she had seen too many such things. I look up to you. It is only because your husband's family, your husband is excellent enough, or your status is noble enough that they have so-called respect for you. And she has nothing now, no ability, no talent, no job, and no personnel. Such an incredible thing happened again, slandering the Huo family for nothing. It's a good thing for the little sister-in-law to say these words to her. This respect, you still have to earn it yourself, which is the most expensive. Does Grandma know about this matter? I'm afraid that she will be very sad when she finds out, and her mother must be very angry. Thinking of these things, she thought of the old lady and her mother-in-law. Needless to say, my mother-in-law was originally dissatisfied with the original owner. Now that such a scandal has come out, she can't be angry. It's the old lady. She really sincerely wants the original owner to be her granddaughter-in-law. Otherwise, with a rich family like the Huo family, Huo Shaoting wants to find a woman who is equally excellent and the right family to be his wife. Why choose the original owner? She was not afraid of her mother-in-law's anger, but she was afraid of hurting the old lady's heart. Grandma is abroad now, so the information will not be so well known. We won't talk about it either, but you have to choose the time to tell Grandma about this matter. Grandma really likes you very much, although I don't understand why she likes you. Huo Meishu spoke so bluntly that Rong Dai couldn't help being embarrassed. As for Mom, can she not be angry? If it were you, your daughter-in-law hid such a big thing, wouldn't you be angry? He must be angry. Rong Dai answered very honestly. But this anger returns to anger. We are still a family, and she is angry for a few days. When you get better, just give her some gifts and coax her. Huo Meishu gave her an idea and looked at her and sighed. In fact, Mom is easy to coax. She just cares too much about the eldest brother. Because the eldest brother has suffered a lot since he was a child, my mother feels that she owes the eldest brother and just wants to try her best to make up for it. But she forgot that the eldest brother is now an adult. He is better than anyone else, and the eldest brother doesn't need her to make up for it. We just need to support him. As long as you are kind to the eldest brother, she will be relieved. It's too late to coax you. How can she be angry with you? Rong Dai was relieved when she heard her words. It was easy to do. But she couldn't help but be curious about Hua Xiaotin's matter. The man was excellent and rational enough. For such a big thing, most husbands must be the first to blame when they encounter such a big thing. But he didn't, but tried his best to deal with the matter, although she knew very well that she needed to give him a satisfactory explanation in person afterwards. Mei Shu, can you tell me about your eldest brother? I want to get to know him. Chapter 58. She is not Rong Dai. Seeing her say this, Hua Mei Shu suddenly became interested. She pulled the chair closer to her, adjusted her sitting posture, and said with a smile, "That's right." Rong Dai smiled lightly and said nothing. If this had not happened, she would definitely not have asked such a question. But this matter gives she was greatly shocked. She couldn't imagine that without Hua Xiaoting's help, she would really die with Zuoran this time. So what is the meaning of her rebirth? The ant is still greedy for life, and of course she doesn't want to die. As for my eldest brother, of course, wisdom is needless to say. He is very agile and skillful. He has a straight face all year round and has been working hard. Hua Mei Shu opened her mouth, and Rong Dai noticed that her eyes were full of distress. But I know that he is very lonely, and he uses all his strength to protect his relatives around him. My father died in a car accident when we were very young. My mother is just a woman who knows how to teach her children and knows nothing about shopping malls. Hua's enterprise was passed down from my grandfather's generation. There is an unwritten rule in the Hua family that the eldest son inherits, but my father died early, and my mother couldn't pick the beam. Grandma gave birth to only my father, and the second master's descendants were prosperous, and he was very dissatisfied with the unwritten rules passed down by his ancestors. Therefore, in the 2 years of my father's death, our family had a very difficult life. My second grandfather's family can be said to be merciless to us. If Grandma hadn't stood up and taken over, we might have to live our lives now. Hua Mei Shu's eyes were red and there was a faint anger in her eyes. Although Rong Dai couldn't empathic, she knew very well how fierce the struggle between her relatives was. Especially those who have lost their children can only be bullied, and the world has always been like this. But Grandma is getting older, and she can't be in charge of the company all the time, so this heavy responsibility falls on the eldest brother. Hua Mei Shu's voice was very muffled, as if something was stuck in the trachea. She looked up at Rong Dai with a prayer in her eyes. Do you know? My brother was only 8 years old at that time. I remember that he was very naughty, but since he came back from the company with his grandmother, I haven't seen him smile again. Other people's 8-year-old children are spoiled in the arms of their parents and deal with all kinds of toys, but my eldest brother comes into contact with the world of adults, threatening me, and all kinds of dirty and cruel methods. In the past, the eldest brother would play with me, but since then, every time I see him, he always follows my grandmother. He is only 8 years old, but he always wears a small suit and his face is as cold as a machine. Rong Dai listened to what she said, and couldn't help but feel pain somewhere in her heart. It's hard for her to imagine that an 8-year-old child has to come into contact with the world of adults. How much will it take? Do you know? Every time my second brother and I go to the amusement park with my mother, the eldest brother's eager and restrained eyes, it's so heartbreaking. Hua Mei Shu couldn't help crying with her head down. Everyone else saw the glory of their Hua family, but no one could understand their bitterness. My eldest brother has not been so arrogant and serious since he was a child. He can't help it, because he is the eldest brother and the eldest son of the Hua family. My eldest brother really needs a woman who can make him happy and sad, so that I feel that my eldest brother is flesh and blood, and my guilt can be less. For so many years, my second brother and I just need to do what we want to do and are willing to do. And we don't need to worry about any difficulties. But these are all exchanged for the freedom and happiness of the eldest brother. There are indeed many women around the eldest brother who want to climb into his bed for so many years, but he is so indifferent. Sometimes I wonder if there is something wrong with him in that aspect. Rong Dai listened carefully. Originally, my heart was so painful that I felt like I was pulling my tendons. As soon as I heard Hua Mei Shu's words behind her, I couldn't help pressing a row of black lines in my forehead. This is really a real sister who can so boldly doubt her brother's male charm. So when he is willing to marry you, although your background is indeed not worthy of the Hua family, as long as my eldest brother likes it and he agrees, we will support it. We can't enter the world of the big brother, so we think you can get close to him, give him a little warmth, and tell him that he is not alone. But then you did that. We were all a little discouraged, and the eldest brother was getting more and more unhappy. I was especially afraid that my eldest brother was not doing well. Although he didn't think we owed him anything, everything we had now was exchanged for his own freedom. Hua Mei Shu cried and laughed. She raised her hand and couldn't help clenching Rong Dai's hand. Guan looked at her expectantly, but it's okay. Although this incident was very thrilling, I saw the lively side of the eldest brother. He cares about you very much. You really scared him this time. Rong Dai's heart moved, and inexplicably thought of Huo Shaoting's cold face, and her heartbeat accelerated inexplicably. But she suddenly thought of something, and the joy in her heart suddenly sank again, climbing up a touch of sourness. Huo Shaoting cares about that Rong Dai, not himself. If Huo Shaoting married the original owner because he really cared about him, it at least shows that he has a heart for the original owner. But she... Thinking of this, her heart was inexplicably pulled into a ball, and the bitterness of sour swelling gnawed the tip of her heart like ants, making her breathing a little uncomfortable. Sure enough, God is punishing her. She killed so many relatives in her previous life. Now, even if she is reborn, how can she have the right to live a beloved life? Thinking of this, her eyes couldn't help dimming. She is her, and she will never be the original owner, Rong Dai, and Huo Shaoting only cares about that Rong Dai, not her. This kind of cognition gave Rong Dai a heavy blow to her heart. The kind of joy that had just surged in her heart, and even fantasized about the bright future that the two of them might have quickly turned into ashes in her heart. She is her. She has her own dignity and pride, and she will never be a substitute for anyone. So sister-in-law, I beg you to be nice to my eldest brother. I can see that he really cares about you very much. Huo Meishu only talked about herself and didn't notice the change of Rong Dai's mood. Don't you know that if it weren't for the big brother's sharpness this time, it wouldn't have been possible to contact us to come here to find you at the first time. The second brother and I happened to be shooing here, but I didn't expect that you were turned here by Zhuoran. Here. My father once brought us here when we were 3 children. I didn't expect that he still remembered it and recognized it at a glance. Rong Dai quickly came to her senses, pinched off the little bud of love that had just sprouted in her heart, and pressed it into the soil with the roots. She can't have any illusions. Even if she is not qualified to be loved, she has to live a good life alone and repay the debts of her previous life well, so as to be worthy of the clan under the spring. Chapter 59, Just a Fool. A year later, she still wants to divorce Huo Shaoting. She is not the original owner. She can't accept that she can use this skin to steal an emotion that originally did not belong to her. She used to be the queen of a country, with her own dignity and pride. She would never allow herself to do such a despicable thing. The light in her eyes gathered little by little and became tougher. She will thank Huo Shaoting for everything she has done for her. In this year, she will do her best to be a good wife and daughter-in-law of the Huo family. But she must keep her heart. Her identity can't be said. Huo Shaoting still likes the original owner, which has nothing to do with herself. Rong Dai kept convincing herself in her heart that the sour and bloating pain made her heart tremble. She never thought that not long after her rebirth, she would have such an almost uncontrollable emotion for a man. She really came to accept God's punishment in her life, giving her the same appearance and the same name, but giving her a different soul. She secretly took a few deep breaths of cool air and calmed down all kinds of distractions in her heart. She held Huo Meishu's hand with her backhand, looked at her very serious expression, and said gently, Meishu, don't worry, I will treat Shaoting well. Don't worry. Huo Meishu could see the seriousness and sincerity in her eyes, and her heart was very warm. She immediately laughed. In the future, you are the only sister-in-law recognized by Huo Meishu. Rong Dai couldn't help but smile, and a trace of helplessness flashed in the depths of her eyes. She should not only be Huo Shaoting's wife and daughter-in-law of the Huo family, but also look for a wife who can treat him very well. In this way, it can also be regarded as her return for him this time. After massing up her mind, her state of mind returned to the calmness when she first came to the world. The aunt and sister-in-law talked for a long time, and it was not until Huo Meishu's mobile phone kept prompting in that they stopped the topic. Huo Meishu looked through her mobile phone. When she saw the news on it, her face was getting heavier, and her eyes were on fire, almost eating people. What's the matter? Rong Dai slept for 2 days, and now she is also in her spirits. Her mobile phone has long been confiscated by Zhuoran, and she can't see the news these 2 days. It's nothing. The eldest brother will take care of this matter, so you don't have to worry about it. The most important thing for you at present is to have a good rest. Don't forget that you have also received a script. If you don't act, Luo Yi will probably go crazy and jump off the building. Huo Meishu shook her head. This time it was so thrilling, and Zhuoran was so twisted. If her sister-in-law saw these messy things again, wouldn't it make her in a worse mood? Rong Dai shook her head and reached out to her. It's okay. I'll just take a look. I also want to know what those people said. This information age is really developed. She can know the world without going out. The most important thing is that she can also learn a lot of things through such a small thing. This won't reveal her secret, and she also likes to watch it. Although the matter has been settled, you should know that this kind of thing is absolutely not convincing enough to say it yourself. Previously, it was because of my audition that affected the Huo family. I can no longer escape from this matter. I can't rely on Shaoting for everything, and he is also very hard. Rong Dai explained gently. On the other hand, she was really afraid that she would be too dependent on Huo Shaoting and almost couldn't protect her heart like this time. Second, she must learn to accept everything in the world. Whether it is good or bad, she must learn to accommodate it. Well, Well, but sister-in-law, don't be angry when you see it. Seeing that she was so persistent and serious, Hua Meishaw hesitated for a moment and handed her the mobile phone. Rong Dai took over her mobile phone and checked the news. Sure enough, the matter between her and Zhuorong was the hottest topic, and she was afraid that the first place would last for a while. She looked at the bad words above, and some people even told her to die, as if she had dug the ancestral grave of their family. But she was not angry, but calm. She has been a queen for 30 years, and the edges in her heart have long been flattened. If she was still the girl who was 17 or 18 years old and had just opened her sinuses, she might have jumped like thunder when she saw such remarks. But now she can't. She knows too well what it means to be afraid of words. But she is too clear that only by seeing the reality clearly and having a strong heart, even the most poisonous bad words can't hurt herself. She has lived in the harem for 30 years and understands people's hearts very well. If you can't see your good, it must be something unsatisfactory in life. It must be jealousy, or it's just a fool. If she can't distinguish things and follow the words of the public, she can probably only find the value of being a human being on it. Why does she have to argue with such a small person? Isn't that a self-destruction? She knows very well what she is doing. These people are really interesting. They don't know me and don't know what I've been through. With the malicious guidance of some people, they can't tell the difference between right and wrong, which is really sympathetic. After reading it, Rong Dai's swollen face showed a slight smile, and her words were full of pity. Hua Meishaw couldn't help being stunned. Sister-in-law, aren't you angry? Rong Dai raised her eyebrows. What's wrong with me? I don't know them well. The important thing is that you all know the truth and believe in this fact. You are my closest people. As long as you believe in me, I am indestructible. These people are just poor people with a brain but no brain. Why should I be angry because they are not responsible? If this makes me angry, no one will pay for the medical expenses. If I have a worse life, wouldn't it make them more happy? I'm not that stupid. Hua Meishaw was stunned and looked at the light Rong Dai in front of her, as if she had known her again. This is a good saying, which is very good. Hua Meishaw nodded a few seconds later, and then typed a long string of words on the mobile phone screen, directly writing down all the words Rong Dai had just said. Rong Dai leaned against the hospital bed and looked through the window. She saw the colorful world outside. She had never seen such a beautiful neon light. Her calm state of mind broadens her mind and can analyze this matter more rationally. Meishaw, can you do me a favor? What are you doing? Sister-in-law, you say so? Hua Meishaw is fighting hard on Weibo with her head down. I want a mobile phone. Rong Dai can be said to be very embarrassed. She originally owed a huge amount of money, and now she doesn't even have a mobile phone. It's really sad to have no money to ask for help. I'll bring this little thing to you tomorrow. This bitch. I still don't believe that I can't shut your mouth. Hua Meishaw nodded, looked at the comments on Weibo, and immediately showed a fierce look and typed quickly with her fingers. Rong Dai looked a little bit, but she didn't stop her. Didn't she pay a huge price for her cultivation to this state of mind? She can't ask others to do the same because of her own nature. She looked at the leg she hung up. The injury would take at least 2 or 3 months to fully recover. She had to think about what she could do during this period. She couldn't lie down and get moldy. Chapter 60. You sleep with me. I'm so angry, this Baikai. The ward was quiet. Rong Dai was thinking about things. When she heard Hua Meishaw's thunderous words, she looked back at her and saw that she was very angry. Can you show me? Make you angry like this? You'd better not look at it. This is a green pool. The psychology of anti-richness. I can't see you marrying well. Hua Meishaw almost exploded in anger. Rong Dai couldn't laugh or cry, and motioned her to give her mobile phone to herself. Hua Meishaw was so angry that she was sweating and simply took the mobile phone to her and poured water to drink by herself. Rong Dai looked at the comments above. It was indeed disgusting. Her words were very dirty, and she almost criticized herself completely. She sighed softly and raised her hand to type on the screen. After a little thought, she gave the other party a poem, close the door and don't care about the moon, and order the plum blossoms to open independently. Sister-in-law, don't be angry with her. I'd better do it. After drinking the water, Hua Meishaw planned to continue to fight. But Rong Dai shook her head and smiled. No, she should not be angry to death by me. I can't afford the medical expenses. What? Hua Meishaw was curious and came over to have a look, and her eyes couldn't help but light up. As soon as Rong Dai's poem was released, the other side immediately replied, directly satirizing that she was unlearned and used ancient poems to bluff people. This bitch. If I don't have the ability, I will spray everywhere. Do you think everyone else is the same as her? Sister-in-law, you let me do it. No. Rong Dai shook her head. She hadn't done such a childish thing for a long time. I saw her typing on the screen. Zhu said that if you don't learn poetry, you can't speak, and if you don't learn etiquette, you can't stand. Today, you are just a dwarf watching the play. You have never seen it. You are all short and long. If you don't know me, how can you talk about it? Huo Meishu was stunned on the side. Before waiting for the other party to reply, she saw Rong Dai continue to type, I am very sorry for your misfortune. I give you the motto. I hope you will become a phoenix. I am very comforted. Hundreds of tongues are speechless, and the crows sing in the depths of the forest. I will sleep on it, and I will teach it again the other day. Sister-in-law. You're a good fight. This bitchie's mouth is really mean, but what is this motto? Huo Meishu knew half of it, but she knew that it was satirizing the other party, so she couldn't help clapping her hands. Rong Dai smiled and handed her the mobile phone. To put it simply, it is a disease that comes in and disaster comes out of the mouth. She paused, thought for a moment, and said to Huo Meishu, if she still scolds you, she will be like a mouse with skin and no manners. If you have no manners, why don't you die? Besides, you can ask her to hang on the southeast branch. Doesn't she want me to die? Let her hang herself to guide how to die. Rong Dai said lightly. Of course, she didn't pay attention to this kind of sex, but saw that Huo Meishu was very angry, so she had to say a few words to relieve her anger. Ha ha ha. That's good. I didn't expect your sister-in-law to be so talented. The literary text is obscure and difficult to understand. Few people in our generation are willing to learn it by heart. Thinking of that bitchie's confused face, I'm happy. Huo Meishu laughed and looked at her with admiration in her eyes. Rong Dai smiled without saying a word. She didn't know anything except for using poetry and vulgar words in the world. Huo Shaoting walked out of the ward. When he heard the laughter inside, a smile flashed through his eyes, and then pushed the door in. Big brother. Seeing him coming in, Huo Meishu immediately restrained her smile and became reserved. You go back. I'll be here. The nurse will arrive tomorrow. His face was still cold. After putting down the insulated box in his hand, he raised his hand and loosened his tie and said to Huo Meishu. Seeing that Huo Shaoting came back, Rong Dai's heart jumped wildly again, and she took several deep breaths in a row before suppressing it. Brother, I have nothing to do these days. I don't need the nurse, do I? Besides, I get along well with my sister-in-law. I asked a stranger to come over. My sister-in-law may not get used to it. Isn't it, sister-in-law? Suddenly Meishu seemed to have just got to know Rong Dai again tonight. When she thought of her pleasure, she didn't want to leave and immediately winked at her. Rong Dai thought that since she wanted to be Huo Shaoting's wife, she still needed to know more about him and the Huo family. And in my mother-in-law's place, if there is a sister-in-law to help her talk to her, she won't embarrass herself. Well, it's good for Meishu to stay. She looked at Huo Shaoting. Seeing her insistence, Huo Shaoting didn't say anything more. It's good if you want. I'll be here tonight. But big brother, you haven't rested for 2 days. Huo Meishu breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help saying when she saw the tiredness on his face. Rong Dai also saw the dark blue in his eyes, and the tip of his heart still couldn't help but feel a slight pain, shouting, I'm fine. You all go back and have a rest. If you have something to do, just call the doctor. I sleep on the sofa. It's not good for girls to stay up late, or can your face stand tossing and turning. Huo Shaoting ignored her and looked at Huo Meishu instead. Huo Meishu was shocked and raised her hand to touch her cheek. She really didn't have a good rest these days because of Rong Dai's matter. Rong Dai knows that women love beauty, and Huo Shaoting's posture makes Huo Meishu have no choice but to take him. Meishu, go back to rest. Rong Dai spoke, and then Huo Meishu left the ward. After she left, the ward became quieter, but the atmosphere was a little awkward. Rong Dai wanted to avoid her nonsense, while Huo Shaoting wanted to talk to her more, but he didn't know how to say it. Drink some soup first and let the chef just make it. Unable to say anything, he opened the insulated box, poured out the boiled pigeon soup, and cooled it carefully before delivering it to her. Thank you. Rong Dai just drank porridge and was still a little full, but the pigeon soup was good for the wound. She didn't want to waste a piece of his heart, so she drank the soup one by one. When she finished drinking, Huo Shaoting packed up and went to the sofa. He was really tired these 2 days. Rong Dai looked at his slender body shrinking on the sofa, thinking that she was not inexperienced, and she also believed in Huo Shaoting's character. After thinking about it, she moved a little and vacated half of the bed. This was her intensive care ward. The bed was larger than the average bed, and it was more than enough for one more person to lie down. Shaoting. Come up and sleep. Sleeping on the sofa is not good for your waist. Her voice was soft. Although she knew that she shouldn't have distractions, her cheeks still couldn't help burning. As soon as Huo Shaoting lay down, he heard her words and saw that she vacated half of the bed. He couldn't help being stunned for a moment, and his heart was soft. Seeing that he hasn't moved for a long time, she thought that she could escape the danger smoothly this time. He had to deal with his own affairs and manage the company. There was no need for her to be so pretentious. This is a new world, not Xiangyang. It's not so pedantic. Moreover, the two are still nominal husband and wife, and it is not rude to sleep in the same bed. I'm scared. Can you come and accompany me? After thinking about it, she simply changed her rhetoric, but as soon as she said it, she regretted it and wanted to slap herself. How can you say this so pretentious? Okay. Huo Shaoting opened his mouth a few seconds later, got up, and walked towards her. Looking at him coming, Rong Dai's heart beat wildly, but the words had been said, and there was no room for regret.